The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., December 10th, 2025. I hereby appoint the Honorable Craig A. Goldman to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 3rd, 2025, the chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties, with time equally allocated between the parties and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes, but no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Ramirez, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor my constituent, Omar Martinez Gonzalez. Omar is an advocate fighting for the resources that immigrant, Black, brown, and underserved communities need and deserve to prevent, treat, and end the HIV/AIDS epidemic. As a queer Latino immigrant, Omar has experienced firsthand the importance of high-quality, culturally competent healthcare and HIV prevention services. His experience has motivated him to build a world where no one is denied quality healthcare services because of their background, because of their citizenship status, their identity, or their circumstance. For almost 2 decades, this young man from Chicago to Boston has implemented and coordinated health programs to increase access to HIV testing and prevention. He has fought for the rights and dignity of our neighbors living with HIV or AIDS, including our LGBTQI+ community, undocumented neighbors, and has advocated to protect and expand the funding necessary to end the HIV epidemic. So, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of Illinois' 3rd Congressional District, it is my honor to commend Omar Martinez Gonzalez for his work to ensure that our neighbors, no matter their sexual orientation, no matter their gender expression, their zip code, their background, HIV status, or their citizenship status, receive every single thing they need and deserve to live healthy and thriveous lives. Congratulations, Omar. And Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Mario Vega for his work to create spaces that uplift our young people and build safe and thriving communities. Mario has transformed his own personal experiences growing up in Chicago to realize safety in our communities by investing in our city's young people. Through the establishment of the Chicago Youth Boxing Club and as a director of mentoring at New Life Centers, Mario understands that building community and building relationships are the recipe for safer neighborhoods. Through his mentorship of young people, including those in my own community of Humboldt Park, he sees, he values, and affirms young people and supports their journey to find their confidence and their purpose. Mario's work has been recognized in Beacons of Hope, Stories of Strength from Chicago, but the true measure of his impact is seen in the violence epidemic he interrupts and the young people who, as a result, chart a new path for themselves, full of possibilities. So on behalf of Illinois' 3rd Congressional District, it is my honor to commend Mario Vega for reminding us that when we invest in our youth, we are actually investing in peace. Thank you, and congratulations, Mario. And Mr. Speaker, during this holiday season, which has been so difficult for so many families, I want to rise to recognize the joy and hope that Rita Collias facilitates in Illinois' 3rd DuPage County. After serving for 10 years in the United States Marine Corps, Rita has dedicated over 20 years of her life to coordinating the Marine Corps Reserve DuPage County Toys for Tots program. The program distributes thousands of toys to more than 25,000 children via a network of local nonprofit organizations, churches, and community agencies. Whether she's coordinating drop-off sites, recruiting volunteers, or searching for donated warehouse space, Rita's logistical skill set matches her passion and her dedication. Rita has described her late hours and working weekends with the Marine Corps Reserve DuPage Counting Toys for Tots program as an obsession, one she pursues as an expression of care for her local community and area families. But for her neighbors, her obsession ensures that children in our communities feel seen and valued. So on behalf of Illinois' 3rd Congressional District, in this House of Representatives, I want to make sure that I acknowledge that these holidays are more brightened because of Rita. It's my honor to commend Rita Calles. Congratulations, Rita. Thank you for your service. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the Honorable Gene Dodaro, the Comptroller General of the United States and head of the U.S. Government Accountability Office. Mr. Dodaro will complete his term as the nation's 8th Comptroller General at the end of 2025. This year will conclude Mr. Dodaro's distinguished 52-year career at GAO, Congress's nonpartisan investigative arm. Over more than 5 decades, Mr. Dodaro has worked tirelessly to help safeguard American taxpayers from fraud, waste, abuse, and mismanagement, and to strengthen efficiency and effectiveness of federal programs. Mr. Dodaro directed the first ever audit of the federal government's consolidated financial statements in the 1990s. This was a landmark effort that underscored the need for better financial management and accountability government-wide. Throughout his career, Mr. Dodaro has testified before Congress more than 200 times and has played a pivotal role in advancing major reforms. These reforms include the Government Performance and Results Act, the Digital Accountability and Transparency Act, the Federal IT Acquisitions Reform Act, the Fraud Reduction and Data Analyst Act, and various other government-wide improper payments and financial integrity reforms. Under his leadership, GAO estimated his work has produced more than $1.2 trillion in financial benefits for the American people and driven tens of thousands of improvements in federal operations and programs. Having spent more than half his career as either the Comptroller General or GAO's Chief Operating Officer, Mr. Dodaro has shaped the GAO into the institution that Congress depends on every single day. He strengthened the agency's science, technology, and cybersecurity expertise, ensuring GAO remains well-positioned to oversee federal investments in these emerging and rapidly evolving fields. Under his stewardship, GAO's high-risk list and duplication reports became an essential roadmap for congressional oversight and reform. The Oversight Committee has relied upon this expertise to enhance its monitoring of agency's progress towards addressing federal IT acquisition reforms, preventing improper payments and fraud, and the Department of Defense's financial management practices, among other efforts. Mr. Dodaro embodies GAO's values of nonpartisanship, objectivity, reliability, and professionalism. He is deeply respected across the government and the oversight community for his integrity, candor, and dedication. His knowledge of federal programs and operations has made him one of the most trusted and sought-after witnesses before Congress. Time and time again, he has impressed members with his ability to explain complex issues, often without a single note in front of him. Yet despite his immense expertise, he remains one of the most humble public servants. Mr. Dodaro's leadership has also inspired a culture of excellence within GAO. The agency has consistently ranked among the best places to work in the federal government throughout his tenure as Comptroller General. This is a reflection of the loyalty and admiration he has earned from the GAO workforce. Mr. Speaker, I ask my colleagues to join me in honoring Gene Dodaro, who truly defines what it means to be a public servant. For more than half a century, he has helped Congress fulfill its constitutional responsibilities with integrity, honor, and steadfast commitment to the American people. On behalf of Congress, I thank Mr. Dodaro for his remarkable service to our nation. All right. One more. All right. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, it gives me great pleasure to recognize the Boyle County Rebels, a football powerhouse in Kentucky's 1st Congressional District, upon winning the Class 4A state championship, making their 5th state title in the last 6 years. This remarkable accomplishment is a testament to the program's hard work, discipline, and excellence both on and off the field. Under the leadership of Coach Justin Haddix, the Class 4A Coach of the Year, and a standout player, Seneca Driver, the Class 4A Player of the Year, the Rebels overcame an early season setback to finish strong and capture another state title. Their perseverance and focus exemplify the spirit of champions. I congratulate the players, coaches, faculty, and supporters of Boyle County High School on this extraordinary milestone. The Rebels have built a legacy of excellence that continues to inspire pride and unity throughout the Boyle County community. Thank you, and I yield back.
Now the chair recognizes a gentleman from New York, Mr. Latimer, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to discuss my new bill to tackle the issue of bridge strikes. Throughout the country, highways and local roads with low clearance bridges are vulnerable to strikes by large trucks. In my home state of New York, there were 350 bridge strikes in 2024 alone, including many in Westchester and the Bronx. However, these strikes are preventable, and I'm committed to reducing incidences. As Westchester County Executive, I worked with state and local leaders to find creative solutions to this problem, but federal action is necessary. My bill, the Bridges Not Bumpers Act of 2025, would direct the Secretary of Transportation to establish a bridge strike working group whose work will provide recommendations to prevent future strikes. It will also create a national clearinghouse to serve as a central location for data collection and circulation of best practices to prevent strikes. I want to thank Congressman Bresnahan for his partnership in developing this common-sense, bipartisan solution, and we have both Republican and Democratic co-sponsors to this bill. I look forward to moving this proposal forward with my colleagues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor the public service contributions of Jill Axelrod, who has completed 2 terms and 8 years as Rye Town Councilwoman. A resident of Rye Brook, with her husband Brett and 2 daughters, she is a lawyer by profession and has been a member of the executive team of the Westchester County Board of Legislators. Elected in 2017 to the Town Council and re-elected in 2021, Jill led the town board's important legislation and law committees, playing an integral role in all facets of local laws from development to passage. Her intergovernmental roles in county and town government has helped provide wise counsel to Rye Town as part of an effective team. Her public service continues, and we recognize her current and past achievements and await the next chapter of her service. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me salute the honorees recognized at the recent awards gala of the Exchange Club of Yonkers. These individuals have given exemplary service to the people of Yonkers as recognized by one of the most outstanding organizations in the city. Dr. Jim Bostic, senior pastor and author, recognized with the Literary Achievement Award. Dr. Rosalba Corrado Del Vecchio and Carol McEwen Daly, designated Women of Distinction Awards. Alan R. Gray Jr., Esquire, Exchangeite of the Year. Joseph Unger from the Sans Souci Rehab and Nursing Center received the Distinguished Service Award. And Ann Muro, the longtime president of the Exchange Club of Yonkers, Outstanding Leadership and Community Service Award. All of these individuals deserve our respect and our congratulations. We wish them all the very best as they are honorees this year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Boss, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of Ryan Whitehausen, who tragically passed away earlier this fall in an accident in Michigan. He was just 43 years old. Ryan was the Illinois Farm Bureau's Director of National Legislation, a friend and great advocate of Illinois agriculture. As family, friends, and colleagues mourn his passing, we also reflect on his lasting impact he made on farming families across the state of Illinois. Ryan joined the Illinois Farm Bureau in 2013 and quickly set a high standard for service. In his role leading the nation's legislative work, he made sure every county's interest was represented and respected. When he visited Washington, he brought with him the voice of the farmers he cared so deeply about, and he made sure their voices were heard. Ryan treated everyone like a friend. He had a way of making you feel value. Even through all this tragedy, he continues to serve others through his Gift of Life organ donor program. I also appreciate Ryan's dedication to Illinois agriculture and for the way he strengthened every community he touched. The world would be a better place if we all carried the same spirit, kindness, and commitment. May his soul find peace, and may God bless his family. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes a gentleman from New York, Mr. Kennedy, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today with great pride to celebrate a dear friend and pillar of our community upon her election to the National Academy of Medicine, Dr. Allison Brashear, Dean of the University at Buffalo's Jacobs School of Medicine and Biomedical Sciences. This prestigious honor is reserved for those who have truly advanced the field of medicine, which is exactly what Dr. Brashear has done for over 3 decades as a neurologist, researcher, professor, and a leader shaping the next generation of medical professionals. Her journey started at the Indiana University School of Medicine, where she completed medical school and her residency before joining the faculty in 1991. She later became an endowed professor and chair of neurology at Wake Forest School of Medicine, served as dean at the UC Davis School of Medicine, and now in Western New York, she's the dean of the Jacobs School of Medicine and Biomedical Sciences at the University at Buffalo. Over her distinguished career, she has received numerous awards and accolades, led more than 40 clinical trials, and earned continuous NIH funding since 2008. Her early breakthrough, using botulinum toxin to treat spasticity in stroke survivors, opened the door to multiple FDA-approved therapies that patients across the country now rely on. She also identified rapid onset dystonia Parkinsonism, advancing our understanding of rare neurological diseases, and she remains one of the nation's leading experts on neurological disorders. But what is truly setting Dr. Brashear apart is her commitment to connecting healthcare to the communities that need it most. As dean of the Jacobs School, she serves on boards of the Western New York Women's Foundation, the Great Lakes Health System, and the Buffalo Niagara Medical Campus, strengthening the links between cutting-edge research, accessible care, and the everyday health needs of families in Western New York and beyond. Dr. Brashear's life's work reminds us of a simple truth. Our healthcare system is only as strong as the people who choose to serve in it. Dr. Brashear shows us what's possible when we invest in talent and when we open doors for smart, compassionate people to pursue careers in medicine. Her success is a testament to what happens when opportunity meets dedication. Mr. Speaker, may we honor Dr. Brashear's extraordinary career by ensuring the next generation of healthcare practitioners have the chance to follow in her footsteps. I ask my colleagues to join me in congratulating Dr. Allison Brashear. Western New York and our entire nation are stronger because of her leadership, and her commitment to our nation and to future generations in healthcare. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Indiana, Ms. Houchin, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to Fuzzy Zoeller, a legendary PGA golfer and a beloved figure in southern Indiana. Born in New Albany, Fuzzy never forgot where he came from. He remained deeply connected to our community throughout his life, and southern Indiana was always home. Fuzzy made history by winning the Masters tournament in 1979, one of only a handful of golfers to capture this title in their first appearance. He went on to win the U.S. Open in 1984, cementing his place among the greats. But Fuzzy's impact reached far beyond golf. He's been a devoted husband, father, and grandfather. Through his generosity, his local businesses, and support for community events and charities, he strengthened Southern Indiana in countless ways. His willingness to invest in people, especially young athletes, reflected the kind of leader he was. Fuzzy Zeller showed that excellence and humility can go hand in hand. His legacy will continue through his children and grandchildren who loved him dearly. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the Trinity Lutheran Cougars on defending their IHSAA Class 1A State Volleyball Championship. After graduating 5 of 6 starters last season, these young women came back with heart and the grit to win again. They defeated Faith Christian Eagles in 4 sets to secure their second straight title. This win isn't just about a trophy, it's about resilience. It's about providing that dedication and belief can keep a championship legacy alive. Their work ethic, team spirit, and poise under pressure deserve recognition. To every Cougar on that court, thank you for showing us what it means to fight and to win together. Congratulations to Trinity Lutheran. Mr. Speaker, today I rise with tremendous pride to celebrate a historic achievement for my alma mater, Indiana University. For the first time in program history, the Indiana Hoosiers are Big Ten champions. This victory reflects more than a great season. It represents the discipline and heart of a team that refused to be counted out. Week after week, these young men demonstrated what it means to compete with character, to fight through adversity, and to rise to the moment when it mattered the most. Hoosier Nation is built on tradition and excellence. This championship is a testament to the leadership of the coaching staff, the commitment of every student athlete, and the passion of fans across Indiana. As a proud graduate of Indiana University, I could not be more honored to recognize this extraordinary milestone. Congratulations to the players, coaches, and the entire IU community. You have made history, and you have made Indiana proud. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Strickland, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Mayor Victoria Woodards, who is retiring as Tacoma, Washington's 39th mayor. A graduate of Lincoln High School, she proudly served her country in the U.S. Army, thinking she would see the world, and ended up right back home at Fort Lewis. She also pursued a long career in public service as a parks commissioner, as a city council member, and as mayor of Tacoma. I congratulate Victoria on an exemplary and distinguished career of more than 15 years serving the people of Tacoma. Under her leadership, the city launched the Equity and Empowerment Initiative, which led to the creation of our Human Rights Office of Equity and Human Rights. The city implemented key police reforms, including updates to the use of force standards. Established the City of Tacoma's first Youth Commission, giving high school students a chance to learn how government works. Passed Home in Tacoma, which expanded key and necessary housing opportunities across the entire city. She also raised our profile nationally by serving as president of the National League of Cities, promoting the platform of people, partnership, and possibilities. She launched the Growing Resilience in Tacoma, otherwise known as GRIT, one of the first guaranteed income pilots in the entire nation to address systemic poverty. She supported the creation of Maritime 253, which is a skills training center in partnership with Tacoma Public Schools and the Port of Tacoma. Throughout her career, Mayor Woodards has broken barriers, championed equity and justice for all, and has been instrumental in ensuring that every voice in our community is heard. I thank Mayor Woodards for her selfless service to the City of Destiny, Tacoma, Washington, and the nation. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Edwards, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This year's NDAA strengthens America's military readiness. It invests in cutting-edge defense capabilities. It ensures our service members have the training, tools, and support they need to confront the growing threats that we face at home and abroad. But, Mr. Speaker, I rise today to express my strong opposition to the NDAA provision that seeks to circumvent the established merit-based process for federal tribal recognition and instead grant unchecked federal recognition to the Lumbee community. I'm proud to represent North Carolina's 11th District, home of the Eastern Band of Cherokee Indians, a sovereign tribal nation whose culture, language, and history are a treasure not only to the state of North Carolina but to the United States as a whole. The Eastern Band of Cherokee are the descendants of those who fought to remain in their ancestral homelands in the face of forced federal removal. By contrast, it must be noted that the Lumbee community has no treaties with the federal government, no reservation land, and no common language. As members of Congress, one of our most solemn responsibilities is to ensure that laws are applied fairly, objectively, and consistently. For over 40 years, the Department of the Interior, through the Office of Federal Acknowledgement, has carried out a rigorous merit-based process for determining federal tribal recognition. This process was created by Congress to prevent political favoritism or arbitrary decision-making, as it requires careful documentation and verification, including proof of Native American ancestry. Bypassing this process, as is suggested through this NDAA, by including the Lumbee Fairness Act as an amendment, sets a dangerous precedent. It would invite other groups with unsubstantiated claims to sidestep this process and seek recognition through political channels rather than merit. That undermines the integrity of the recognition process, and it threatens the credibility of Indian country as a whole. The OFA has found that some petitioning groups consisted entirely of individuals unable to demonstrate Native American ancestry. Not a single person. Recognizing these groups would be a disservice to legitimate tribes. And in the case of the Lumbee, this amendment would in one stroke create the largest tribe in the country, granting immediate access to already overstretched Bureau of Indian Affairs and Indian Service resources. As a member of the House Appropriations Committee, I'm proud of the work that we've done to provide robust funding for the Indian Health Service and other critical priorities for federally recognized tribes in the fiscal year 2026 Interior Appropriations Bill. But if the tribal population eligible for these services suddenly grows by tens of thousands of people, many of whom have no Native ancestry, resources will be spread too thin and the tribes' established rights will suffer. That's the crux of the issue. If the Lumbee had a case that could withstand the scrutiny of the OFA process, they would go through the OFA process as set out by law. But as they know, it won't hold up under a deliberative process. They sought special treatment through the legislative shortcuts, despite opposition from more than 140 federally recognized tribes from across the country that have stated the integrity of this process must be preserved, and I agree. Recognition should be earned on the merits, not granted through politics. I urge my colleagues to oppose this provision and uphold the process put in place by Congress decades ago to ensure fairness and integrity in federal tribal recognition. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Correa, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize Orange County Fire Authority's Chief Brian Fennessy, who after 8 years as chief will be retiring. While at Orange County Fire Authority, Chief Fennessy led the department through the COVID-19 pandemic, through the Bond, Silverado, and Blue Ridge fires. And he was named by the Orange County Register one of the most influential individuals in Orange County in 2020. After his retirement, Chief Fennessy will now assume the director role in the newly created U.S. Wildland Fire Service. Thank you, Chief Fennessy, for your commitment to keeping Orange County safe. You'll be missed, and again, congratulations on your retirement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Anaheim Police Chief Rick Armendariz, who after 30 years at Anaheim Police will be retiring from law enforcement. In 2019, Chief Armendariz joined the Anaheim Police Department. During his time as Chief Armendariz championed community engagement and worked with local schools and pushed to improve conditions and resources for Anaheim's homeless population. Thank you, Chief Armendariz, for keeping our community safe, and congratulations on a well-earned retirement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor James Jamie T. Poston, a proud American and Vietnam combat veteran who has dedicated his life to serving our great country. Jamie entered the United States Army in 1966, deploying to Vietnam as a Mustang chief, crew chief, that is. Today, at 80 years young, Jamie remains a pillar of support for our local veterans. Every Thursday, he volunteers at the Military Diversion Court in Santa Ana, and he attends bi-monthly Veteran Treatment Court meetings, and he drives fellow veterans to recovery groups. He makes sure that no one walks their journey alone. Jamie Piston represents the very best of our veterans and Vietnam War veterans. Courage in war, compassion in peace, and service that never ends. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to highlight the 75th anniversary of the Municipal Water District of Orange County. For 75 years, MoDOC has been our county's water supplier. In Orange County, they've been critical to delivering emergency preparedness, water use efficiency, and public education. From working with local scout troops to supporting investments in our future water supply reliability, MoDOC has truly impacted every life in Orange County. Congratulations on your 75th anniversary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to recognize the birthday of Vietnamese human rights defender Lee Dinh Luong. Mr. Lee is a peaceful activist and a prisoner of conscience. In 2018, he was persecuted for campaigning for compensation for Vietnamese fishermen affected by the Formosa environmental disaster. Mr. Lee is not the first Vietnamese individual to be persecuted by the Vietnamese government for speaking in support of the victims of the Formosa environmental disaster. And I am committed, Mr. Speaker, to working with the State Department, to work with the Vietnamese government for an end to Mr. Lee's solitary confinements, to allow him to practice his religion in prison, and allow him to receive appropriate medical care. And finally, to consider his early release. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield.
Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Mann, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Zach Shyman was a true patriot. Born and raised in Garden City, Kansas, Zach was a deep lover of freedom who embodied courage and service over self. Zach lived by these principles, and they guided him throughout his lifetime. Tragically, Zach passed away doing what he loved most, serving others. He gave up his life while fighting alongside the Ukrainian Special Forces, defending the principles he so greatly believed in. As a young boy, Zach fell in love with aviation. He could often be found helping with events at the Garden City Regional Airport or excitedly watching his father, Mike, in the air traffic control tower. Those countless hours at the airport made a lasting impact on him, and as a young adult, Zach answered the call to serve in the United States Air Force. Throughout his Air Force career, Zach served at Altus Air Force Base in Oklahoma, Eglin Air Force Base in Florida, and completed international stints in Iraq and Qatar. Zach also served with the Royal Air Force in Mildenhall in the United Kingdom. For the last 11 years, Zach served in his hometown once more as an air traffic controller at the same place his love for aviation began, the Garden City Airport. Zach did not keep that love of aviation to himself. He couldn't. He found joy in sharing that passion for aviation with student groups who visited the air traffic control tower, as well as with visitors and student pilots learning to love the field that he loved so much. Zach poured into Garden City's youth by serving on local arts boards in Garden City and actively participating in community career fairs. He left his community better than he found it, creating gains for students and helping organize local festivals, recitals, and shows. Zach was a man of honor, and I are deeply grateful for his service to our nation and our community. We pray for his loved ones in the Garden City community as they come to terms with his untimely passing. May his soul rest in peace. Thank you, Zach, for your duty and service. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to recognize 4 remarkable high school football programs in the Big First District that brought home state championships this season. In Kansas, high school football is more than a sport. It teaches discipline, teamwork, perseverance, and the importance of community. More importantly, it connects us all through a common good while making memories that will last a lifetime. As a kid from Western Kansas, I grew up listening to K-State football on the radio. Like so many young people across our state, those Saturday broadcasts shaped my love of the game. I later had the privilege of playing on a state championship team myself at Quinter High School, and I remember the feeling of being part of something bigger than myself. That is what these young men experienced this season. This year, 4 schools from the Big First reached the top of their divisions. In 6A, Manhattan High School claimed the title with a decisive 27-0 win over Olathe Northwest. Their players, coaches, and staff worked hard all season to earn an achievement that will be remembered in the Manhattan community forever. In 5A, my hometown of Salina is celebrating a very special moment. The Salina Central Mustangs brought home the state championship with a 51-34 victory over Basehor Linwood. For the students, families, and alumni who have longed for another state championship for the last 20 years, congratulations on bringing your title home. You all deserve it, and we are all so proud. In the 1A division, Sterling football defeated Rossville 35-34 in one of the closest and most competitive games of the season. Games like this reflect the best of high school athletics, determination, sportsmanship, and communities rallying behind their teams. And in 8-man Division II, Hanover earned a 28-20 victory over Victoria to secure another championship for their school. 8-man football has deep roots in rural Kansas, and Hanover's success highlights the strength of programs that represent some of our smallest but proudest communities. Mr. Speaker, 4 state championships in 1 year from schools in the Big First District is quite an accomplishment. I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge the strong communities, dedicated coaches, supportive families, and student athletes who put the work in day after day to bring these championships home. I ask my colleagues to join me in congratulating these young men, their schools, and their hometowns. They have represented Kansas with pride, and they have very bright futures ahead. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and with that, I yield back.
The chair recognizes a gentlewoman from California, Ms. Cam Lager-Dove, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to just say that Republicans have endured a rather lopsided relationship with Donald Trump this year. Dare I say abusive. So I hope you will consider this a Republican intervention. And for the record, these are not attacks, they are just facts. On health care, Republicans cut $1 trillion from Medicaid with their big, ugly bill, threatening their own vulnerable constituents when 3/4 of Medicaid enrollees are in red states and rural hospitals across this country are struggling to stay open. Republicans then shut down the government to avoid a vote on extending ACA subsidies, only for Trump to later come out in support of extending these subsidies. A recent Navigator poll shows that Americans blame Trump and congressional Republicans for rising health care premiums by a 26-point margin. And surprise, surprise, Americans also overwhelmingly blame Republicans for the shutdown. I see tread marks everywhere. Redistricting. The drama started when Trump called Greg Abbott and demanded 5 more Republican seats in Texas, triggering California's redistricting effort that could cost California Republicans 5 seats. It is funny how my Republican colleagues remain silent when Texas, Ohio, Missouri, and North Carolina gerrymander, but throw a tantrum when California punches back. The chip deal, and I don't mean nachos or potatoes, I mean the AI computing national security kind. For years, my China hawk Republicans warned about the competition with the CCP, only for Trump to ignore them and greenlight NVIDIA H200 chip sales to China in exchange for a 25% fee. What happened to tough on China, y'all? Then the boat strikes. Republicans have abdicated their constitutional war powers authority, allowing the Trump administration to carry out extrajudicial killings off the coast of Venezuela under the guise of stopping drug trafficking. And meanwhile, Trump just pardoned the president of Honduras, who was convicted of helping to move 400 tons of cocaine into the United States. So you need to square the circle for me, y'all. Please do it. Now, the deficit. Republicans who call themselves fiscal hawks stayed true to President Trump and got rewarded with a $2 trillion added to the national debt, bringing us to a whopping $38 trillion. So how many zeros is in that number? Far too many for Americans to afford. Then there was the mighty whiplash of the Epstein files. Trump and Republicans spent an entire year trying to block the release of the Epstein files, only for Trump to reverse course at the last minute when he realized the release was inevitable. Then tariffs and affordability. For a full year, Republicans said nothing while Trump rolled out illegal, arbitrary, chaotic tariffs that raised prices across the board. And in just 8 months of Trump 2.0, the average American household spends $700 more on basic necessities. This season's most popular holiday gifts are up 26% since last year. And during the affordability crisis, Trump banned the word affordability from Republicans' vocabulary. But affordability is still in the dictionary, and it is still on people's minds. The economy is an A+++ hot mess. And lastly, farmers. Earlier this year, Republicans watched quietly as Trump destroyed USAID, an agency that bought crops from American farmers, many of whom backed Trump and the Republicans in 24. And when beef costs reached record highs in October, they watched again as Trump proposed buying beef from Argentina rather than American farmers. Last month, Republicans forced a vote denouncing the horrors of socialism. This week, they're applauding Trump for using it to bail out the farmers that his administration failed. Please consider this an intervention and get out of this lopsided relationship now. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Benz, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to call out the injury and injustice being inflicted upon my state and my constituents by the inappropriate and unfair enforcement of the Endangered Species Act, as it's been and is being applied to the reintroduction of the gray wolf. This injustice is apparent in the federal government's inability to manage and control the killing and maiming of livestock, and in the failure of governments to properly pay the cost of its decision to reintroduce the wolf. I will address the lack of management first. Let me begin my discussion of failed management by showing several pictures which are graphic illustrations of the reality that my ranching families face all too often. As you can see, there is nothing refined about how a wolf goes about feeding itself. You can imagine the feelings of the rancher when he or she finds livestock torn apart and dying. These animals may have been part of their herd for a decade or more. You can try to imagine the incredible anger they feel knowing that they are legally prevented from stopping the wolf that caused this pain and horror to their cattle and calves from doing this again and again and again. I have held meeting after meeting across my district listening over and over to stories about wolves attacking herds, scattering cattle, and ignoring the ineffective hazing efforts that owners of these cattle are allowed to use under the law to try to protect their livelihoods. The anger and intense frustration they feel is totally understandable, and it's why I'm on the floor today sharing as best I can their pain with you. If we are to protect those who are trying their best to feed this country, to make a living, to keep their small and often remote communities viable, to put out range fires, to pay their taxes, and to continue to be productive parts of this nation, we need to delist the wolf and move the management of these animals back to the states. Now let me turn to the actual cost of the reintroduction of the wolf and the need for those who have created this cost to be responsible for paying it. The actual annual cost of the wolf imposed upon the cattle businesses across this nation as of a few years ago is estimated to be $128 million a year. This number is higher now that cattle prices are higher. Many think that the only cost of the wolf is the killing of livestock, but the impact of primal fear that cattle understandably feel when a wolf is near has dramatic and serious impacts on weight gain and on pregnancy rates. These losses are real and they are serious. In a time when even the president is concerned about beef prices, these losses affect everyone by reducing the size of the cattle herds and their productivity. There has been legislation enacted both in the big, beautiful bill and at the state level to try to bring some reimbursement equity into play by providing at least some payment for the death of cattle caused by wolves. But these programs, although welcome, come nowhere near to making those damaged by wolves whole. In addition, I can assure you that the rancher would absolutely be happier if he or she could completely avoid the losses that lead to asking for justice under these programs. If we are properly and fairly and logically to manage the wolf, we must pass Congresswoman Boebert and Tom Tiffany's bill, H.R. 845, the Pet and Livestock Protection Act. This would delist the wolf and allow states to manage these populations. And if we are properly to allocate responsibility for the monetary cost of the wolf, those millions of dollars each year unjustly imposed on ranchers and farmers damaged by the reintroduction, we must appropriate the money needed to make these good people whole. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from the Virgin Islands, Ms. Plaskett, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to express condolences on the passing of Alyssa McKay. Congresswoman, I just want to share that the Virgin Islands has lost one of its great creative and cultural visionaries with the passing of Ms. McKay. Her creative spirit and generous heart touched countless of lives across the island of St. Croix and throughout our territory, and indeed not just the Caribbean, but other places. As a self-taught artist, she channeled what she described as divine expression, creating work that reflected her deep love for our islands, our culture, our people. Her art was an extension of her soul, vibrant, authentic, and deeply rooted in her Crucian roots. Beyond her artistic talent, Alyssa dedicated herself to uplifting our community in so many ways. She served as an educator, taught yoga for 4 decades, worked tirelessly with our seniors through the Interfaith Coalition, and gave her time and wisdom to numerous organizations, including Unity St. Croix, the St. Croix Environmental Association, and the Women's Coalition. Her compassion, spiritual leadership, and commitment to service made our Virgin Islands a better place. Ms. McKay lived with purpose and love, seeing the divine in everyone she encountered. My heartfelt condolences go out to her daughter, Ayana, whom she considered her greatest accomplishment. And to all who knew and loved her, may her memory be a blessing, and may her artistic legacy continue to inspire us for generations to come. The Virgin Islands has lost one of its great creative and cultural visionaries with the passing of Gerville René Larson. Now, everyone knows Gerville was more than an architect. He was a steward of our history and an artist of our identity. His work captured the spirit of these islands, ensuring that the stories of our people and the beauty of our heritage were preserved for generations to come. After earning his degree in architecture from Cornell, Gerville returned home to his beloved St. Croix, choosing to live in his grandparents' home in the heart of Times Square, downtown Christiansted. From there, he poured his heart into our community, using his immense talent to collaborate with both public and private sectors on projects dedicated to historical architectural preservation. Through his firm, Tyler Largesse, LLC, he designed with reverence for our past and vision for our future. You know, I was blessed to know Gerville, not only as a respected colleague on boards and an admired fellow Hillsider descendant, but as my neighbor and my friend. Our best talks were as we were cleaning the respective streets we lived on, meeting up, hailing each other as neighbors, and then going into a deep discussion about the beauty of Christiansted and the history, the free enslaved people who lived in the hills of Christiansted, and what that heritage meant to each one of us. Gerville's belief that architecture is a vessel for culture and memory continues to guide us. His mark is visible through the Virgin Islands, but particularly on St. Croix, in the buildings he restored, the spaces he reimagined, and the lives he touched. I'm grateful that my own son, Christian, was able as a young architecture major to have interned and been mentored by Gerville. My heartfelt condolences go out to his family, especially his mom, his friends and colleagues. May his memory live forever. May his legacy inspire us to continue building with purpose, pride, and love for our Virgin Islands. He will be deeply missed by a circle of friends, family, and the entire Virgin Islands community. We are thankful for his lifelong contributions to preserving the character and soul of our home. I yield back.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Baumgartner, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker Goldman. I rise today to celebrate the final passage of S356, the Secure Rural Schools Reauthorization Act of 2025, which will now be sent to the President's desk. This much-needed legislation was one of my priorities in coming to Congress, to give our rural areas the support they need for their schools. And it brings much-needed certainty to rural communities and school districts that have depended on this program for generations. The Secure Rural Schools program has been a lifeline for rural communities and school districts across America. Since 1908, the federal law has required that the U.S. Forest Service to share 25% of revenues from federal forest lands with local government to support public education. As timber revenues declined due to foolish federal regulations and ill-sited reduced timber harvests, Congress has acted in 2000 to create the Secure Rural Schools and Community Self-Determination Act, preserving vital funding for our most rural communities. When last reauthorized in 2023, this program delivered more than $281 million nationwide to help keep teachers in classrooms and students on school buses. I represent rural areas like Pend Oreille, Stevens, Ferry, and Columbia counties, where school leaders tell me how essential these funds are to keeping programs running. With this reauthorization, those communities finally have the stability they need to plan for the future. This is not a partisan issue. It's a promise to rural America. By reauthorizing Secure Rural Schools and sending this bill to the President's desk, we are keeping faith with the communities that steward our national forests. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate one of the bright lights of Eastern Washington. In my view, Eastern Washington is truly the home of the American dream. From the mountains of the Colville region to the rolling hills of the Palouse, our region embodies the values of opportunity, hard work, and perseverance that define America at its best. This week's shining example of that spirit is my friend, Ambassador Asif Chowdhury. Born in Pakistan, U.S. Ambassador Asif Chowdhury earned his bachelor's degree there, followed by a master's degree from the American University of Beirut. You might say this is a unique and perhaps unusual path for an American ambassador, but it represents what is possible with the American dream. After leaving the Middle East, like so many who have come to our nation in search of a better future, he found his way to Pullman, Washington, and to Washington State University, where he pursued his PhD. From a small college town in eastern Washington and marrying into a local farm family, he decided to enter the U.S. Foreign Service after receiving his citizenship. And he went on to serve our nation with distinction in postings around the world, including Cairo, Poland, and Russia. And he later serves as the United States Deputy Administrator to the Foreign Agricultural Service and rose to become the United States Ambassador to Moldova, dealing with complex issues in the former Soviet Union. Throughout his career, he held key positions that advanced America's interests abroad with integrity and purpose in service of America's national security. When his diplomatic service abroad concluded, he returned home to Pullman, where he served as Vice President of International Programs at Washington State University, preparing the next generation of global leaders and strengthening the bridge between our local communities and the world. Mr. Speaker, Ambassador Chowdhury's life is a powerful testament to what the American dream is all about. That no matter where you begin with hard work, dedication, and love of the United States of America, and commitment to United States of American values, you can achieve extraordinary things. History reminds us the American dream is not a relic of the past. It is alive and thriving in Eastern Washington. Thank you, Ambassador Chowdhury, for being a role model to all of us that believe America remains a land of limitless possibility. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Harris, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for decades, the Lumbee tribe of North Carolina has sought full recognition, a goal that has eluded them despite their profound contributions to our state and nation. With nearly 60,000 members, the Lumbee people form a vital part of my district and the fabric of North Carolina. As one of the first bills I co-led in Congress, the Lumbee Fairness Act, now included in the National Defense Authorization Act, is on the verge of passage, bringing us closer than ever to delivering justice. I'm deeply grateful to President Trump for his steadfast support of the Lumbee tribe, from his campaign promises to his actions in office, and actually collaborating across both chambers to secure the full federal recognition and benefits the Lumbee rightfully deserve. Let us vote yes today and finally end this long fight, affirming the recognition they have earned and so richly merit. Mr. Speaker, it seems illegal aliens have flocked to North Carolina because they know sanctuary politicians will protect them and allow them to roam free on American streets. In fact, there's reports that over 100,000 illegal aliens are in Mecklenburg County, North Carolina alone. Just last week, one of these illegals drew national headlines. Oscar Solorzano is twice deported Honduran illegal alien with a lengthy rap sheet. This past Friday, he stabbed a 24-year-old man in the chest on a Charlotte light rail, the very same transit light rail where Irina Zarutska was murdered. Charlotte's response? The Democrat-run city council rubber-stamped $3 million to, and I quote, enhance the perception, end quote, of public safety for the light rail. Did they actually do anything to make it safer? Of course not. And now there are two victims of the Charlotte Blue Line Rail, and what they have in common is that the Charlotte pro-crime Democrats have failed them. Irina Zarutska was killed by a 14-time repeat offender. And Kenyon Doby, the Good Samaritan, who stood in the gap, was stabbed this past Friday with life-threatening injuries by a twice-deported illegal alien. There's a crime wave happening in Charlotte with a full laundry list of crimes occurring each day. Since Charlotte Democrats won't do anything, it's time to intervene. It's time to do what we requested of our governor several weeks ago: send in the National Guard. Mr. Speaker, big insurance is swimming in money, swimming in your taxpayer dollars, swimming in the money that is supposed to be helping patients. Obamacare is a broken system that has allowed insurance companies to rip off the American taxpayers and simply drive up costs. But if Congress wants to talk health care, then let's talk. But we must let these COVID-era subsidies expire first. Biden's COVID credits are a pandemic policy that has done nothing to lower insurance costs. Premiums are rising because Obamacare has failed to keep its promise of making health care affordable. Not only are Biden's COVID credits failing to keep costs down and paid straight to insurance companies, but they will cost taxpayers over $400 billion in the next decade. Listen, with a country facing $39 trillion in debt, this is again a reason to let these COVID subsidies expire. But letting Biden-era COVID subsidies expire is just a drop in the bucket when it comes to broader reform. Obamacare was recently exposed for rubber stamping 96% of the applications, all paid with your tax dollars going down the drain. When taxpayers pay and insurers profit, that's not health care. That's a hustle. And it's time to find a real solution. And let's begin by letting the Biden COVID-era subsidies expire. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Chair recognizes a gentleman from Michigan, Mr. James. The chair recognizes a gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Klein, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor a cherished institution in our community, Mrs. Rao's Restaurant and Bakery in Stanton, Virginia, and to express our deep gratitude for the decades of service it has given the Shenandoah Valley. Founded in 1947 by Willard and Mildred Rao, affectionately known as the Pie Lady, the restaurant quickly became a local treasure. Using her own family recipes, Mrs. Rao built a reputation for warm hospitality, home-cooked meals, and fresh-baked pies that generations of Virginians and travelers alike came to love. That legacy was carried forward with equal devotion by her son, Mike DeGrassi, his wife, Mary Lou, and her grandson, Aaron DeGrassi. For 3 generations, the family kept alive the values and traditions that made Mrs. Rao's a landmark. We were saddened to learn that Mrs. Rao's will close its doors at the end of December. While we will certainly miss the meals, the desserts, and the familiar warmth of a place where so many gathered, we also celebrate what this restaurant has meant to the Valley and to all who passed through its doors. Mr. Speaker, I ask my colleagues to join me in honoring Mrs. Rao's Restaurant and Bakery. Nearly 80 years of hard work, family tradition, and community spirit have left an enduring mark on Virginia's 6th District, one that will not be forgotten. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the life and legacy of Dr. James A. Jim Davis, a visionary leader, devoted educator, and beloved husband, father, and friend. Jim served as president of Shenandoah University in Winchester for 26 years, transforming it from a small college into a vibrant, world-class university. His vision, faith, and integrity touched the lives of countless students, faculty, and community members. Under his guidance, Shenandoah grew in size, stature, and spirit. He built not only new buildings and programs, but also a belief that education could change lives and strengthen communities. Beyond his remarkable career, Jim's greatest legacy was his family. He's lovingly remembered by his wife Janet and their children, Barclay, Andrew, and Stephanie Davis Landis, whose love and support grounded his life of service. Jim Davis taught us that faith, vision, and compassion can shape institutions and hearts alike. Today we honor not just what he built, but who he was, a man whose kindness and commitment will forever be part of Shenandoah University and the Shenandoah Valley in the Commonwealth of Virginia. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the Glenver High School Highlanders competition cheer team, which made school history by securing its first ever VHSL state championship. The Highlanders delivered an outstanding performance, earning 241.25 points to finish ahead of Graham High School, securing their place at the top. This achievement followed their combined Region 1CD and 2CD championships, capping an extraordinary season. Head coach Sarah Hatfield, along with assistant coaches Desiree Bowles and Alex Powell, praised the team's determination, perseverance, and grit, qualities that pushed them beyond their comfort zones and brought the championship home. The title-winning athletes are seniors Kaylin Dixon, Morgan Gaines, Carter Graffio, and Addison Sneed, junior Elle Graffio, sophomore Taylor Goldfield, and freshman Audrey France, Jillian Roberts, Claire Shrewsbury, and Abby Woods. Special congratulations to Addison Sneed, the combined region cheer athlete of the year, and to Coach Hatfield, named the combined region coach of the year. Mr. Speaker, I ask my colleagues to join me in celebrating the Glenvar Highlanders competition cheer team on this historic and inspiring accomplishment. Mr. Speaker, electricity demand in the United States is growing rapidly and at risk of exceeding what we can supply. The growth of AI data centers across the country and the shift to electric vehicles and appliances all mean our country needs far more reliable power. The challenge is that while more power is needed, dependable baseload plants that keep the grid steady have decreased. Environmental regulations under the Biden-Harris administration have contributed to the early retirement of some coal, natural gas, and nuclear plants. In many states controlled by Democrats, plants have been closed, and a shift to wind and solar has decreased the integrity of the supply. A recent Department of Energy report indicated that rising demand and reductions in baseload generation may increase the risk of widespread power outages by 2030, even in our Commonwealth of Virginia. When the grid becomes less reliable, families pay the price. Higher costs hit working households the hardest, and many are already struggling with rising electricity bills. Reliable and affordable energy is not a luxury. It's something every American needs and deserves. This week, House Republicans are advancing the State Planning for Reliability and Affordability Act, ensuring that states include always available power in long-term planning. This idea puts families first by keeping electricity affordable and the grid strong. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. James, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise for the families in my district and across America who are getting crushed by medical bills they never saw coming. Enough is enough. It's time we put patients back in charge of their own health care. Let me tell you what's happening out there. The average family health insurance premium now tops $24,000 a year. That's more than a lot of folks pay in their mortgage or rent. That's insane. Barack Obama stood right here. He stood right here in this chamber and promised us affordable care. He said if we like our doctor, we can keep him. If we like our plan, we can keep it. Well, that was determined to be the biggest lie of 2012. What we got instead was the most expensive healthcare system on the earth, with hospitals and insurance companies cashing in while working families foot the bill. In the last 25 years, medical costs have gone up over 121%. And since Obamacare passed, healthcare spending has exploded another 60+%. Even Bernie Sanders admits the status quo isn't working. Just last week, Kelly from St. Clair Shores called my office. Her family of 4 is staring at a $40,000 bill because of a medical emergency under the so-called Affordable Care Act. Eileen in Shelby Township is as healthy as can be, yet her premium just jumped $10,000 this year. That's the ACA in a nutshell. You're in trouble if you're healthy, and you're really in trouble if you get sick. This is what affordable care looks like in their world. This isn't what care is in the real world. Come on. Everywhere else you see, it works when patients and people make their own decisions. You need a plumber at 2 a.m.? No problem. He's at your door in an hour. You show up to the ER, though, bring a book and a sandwich. You're going to be there for a while. Michigan has the longest wait times, on average, of any other state in that immediate region, and some of the longest wait times in the country. You want a flat screen TV? You can have one delivered to your doorstep in hours, but a life-saving dialysis machine will cost you $30,000, might take you weeks to get. You know why? Because government doesn't meddle in television manufacturing, and people have choices. You can fix your eyes for $1,500, but if you need your heart fixed, it'll cost you hundreds of thousands of dollars. You know why? Because you have choices. Here's the truth. Every single time Washington gets its mitts deeper into healthcare, prices go through the roof and care gets worse. That's why I introduced the Patients Deserve Price Tags Act. Patients deserve price tags. It's pretty simple. Before you walk into a hospital or to a doctor's office, you ought to be able to know what the heck something costs. No more games, no more surprises, no more $47 aspirin. This is bipartisan, bicameral, common sense stuff. In literally every part of life elsewhere, buying a car, groceries, cell phone, you know the price before you swipe your card, before you put your hard-earned cash on the register. You can shop around, find a better deal, walk away if it's too rich for your blood. It's your choice. Only in healthcare do they hide the price until after you've already gone on the table. Then they send you a bill that ruins your life and puts you in debt. While hospitals and insurance companies rake in record profits, American families are drowning in medical debt. More medical debt than credit cards, car loans, and everything else combined. My bill ends this nonsense and gives the power back to you. Every hospital in America will have to post their real prices online in plain English where everybody else can see them. Don't post the prices, we fine you, and we hold you accountable to the people. And fines will actually mean something. Insurance companies will have to give you a straight answer, online, on the phone, or in the paper, about exactly what your care is going to cost you before you get it. And for the first time, they'll have to publicly post their real rates and drug prices too. Sunlight is the best disinfectant, and that is all the people demand. Mr. Speaker, the people back home know how to spend their money better than the federal government. We give them a price, and they'll find the best deal. Give them the power, the prices will come down. That's how the real world works. We're keeping a promise that should have been kept a long time ago. Real transparency, real competition, real power back in the hands of patients. I'm asking every one of my colleagues to join our bipartisan bill, Republican and Democrat, to stand with the families getting hammered by these bills. Co-sponsor the Patients Deserve Price Tags Act. Let's finally give the American people, all of the people who sent us to represent them, honesty and the control they deserve. I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Abide with us, most holy God. Allow your Holy Spirit to descend among us and move around us, that we would know of your presence and power in the living of these days. May your calm accompany us in every encounter, your serenity still the tumult of our busyness. May your nearness impress upon us the significance of each moment of every day. Then throughout this day, train our ears to listen for your voice and heed your words of guidance. Sensitize our souls to the leading of your Spirit as we attend to the stewardship of your grace. Discipline our wills to yield with humility to the way you would have us serve this nation and her needs. For you are our Father, and we your children. We are the clay, and you the potter who fashions our lives and shapes our days. We are all the work of your hand. We pray that our efforts would reveal your divine design. In us, O Lord, may you be glorified. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Hoyer.
Everybody please join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 31 years ago, Ukraine signed the Budapest Memorandum, giving up their nuclear arsenal in exchange for territorial guarantees by America, Russia, and the United Kingdom. Sadly, it has been murderously broken by war criminal Putin as Soviets break all treaties. President Donald Trump tried to deter war criminal Putin by sending Javelin missiles to Ukraine, placing troops in Poland, and stopping Nord Stream 2. Ukrainian courage and determination is inspiring, affirmed by unity of the Organization of Security and Cooperation in Europe, led by President Pierre-Jean Pons, with Ukraine's support from UK MP Chair Sharon Hodson. In conclusion, God bless our troops as Trump is reinstituting peace through strength, revealing war criminal Putin lies, insulting Trump, as the New York Post has editorialized, quote, Putin sent Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner packing with yet more aerial assaults on Ukrainian civilians. American public support for Ukraine is growing. I yield back.
The chair will receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, messages from the Senate.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Secretary.
I've been directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has passed S-414, an act to require covered digital advertising platforms to report their public service advertisements, in which the concurrence of the House is requested.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition? The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor a great Marylander, a fellow University of Maryland Terrapin and a dear friend, Bob Mitchell, who passed away on November 12th, just days shy of his 89th birthday. Bob built our community, literally. An accomplished developer, he built more than 5,000 homes in roughly 40 communities throughout the capital region. Bob was a leader in his industry, serving as president of the Maryland National Capital Building and Industry Association, the Maryland State Builders Association, and the National Association of Home Builders. His greatest pride, however, of course, was his family. My prayers are with his wife, Marlene, their 4 children, 6 grandchildren, and 2 great-grandchildren, as they mourn this great loss. I mourn with them. He was a friend who I liked, who I respected, and who I learned from. The House mourns with him. Maryland mourns with them. May God bless and keep Bob Mitchell.
For what purposes, gentlemen from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, to revise and extend.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today to bring attention to Secretary Kennedy and the Trump administration's most recent attack on our children's health. On Friday, the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices, the panel of anti-vaxxers that Secretary Kennedy put in charge, upended over 3 decades of precedent on hepatitis B vaccine recommendations for babies. Secretary Kennedy's fascination with quackery has once again set health, science, and medicine in America backwards. The new guidance says that only babies whose mothers test positive for hepatitis B or whose status is unknown should receive the vaccine. For every other baby, the committee has decided not to give a recommendation. If Acting CDC Director O'Neill approves this recommendation, countless babies will be at risk of liver disease and other long-lasting health issues. I call on the administration to reject this unscientific and reckless proposal before it harms our children. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purposes, the gentlewoman from New Mexico seek recognition? The gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in celebration of a new beacon of hope and belonging in our land of enchantment. The doors of the QC, Santa Fe's first LGBTQIA center, have opened, and those doors open a space where every New Mexican can breathe freely, stand proudly, and be wholly themselves. In this home of chosen family, community, and courage, Santa Feans will gather not just for events or activities, but to share joy, to be seen, to be embraced without condition. The QC adds its own bright colors to Santa Fe's already vibrant tapestry, a testament to the leadership of the Human Rights Alliance Executive Director Kevin Bowen and the entire community's tireless passion, persistence, and commitment to equality in Santa Fe and throughout New Mexico. It brings me great joy to know that these advocates continue to fight for equality in New Mexico and uplift members of our beautifully diverse community. I stand in celebration with you. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purposes, gentlemen from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, many farmers and producers are in dire need of help, facing hardship because of decisions made beyond their control. At the kitchen table, farmers are often forced right now to make unthinkable choices, like shutting down a farm that's been in their family for generations. For farm families, relief, it is not their preference, but right now, it's urgently needed for survival. The recently announced assistance package is a step in the right direction. But some growers, such as tobacco, are being left behind, and others are left fighting to figure it out amongst themselves. Short-term aid only tackles part of the problem, but we need balanced trade policies and certainty, or else many farms may be at risk. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purposes, gentlemen from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate the Cameron Elk Suicide Prevention Task Force for receiving the Program of the Year Award from the Pennsylvania Office of Rural Health. The award recognizes an outstanding health program in a rural community that uses unique, creative, and innovative approaches to increase access to health care services and improve community health outcomes. The task force addressed this need by designing 30,000 locally manufactured 988 Lifeline Challenge coins, distributing 500 copies of the book 988 End the Stigma, designed by local artist and mental health advocate John Slim, installing a digital billboard on the Elk County highway route that reaches thousands of vehicles daily. Mr. Speaker, by bringing attention to mental health, we can help those affected seek and receive the care they need. I applaud the Cameron Elk Suicide Prevention Task Force for its innovative approach to educating high-risk communities and saving lives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields for purposes. Gentleman from Georgia seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, by the direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 936 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 49, House Resolution 936. Resolved that at any time after adoption of this resolution, the Speaker may, pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 18, declare the House resolved into the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of the bill, H.R. 3898, to amend the Federal Water Pollution Control Act to make targeted reforms with respect to waters of the United States and other matters and for other purposes. The first reading of the bill shall be dispensed with. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. General debate shall be confined to the bill and amendments specified in this section and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure or the respective designees. After general debate, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. The amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure, now printed in the bill, shall be considered as adopted in the House and the Committee of the Whole. The bill as amended shall be considered as the original bill for the purpose of further amendment under the 5-minute rule and shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions of the bill as amended are waived. No further amendments to the bill as amended shall be in order except those printed in Part A of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution. Each such further amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. All points of order against such further amendments are waived. At the conclusion of consideration of the bill for amendment, the committee shall rise and report the bill as amended to the House with such further amendments as may have been adopted. The previous question shall be considered as order on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one motion to recommit. Section 2. At any time after adoption of this resolution, the Speaker may, pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 18, declare the House resolved into the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of the bill, H.R. 3383, to amend the Investment Company Act of 1940 with respect to the authority of closed-end companies to invest in private funds. The first reading of the bill shall be dispensed with. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. General debate shall be confined to the bill and amendments specified in this section and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Financial Services or their respective designees. After general debate, the bill shall be considered for amendments under the 5-minute rule. In lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Financial Services, now printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 119-15 shall be considered as adopted in the House and in the Committee of the Whole. The bill as amended shall be considered as the original bill for the purpose of further amendment under the 5-minute rule and shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. No further amendment to the bill as amended shall be in order except those printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution. Each such further amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. All points of order against such further amendments are waived. At the conclusion of consideration of the bill for amendment, The committee shall rise and report the bill as amended to the House with such further amendments as may have been adopted. The previous question shall be considered as order on the bill, as amended, and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one motion to recommit. Section 3. At any time after adoption of this resolution, the Speaker may, pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 18, declare the House resolved into the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of the bill, H.R. 3638, to direct the Secretary of Energy to prepare periodic assessments and submit reports on the supply chain for the generation and transmission of electricity and for other purposes. The first reading of the bill shall be dispensed with. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or their respective designees. After general debate, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. The bill shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill are waived. No amendment to the bill shall be in order except those printed in Part C of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution. Each such amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. All points of order against such amendments are waived. At the conclusion of consideration of the bill for amendment, the committee shall rise and report the bill to the House with such amendments as may have been adopted. The previous question shall be considered as order on the bill and amendments thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one motion to recommit. Section 4. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, H.R. 3628, to amend the Public Utility Regulatory Policies Act of 1978 to add a standard related to state consideration of reliable generation and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The bill shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill are waived. The previous question shall be considered as order on the bill and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or their respective designees, and 2. The further amendment printed in Part D of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution, if offered by the member designated in the report, which shall be in order without intervention of any point of order, shall be considered as read, shall be separately debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question, and 3, one motion to recommit. Section 5. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, H.R. 3668, to promote interagency coordination for reviewing certain authorizations under Section 3 of the Natural Gas Act and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The bill shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill are waived. The previous question shall be considered as order on the bill and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or their respective designees, and 2, one motion to recommit. Section 6. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, Senate 1071, to require the Secretary of Veterans Affairs to disinter the remains of Fernando V. Cota from Fort Sam Houston National Cemetery, Texas, and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. An amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 119-16 shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as order on the bill, as amended, and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Armed Services or their respective designees, and 2, one motion to commit. Section 7. The chair of the Committee on Armed Services and the chair of the Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence may insert into the congressional record not later than December 12, 2025, such material as they may deem explanatory of Senate 1071. Section 8, notwithstanding Clause 13 of Rule 1, on any legislative day of the second session of the 119th Congress before January 6, 2026, A, the Speaker may dispense with organizational and legislative business, and B, the journal of the proceedings of the previous day shall be considered as approved if applicable.
The gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1 hour.
Mr. Speaker, for the purpose of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentlelady from New Mexico, Ms. Ledger Fernandez, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purposes of debate only. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Objection, so ordered.
Mr. Speaker, last night the Rules Committee met and reported a rule, House Resolution 936, providing for consideration of 6 measures. Senate 1071, the National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2026, under a closed rule. The rule provides 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Committee on Armed Services or their respective designees, and provides 1 motion to recommit. H.R. 3898, the Permit Act, under a structured rule. The rule provides 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure or their respective designees, provides 1 motion to recommit, and makes 8 amendments in order. H.R. 3628, the State Planning for Reliability and Affordability Act, under a structured rule. The rule provides 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or their respective designees, provides 1 motion to recommit, and makes 1 amendment in order. H.R. 3638, the Electric Supply Chain Act, under a structured rule. The rule provides 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or their respective designees, provides 1 motion to recommit, and makes 5 amendments in order. H.R. 3668, the Improving Interagency Coordination for Pipeline Reviews Act, under a closed rule. The rule provides 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or their respective designees, and provides 1 motion to recommit. H.R. 3383, the Invest Act, under a structured rule. The rule provides for 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Committee on Financial Services or their respective designees, provides 1 motion to recommit, and makes 5 amendments in order. Mr. Speaker, we are here today to debate a rule on 6 pieces of legislation. First, Senate 1071, the National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2026. Mr. Speaker, under the leadership of Chairman Mike Rogers and Ranking Member Adam Smith, one of the top priorities of the fiscal year 26 NDAA was to reform the defense acquisition system and equip our armed services with the technology they need to deter national security threats. As anyone who follows this process knows, it can take more than a decade before new capabilities are finally deployed. Yet by then, the threat has changed, the technology is outdated, and the program is over budget. This bill cuts red tape and shifts the focus of the defense acquisition system from compliance to quickly and cost-effectively fielding new capabilities to ensure that our armed forces are the most lethal and effective fighting force in the world. Implementing the Peace Through Strength agenda, the fiscal year 26 NDAA codifies all or parts of 15 executive orders and 30 legislative proposals from President Trump, fully funds top defense priorities, revitalizes the defense industrial base, and grows manufacturing jobs in America, all while pressing our NATO allies to pay more for their own defense. Building upon last year's NDAA, which focused on service members' quality of life, this bill supports a 3.8% pay raise, Mr. Speaker, for all service members, improves housing and Department of Defense schools, and expands access to health care and child care. To defer our adversaries, the fiscal year 26 NDAA focuses on countering threats from China, bolsters Taiwan's defense, and supports Indo-Pacific allies and partners. Additionally, this bill continues to focus on countering threats to our national security from Russia, North Korea, Iran, and other foreign terrorist organizations. To counter emerging threats, the bill focuses on rapidly deploying new, innovative technologies to our warfighters while strengthening nuclear deterrence and missile defense. To further secure our border and fight drug trafficking, the fiscal year 26 NDAA fully funds the establishment and enforcement of national defense areas along the southwest border of the United States of America. authorizes the Department of Defense to provide additional support to Customs and Border Protection, and authorizes over $1 billion to combat drug trafficking. Finally, the fiscal year 2026 NDAA reforms programs and saves taxpayer dollars. It saves over $20 billion from DOGE cuts and Department of Defense workforce reforms, improves congressional oversight of Department of Defense audit results, and overhauls military construction to reduce costs and expedite project delivery. I'd like to thank my colleagues and all of the staff for their work that went into the fiscal year 26 NDAA, which should pass with overwhelming bipartisan support. Second, Mr. Speaker, we have H.R. 3898, the Permit Act. This bill contains targeted common sense reforms to the permitting process under the Clean Water Act, restoring the balance between the need to ensure both water quality and economic growth. Simply stated, this bill will cut red tape, reduce costly project delays and frivolous litigation, and provide greater regulatory certainty for our nation's infrastructure builders, energy producers, farmers, home builders, water utilities, and small businesses. Third, Mr. Speaker, H.R. 3628, the State Planning and Reliability and Affordability Act. This bill amends the Public Utility Regulatory Policies Act of 1978 to require state utility regulators to consider sufficient and reliable generation when considering electric utilities' integrated resources plans. A stable supply of electricity is critical for most aspects of modern life, and peak demand growth is now higher than at any point in 20 years. Net zero mandates and renewable subsidies have disrupted the market, causing grid reliability issues as demand grows. This bill clarifies that reliable electricity means dispatchable baseload energy. Reliable energy is foundational to everything, and this bill will help ensure we have reliable, secure generation that keeps the lights on. Fourth, Mr. Speaker, the H.R. 3638, the Electric Supply Chain Act. This is a simple bill that directs the Department of Energy to assess our country's electric grid component manufacturing capacity and determine potential problems with imported grid components. We can't afford to fail in securing our electric supply chain, and this bipartisan common sense legislation aims to ensure we won't. Fifth, Mr. Speaker, is H.R. 3668, the Improving Interagency Coordination for Pipeline Reviews Act. This bill aims to speed up the consideration of pipelines by promoting interagency coordination for reviewing certain authorizations for LNG facilities and natural gas pipelines under the Natural Gas Act. Demand for natural gas in the United States has grown by 47% since 2013. Infrastructure to deliver that gas, however, has only increased by 26%. Currently, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, or FERC, has the responsibility of authorizing pipelines and generally, after thorough review, finds these projects consistent with the public interest. Yet many of these federally approved projects often don't come to fruition because certain states and other agencies fail to issue the proper certifications. Under the current process, one state has the ability to veto a multi-state pipeline project for reasons far outside the scope of water quality. This results in reliability and affordability issues in resource-constrained areas in our country. Natural gas is clean, affordable, and reliable. The United States also has an abundant supply, and this bill will ensure we have the pipelines needed to keep up with the continual increase demanding for electricity generation. Finally, Mr. Speaker, we have H.R. 3383, the INVEST Act. This is a bipartisan package containing 22 pieces of legislation that have all been reported favorably out of the House Committee on Financial Services. This legislation will strengthen public markets, produce more opportunities for investors, and expand access to capital for small businesses. Mr. Speaker, I look forward to consideration of these policies of legislation and urge passage of this rule. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, do you remember what it was like when you were a kid waking up on Christmas hoping for a certain gift? Maybe it was a Dr. Barbie or a new bike. But then you ran to the tree and got socks that were itchy, a knockoff Barbie whose arms fell off, and shoes that didn't quite fit. Americans know what they need for Christmas as they worry about how they're going to make Christmas affordable. How are they going to make it work? Their costs are skyrocketing. From the tariffs, increasing costs for toys, to grocery bills that are going up and up, and to those utility bills. It's hard to keep those Christmas lights on, given the rising costs of utilities. But nothing in the bills that we are considering today makes Americans' life more affordable or merry. Americans want us to extend the tax credits so their health care premiums don't go from $250 to $2,600 a month. They will for my constituents' family of 5. How is a parent supposed to buy Christmas gifts for their kids when they now need to spend an extra $2,000 a month for health insurance? Instead of lowering costs, what kinds of lumps of coal is Congress working on this week? We have a bill that rigs the energy system to make it more difficult to use clean energy. Wind and solar are the cheapest forms of new electricity. The studies prove it over and over, and they're good for the planet. But Republicans are defining energy to exclude renewables. If it saves you money and is good for the air you breathe, why wouldn't Congress want us to use more renewable energy? Instead of making your life better, Republicans are standing with their dirty fossil fuel campaign donors and big corporations that threaten our clean water. The only thing that we are doing of significance today is the National Defense Authorization Act. Indeed, the 3% pay raise for service members and reimbursements to travel to see a doctor for rural bases is really important for our service members and families. The NDA's requirement that the Pentagon turn over footage of the boat strikes in the Caribbean is essential to accountability. But I would argue it's not enough. Congress must pass a war powers resolution to prevent a needless and reckless war with Venezuela and any other country Trump decides to attack on a whim. Trump says he is going to war with drug traffickers. This is hypocrisy of the highest degree. While Secretary Hegseth was busy blowing up boats of suspected drug dealers, Trump was pardoning former Honduran President Hernandez. Hernandez was tried, convicted, and sentenced for bringing in 400 tons of drugs to America. There was proof and evidence in a court of law, not random airstrikes and a declaration of a forever war that Congress has not authorized and the American people do not want. My constituents and Americans all across our beautiful country are outraged that war crimes may have been committed in our name. 2 people clinging to an overturned boat in the ocean are not a threat to our Navy, the strongest and most powerful on earth. Don't insult our intelligence or our pride. But let me tell you something else Republicans really don't want us to talk about today. Speaker Johnson stripped out a provision in the NDAA that would have provided IVF coverage for service members. Today's Republican-led bill destroyed any hope for a Christmas miracle for the service men and women who just want to have a baby and raise a family. I urge my colleagues to reject this rule, and I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now yield 3 minutes to my friend from South Carolina, Ms. Biggs.
Gentlelady from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the gentleman from Georgia for yielding me time this afternoon. I rise in strong support of the rule and the fiscal year 26 National Defense Authorization Act. This year's NDAA is the legislative backbone for President Trump's Peace Through Strength agenda. It delivers on the commitment to build the lethal fighting force necessary to deter our adversaries across every domain and contains provisions critical to both our domestic readiness and our global security. As both a member of Congress and a lieutenant colonel in the Air National Guard, I understand what it takes to keep our nation secure, and I'm proud to support key priorities in this bill that deliver on that mission. First, I secured a provision to protect the strategic rail corridor network, the backbone of how we move troops and equipment in times of crisis. My provision ensures critical rail lines are defended from cyber and physical threats, which strengthen our ability to respond when it matters most. Second, I advanced a reform to cut outdated red tape that slows down how we deliver critical defense equipment. My provision ensures regular reviews to clear those bottlenecks. Now we can modernize faster, we can strengthen our readiness, and we can keep this work in the hands of American workers. Mr. Speaker, from protecting our rail lines at home to ensuring our allies can rapidly acquire the weapons they need, to restoring the warrior ethos of dedication, resilience, and sacrifice, the NDAA is a win for our warfighters, our security, and for our hard-working Americans whose skills power our defense. I urge support for the rule and the underlying bill, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman from Georgia reserves. Gentlewoman from New Mexico.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Ohio and the Vice Chair of the Democratic Women's Caucus, Ms. Sykes.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise in support of my proposed amendments to the National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2026. Ohio's 13th Congressional District has long been known as the rubber capital of the world, and both my amendments uphold that legacy by investing in American manufacturing to ensure this vital industry remains globally competitive and in the United States. Drawing from the Retreaded Tire Job Supply Chain Security and Sustainability Act of 2025, this amendment would ensure that the U.S. government uses retreaded tires wherever possible rather than using cheap foreign imported tires. This amendment would support more than just my neighbors in Ohio's 13th District, as retreaded tires make up the largest remanufacturing sector in the United States while employing over 51,000 American workers. This common sense amendment is good for both the economy, the environment, and the United States government while protecting good-paying manufacturing jobs right here in the United States. Ohio's 13th District has long been a trailblazer in polymer science and polymer engineering, and Akron's polymer manufacturing ecosystem provides a local pipeline from education and training to the workforce. To build on Akron's generations of success, my second amendment requires the Secretary of Defense to establish an initiative to accelerate the research and development of innovative, sustainable polymer processing and manufacturing to support generational technologies built on resilient polymer supply chain. This amendment will support the incredible work of partners like the Akron Sustainable Polymer Tech Hub that is performing groundbreaking research and development that can revolutionize industries across the country and around the world. Further, it will ensure Northeast Ohio remains a global leader in polymer science and polymer engineering, reaffirming our district's legacy as the rubber capital of the world. From sustainable tires to sustainable polymers, the next generation of rubber and plastics production will proudly be made in Ohio in our 13th Congressional District. Additionally, I have submitted 3 additional amendments to create jobs, lower costs, and protect our national security and American innovation in manufacturing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to congratulate the gentlelady from Ohio on the success of her amendments in the legislation, and the National Defense Authorization Act is something that I'm proud to work on year-round on the Armed Services Committee. I want to give a lot of credit to Ranking Member Adam Smith and Chair Mike Rogers and the members of the House Armed Services Committee for working together in very much a bipartisan fashion to make sure that American citizens are protected, not just here in America, but that our troops have the resources they need around the world to protect themselves so that we can be free here in the United States of America. With that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from New Mexico.
Mr. Speaker, I also applaud the idea of innovation and research, and we should be doing the same in our military, but we should also be doing the same in every aspect of our economy. And that's why it is so disturbing that Republicans continue to want to look backwards rather than forwards with regards to our energy future. They refuse to engage and invest and celebrate the innovation that is going on with regards to renewable energy and how they are indeed the cheapest forms of energy. Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to enter into the record an article from June 17, 2025 in Scientific American titled, "Wind and Solar Energy Are Cheaper Than Electricity from Fossil Fuel Plants. Even without subsidies, renewable energy is staying competitive," close quote.
Without objection, so ordered.
So H.R. 3622 does not address the fact that energy prices are rising 13% higher since Trump took office. And Trump has called the affordability crisis a Democratic hoax. He insults our intelligence once again every time you open your utility bill. When you opened that notice about what your health care premiums would be next year, when you go to the grocery store, you know the affordability crisis is not a hoax, but it was created by Trump and his policies, his tariffs, and all of those cuts to our medical programs that Republicans jammed through this summer, and their refusal to put before the floor the extension of those tax credits. And in the area of renewable energy, they also continue to close their eyes to how we make life more affordable for Americans. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I would like to yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from California, also a member of the Democratic Caucus Executive Committee, Ms. Kamlager Dove.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the NDAA before us, we had an opportunity to do right by the Afghan allies who risked their lives to protect American service members throughout our 20-year involvement in Afghanistan. After months of bipartisan work and real progress, a key provision of my Enduring Welcome Act, legislation that passed the Foreign Affairs Committee with strong bipartisan support, was set to be included in the NDAA. The amendment is straightforward. Reestablish the Office of the Coordinator for Afghan Relocation Efforts that the Trump administration dismantled earlier this year. It would simply allow the CARE Office to continue the critical work of helping our Afghan allies escape retaliation, death from the Taliban. But just days before it was set to become law, Republicans quietly stripped this amendment from the NDAA, breaching standard legislative procedure so they could sell out our Afghan allies to protect themselves politically from Trump's wrath. They threw our allies and our military under the bus. Trump's weaponization of the horrific shooting of the National Guardsmen before we had even gathered the full facts to scapegoat Afghan allies and immigration communities has been repugnant. The administration swiftly suspended asylum decisions, halted the issuance of special immigration visas, and prioritized Afghans for deportations. And Republicans, who have just last year spent every day ending in Y, criticizing the Biden administration for not doing enough to protect our Afghan allies, where are they now? Silent and compromising their principles without a fight, just like they have done time and time again this Congress. Some of these very colleagues served in Afghanistan themselves and uniquely understand the profound debt we owe to our Afghan allies, Afghans who saved American lives. Abandoning them at the 11th hour is shameful, unprincipled, unchristian, and un-American. Honoring our promise to Afghan allies is not only a moral responsibility, it is a matter of national honor and global credibility. Our word as Americans.
Another 30 seconds.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if we fail to uphold that promise, we put the future safety of our service members at risk by sending a dangerous message to the world that the United States cannot, should not be trusted. So I will be voting no on the rule for many reasons, but chief among them is the cowardice my colleagues have showed when they placed blind loyalty to the president above American principles, obligations, and safety. And I urge my colleagues to vote no, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman from New Mexico reserves. Gentleman from Georgia is
Mr.
recognized.
Speaker, I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the rule and yes on the underlying piece of legislation, especially the National Defense Authorization Act. I do want to address a couple of things since, as usual, the Democrats continue to blame President Trump for everything. Just as a reminder, the Democrats controlled the House, the Senate, and the White House until January of 2023. They controlled the Senate and the White House until January of 2025. And every state in this country has a public service commission. And so it doesn't make any sense to blame President Trump for what is happening with energy prices when, if you look, it is the states that are controlled by Democrats that have the highest energy prices. So I would suggest that we just have a little honest reflection here as we talk about different types of things and where the inflation come from, and remind my colleagues on the other side of the aisle and the American citizens of the deficits that they ran when they had the House, the Senate, and the White House. The Inflation Reduction Act, the American Rescue Plan, as they call it, trillions upon trillions upon trillions of dollars. And by the way, it was the Democrats that chose not to extend the subsidies beyond this year when they had the House, the Senate, and the White House, not the Republicans. It was the Democrats that did that. You voted for it, not me. Not me. So let's just be honest. President Trump's doing a good job. He is making sure that the rules of engagement are set so that the American citizens are protected and the pangas go to the bottom of the ocean. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Georgia reserves. The gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, Americans know what kind of job the president is doing because they are paying those bills every month. And every month, they know that the tariffs are causing this inflation, and it is a self-inflicted wound. It wasn't Russia invading Ukraine. It wasn't a pandemic. It was Trump and his tariffs that are not rooted in any kind of true economic policy. But, Mr. Speaker, if we defeat the previous question, I will offer an amendment to the rule to provide for consideration of H.R. 6074, which would extend the Affordable Care Act enhanced premium tax credits for 3 years through 2028. Yes, they are extensions of time. We'd like to see them permanent, but in negotiations, we have always worked on extensions so that we can address issues together in a bipartisan manner. Millions of Americans are already receiving those notices of health plans where they're going to skyrocket. I get stopped on the streets where people tell me what they are seeing when they open those bills, and they are drastic. Some it's a few $100s, but others it's $1,000, $2,000. They wonder how they are going to either pay just for health insurance. What happens when something goes wrong and they have to pay that doctor's bill? And there are only 8 days left to fix this problem. But Republicans still have no viable health care plan of their own. We heard that they took out a chalkboard and started throwing ideas on there. None of the ideas were to extend the tax credits, which is the quickest and easiest way to make sure that Americans don't see those skyrocketing plans. Instead, they want to maybe get rid of the Affordable Care Act. They want people to be forced into junk plans, which could force Americans into bankruptcy. And by the way, Trump made sure that if you don't pay your health care bill, it will go on your credit report. He actually went out of his way to make sure that happens. The PQ vote today will be Republicans' 22nd opportunity to vote to prevent the health insurance costs of over 20 million Americans from rising significantly. I hope they finally decide to side with their constituents. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record, along with any extraneous material, immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, to discuss our proposal, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Illinois, the author of this legislation and a champion in this regard, Ms. Underwood.
Lady's recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today because in just 3 weeks, the Affordable Care Act tax credits that help millions of Americans afford their premiums will expire. These tax credits have been a lifeline for families and small businesses across the country. They have allowed people to see their providers, to fill their prescriptions, and get the procedures that they need. These tax credits are enormously popular because they work. Our uninsured rate is lower than ever. That's why Democrats have been fighting for months to extend these successful tax credits and prevent health care costs from skyrocketing. Every House Democrat has signed onto a discharge petition to extend these tax credits for 3 years. And if we defeat the previous question, we can vote on that extension today. But if Republicans let these tax credits expire, premiums will soar, and health care will be out of reach for tens of millions of Americans. Families will be forced to go uninsured or make incredibly tough choices just to make ends meet. This is life or death for people. Health care should be a right for everyone, not an unaffordable luxury for the wealthy. I urge my Republican colleagues to vote no on the previous question and join us in extending these tax credits today. I yield back.
Reserve.
Gentlelady from New Mexico reserves. Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Okay, first of all, if you're over 65, you're not eligible for the tax credit. If you or your spouse works for somebody that even offers health insurance, you're not eligible for the tax credit. People on CHIPS are not eligible for the tax credit. People on Medicaid are not eligible for the tax credit. And if you think that expanding this tax credit is going to fix the problem, let me just give you a couple of examples from my personal life. I'm covered under the Affordable Care Act today. Do you know what I do when I go to the pharmacy? I don't file it on my health insurance. I pay cash because the cash price is less than the copay on my health insurance. The plans, for the most part, are junk. It's junk. And we're not going to continue to send billions upon billions of dollars to the insurance companies. The president has made it very clear. We will give the people money to help them purchase their health insurance, but we need more competition in the system so that people can actually buy a good plan that works for them instead of this junk that I have. With that, I reserve.
Gentleman from Georgia reserves. Gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, 20 million people rely on those tax credits. So the fact that my colleague doesn't need to rely on and that he has enough cash so that he can go and buy the prescriptions outright is great for him. But what about those 20 million Americans, many in his district, who rely on the Affordable Care Act tax credits? And not only that, but Americans want us to do this work. If he were listening to the constituents in his district, and by the way, a lot of those Republicans aren't having town halls because their constituents are speaking out, 74% of Americans want us to extend those tax credits. And I think it's the easiest thing, the quickest thing. We're not saying we shouldn't continue to make improvements. In fact, I have bigger ideas of how we should fix the healthcare system, but this is the system we have today with weeks left. And it's easy. It's an easy vote. All we need is 4 Republicans to have the courage to stand up for their constituents. Whether we see that or not is yet to be seen. They send tweets out. We see Republicans signing letters that they want the ACA extended, but we don't see them doing what counts, on the floor of the House, which is sign your name to that discharge petition and vote for your constituents and health care that is affordable for all Americans. Mr. Speaker, with that, I'd like to yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from New Mexico, my hermana, Representative Stansbury.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to say thank you to the gentlelady. I could not agree more that we need a fix to health care now, not tomorrow, not next week, not next month, today. So put your cards on the table, my friends. We want to see your fix to health care. We are ready to pass an extension of the ACA, and the people of this country cannot wait. I rise today in opposition to the rule on the floor. There is so much going on in this rule, the NDAA, the INVEST Act, a bunch of so-called permitting bills that would gut environmental protections. But I rise in particular to advocate for an amendment that I submitted to this package to stop the president from bulldozing more public buildings, including further changes to the White House that they are planning right now. The president has already bulldozed the East Wing of the White House, a public treasure visited by millions, to build a private ballroom for himself and his billionaire friends. No hearings, no public input, no regard for the law. And now the White House is quietly soliciting bids to repaint another White House building and to demolish 4 more historic federal buildings here in Washington, D.C. They're shopping our shared heritage to the highest bidder, and yes, those bidders just happen to be some of the president's personal friends and campaign donors. This is corruption happening in broad daylight right in front of our eyes. And these federal properties belong to the American people, not to Trump's real estate empire. My amendment, which is based on a bill I will file in the coming days, is urgent. It stops the president and any federal official from unilaterally demolishing, selling, remodeling, or giving away the buildings that we own as the American people. It restores enforcement and accountability that existing laws already provide, but this administration is ignoring, and increases the penalties to ensure accountability. My friends, the Supreme Court is on the verge of overturning 80 years of precedent, stripping away independent agencies of the power to say no to a president. When that happens, the guardrails will disappear. And so we want to stand here on the House floor and say to the executive branch in the people's house, you do not have this authority. You do not have it now. You did not have it then. And we will make sure that the law is clear. We are reaffirming the separation of powers before the Supreme Court attempts to dismantle it, and we cannot wait another day. We know the bulldozers are coming. And so I urge every member who believes in co-equal power on both sides of the aisle, vote yes to this amendment, stand up for the Constitution, stand up for our shared history, and stand up for the American people. I yield back.
Gentlelady from New Mexico reserves. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, might I inquire how much time each side has left?
Gentleman from Georgia has 16 and a half minutes remaining.
How many?
16 and a half, and the gentlelady from New Mexico has 10 minutes left.
Okay. Thank you. I want to make sure my colleague understood what I said and meant when I said that when I go to the pharmacy, I pay cash instead of use my insurance card. The retail cost of the drug is less than the copay on the insurance. Now that's just the reality of the system that Americans are forced to live in. I thought I might share with you another bill that I kept where my charge, the total charge was $111. My copay, and as I said, I'm covered under the Affordable Care Act, my copay for that doctor's visit was $60. The insurance provider and adjustments were a total of $51. Of that, the insurance company paid $7.99 and just discounted the doctor's bill by $43.01. So again, on a $111 charge, I paid $60. The doctor got beat down by $43, and the insurance company paid $7.99. Let me just tell you, the Affordable Care Act needs to be replaced with something that actually works for the American citizens. I think the worst thing that has ever happened is when it obtained the name of Obamacare because then it became about President Obama instead of about what the actual law and the flaws in the piece of legislation is. And let's just be clear. If we could fix it, we would. But giving more cash to the health insurance industry, who's already got record profits and record stock prices, is not going to reduce or the premium for the American citizens as a whole, or is it going to improve the quality of care? We have to get competition back into the market. And if it wasn't named Obamacare, we might have been able to fix it. We might have been able to fix it. But the Dems are so scared to do anything because of their primaries to change Obamacare. They're sure not going to give President Trump a vote to fix the mess that they made. They don't want him to get the credit for fixing the mess that they made, that they simply won't vote for anything that would actually work. And Mr. Speaker, I want to get back to some other issues. I want to get back to the National Defense Authorization Act. It's a dangerous time in the world right now. It's a dangerous time with all of the things happening in China, with all of the aggression of Russia, with all of the things happening in the Western Hemisphere. The National Defense Authorization Act is probably the most important piece of legislation that we pass on an annual basis in this country. We have two good leaders, Adam Smith and Mike Rogers, and we have a committee that has been able to work together in a bipartisan fashion to put this piece of legislation on the floor of the House of Representatives. It's time to pass this rule. It's time to pass this bill. As you've heard from some of my Democrat colleagues, they have amendments that they are very proud of in this legislation. I am glad it is a bipartisan piece of legislation. Let's pass this rule. Let's pass this bill. And let's move on. With that, I reserve the remainder of my time.
Gentleman from Georgia reserves. The gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I wish that my colleague would have been around to hear from Brick. Brick lives in Utah. He's a constituent of Representative Kennedy. He doesn't have the luxury of being able to go into a pharmacy and pay with cash. Because under the Affordable Care Act, his life is saved every day because he has a rare genetic disease. It would cost him $150,000 to pay for the infusions that he needs to receive on a regular monthly basis, or else he dies. It would not help to go in and try to pay for cash. When you talk to the worker who I met with, her son needs transfusions, or else he would not be able to play as a regular kid because he would bleed to that, and she cannot afford that either. The Affordable Care Act, how it is structured, I am willing to take it out. Let me tell you, I am a Medicare for all girl, because I think we should get rid of the insurance companies, but we haven't now, and I am not going to pull the work out of Brick or of Julian or any of those other people who rely on it. And let's talk about what the Affordable Care Act did before we had it. Once we got the Affordable Care Act, it stopped insurance companies from charging sick people more in premiums than healthy people. Let's talk about pre-existing conditions. I'm a breast cancer survivor, and I know so many other survivors, and guess what? I would not be able to get health insurance because you could not get insured if you had a pre-existing condition, and let's face it, they were treating being a woman of childbearing age as a pre-existing condition until we had the Affordable Care Act. The Affordable Care Act demands that insurance companies cover the most preventive services. It gives states the flexibility to expand their Medicaid programs, which 40 states have. And you know what? Americans want us to keep the Affordable Care Act right now, and they want us to extend those tax credits. And we should do that. And we should do that because the other thing it covers is IVF, right? I know that my colleague has a wonderful family who he loves. His daughter is participating in a cheerleading competition. And I truly appreciated, I need to tell you, Representative Scott, I appreciated your comments last night with regards to the IVF provision. Because it should not be the case that a provision that has been negotiated by both chambers, by the leadership of the committees of jurisdiction, is overturned merely because leadership, I think that means Speaker Johnson, decides to strip it. As we noted earlier, 13% of couples say they need fertility service to help them become pregnant or prevent a miscarriage. Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to enter into the record the article, open quote, military families face unique barriers to fertility care, and new legislation aims to close the gap.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, that new legislation was just torpedoed by the Republican Speaker of the House. So what he did was eliminate the possibility of the joy that comes from bringing a new baby into this world. He dashed that hope. What kind of leader is Speaker Johnson when he ignores the Senate, his own members, his own rank and file, the committee chairs, to support his own limited view of what a family should be? And what about President Trump? He said he was the IVF president. I don't see any outrage from him about Speaker Johnson torpedoing Congress's work to benefit military families. In Congress and in the White House, making a statement on social media like Trump did about IVF is pointless if it isn't combined with legislation and votes. Republicans, Johnson's your leader. You have the power to push him on this. You have the power to give this gift of possibility to military families. Don't let him push you around. Our service members will give their lives for our country, but Speaker Johnson will deny them the possibility of a child. I reserve.
Remind members to direct their comments to the chair. The gentlelady from New Mexico reserves. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm thankful that we have a Speaker of the House with the character of Mike Johnson. He's a friend of mine. He's a very devoted individual in many, many ways, and I'm thankful that he is the Speaker of the House of Representatives. I might ask my colleague if she is prepared to close. I don't have any further speakers, Mr. Speaker, and so I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized.
I have some other issues I wanted to talk about with my wonderful colleague from across the aisle.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I want to go back to the issue of the forever wars that President Trump is leading us down into. You know, as I said in my opening, he says it's to combat drug trafficking. And I agree. We should be arresting and putting these drug dealers away for life. I don't like the president of Venezuela. He's an authoritarian. He's a dictator. He's the opposite of what democracy should be about. But let's face it, this isn't about drug dealing because Trump keeps pardoning convicted drug dealers. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record the December 8th, 2025 article titled, quote, Trump pardons major drug traffickers despite his anti-drug rhetoric. The president has granted clemency to about 100 people accused of drug-related crimes during his time in office, a post-analysis shows. Close quote.
Without objection.
Trump said he would lower costs for Americans on day one. Guess what he actually did on day one? He pardoned Silk Road founder Russ Ulbricht, who was convicted of creating the largest online black market for illegal drugs and other illicit goods. He pardoned Larry Hoover, who imported tons of illegal drugs in a major city, $100 million a year into that city. Trump is lying to the American people, and he thinks he can play war. War is not something you play with. We do not want another Afghanistan or Iraq where a Republican starts a war that lasts 20 years, costs trillions of dollars, and too many lives. But I ask, Where is the Republican outrage about these pardons for drug traffickers who killed the people we love in our communities? I'm very glad, as I noted earlier, to see some oversight and calling for the release of the video. But we must be doing more. My Republican colleagues need to join Democrats in asserting that Congress, and Congress alone, has the authority to declare war. I reserve.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the president. The gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd ask unanimous consent to submit for the record an article, it's a PBS article actually. Obama reveals how many civilians died in U.S. drone attacks under him. It states in here that various human rights groups suggest the range was as high as 1,100 killed by Barack Obama's drone strikes. With that, I reserve.
Without objection. Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm ready to close.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, before, how much time do I have?
Half minutes.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, I have half a minute to speak, and we have 22 days to act where we need to pass those tax credit extensions. For months, we've been urging you to do it. Let's get it done. The bills that we are considering here today, some of them we've already passed last week. We should be doing the Americans' goals. We should be extending those tax credits. We should be doing it now. And I call on 4 Republicans to join us. Sign that discharge petition. Help us give Americans a healthy Christmas. With that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentleman's recognized.
I don't want to make sure. Was that your closing statement, ma'am? Okay.
I think.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this week the House can advance 6 pieces of legislation under this rule. Senate 1071, the National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2026, significantly improves the defense acquisition system. This bill implements the Peace Through Strength agenda and restores the lethality to our armed forces. It further secures America's borders and improves the quality of life of our service members. The fiscal year 26 NDAA reforms key programs and saves taxpayers' dollars, resulting in a ready, capable, and lethal fighting force. This legislation will deter China, defend Israel, and counter Russia, North Korea, Iran, and other foreign terrorist organizations. Finally, this bill strengthens our nuclear deterrence, supports the Golden Dome Initiative, and grows our nation's strategic space capabilities. This is a bipartisan, must-pass piece of legislation that all my colleagues should support. H.R. 3898, the Permit Act, contains targeted, balanced reforms to the permitting process under the Clean Water Act that will cut red tape, reduce project delays, and provide regulatory certainty. H.R. 3628, the State Planning for Reliability and Affordability Act, will require state utility regulators to ensure we have reliable, secure, baseload energy that keeps the lights on. H.R. 3638, the Electric Supply Chain Act, will direct the Department of Energy to ensure we are securing our electric supply chain. H.R. 3668, the Improving Interagency Coordination for Pipeline Reviews Act, aims to speed up the consideration of pipelines by promoting interagency coordination for reviewing certain authorizations for LNG facilities and natural gas pipelines under the Natural Gas Act. And H.R. 3383, the INVEST Act, which will strengthen public markets, produce more opportunities for investors, and expand access to capital for small businesses. The bills before us this week give this body the chance to provide for our defense, to make energy more affordable and reliable, and provide opportunities and access to capital. They are all worthy of support, and I urge my colleagues to join me in voting yes on the previous question and yes on the rule. Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time and move the previous question on the resolution.
Gentleman yields back. The previous question is on the question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the ayes and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Okay. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess for a period no less than 15 minutes.
House come to order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Ordering the previous question on House Resolution 936, adoption of the House Resolution 936, if ordered, and the motion to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3857, if ordered. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the voting on the order of the previous question of the House Resolution 936, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Calendar Number 49, House Resolution 936, Resolution providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 3898, to amend the Federal Water Pollution Control Act to make targeted reforms with respect to waters of the United States and other matters and for other purposes, providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 3383, to amend the Investment Company Act of 1940 with respect to the authority of closed-end companies to reinvest in private funds, providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 3638, to direct the Secretary of Energy to prepare periodic assessments and submit reports on the supply chain for generation and transmission of electricity and for other purposes, providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 3628, to amend the Public Utility Regulatory Policies Act of 1978 to add a standard related to state consideration of reliable generation and for other purposes, providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 3668, to promote interagency coordination for reviewing certain authorizations under Section 3 of the National Gas Act and for other purposes, providing for consideration of the bill, Senate 1071, to require the Secretary of Veterans Affairs to disinter the remains of Fernando V. Cota from Fort Sam Houston National Cemetery, Texas, and for other purposes and for other purposes.
The question is on the ordering of the previous question. Members will record their votes with electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 216, the nays are 210. The previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. For what
Speaker.
purpose? Gentlewoman from New Mexico, seek recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having arisen, a recorded vote is ordered to pursuant Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceed. This will be a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 215, the nays are 211. The resolution is adopted, and without objection, the motion to reconsider it is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8, Rule 20, the unfinished business is a question on suspending the rules and passing H.R. 3857, which the clerk will report the title.
As amended.
As amended. 3857 as amended. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 3857, a bill to amend the Snow Water Supply Forecasting Program Authorization Act.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? So many as are in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. All right, now we can carry on with the rest of the time. Yes. Come join me. You can take over now.
House will be in order. House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 936, I call up S1071 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
Clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 1071, an act to require the Secretary of Veterans Affairs to disinter the remains of Ferdinando V. Cota from Fort Sam Houston National Cemetery, Texas, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 936, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 119-16 is adopted, and the bill as amended is considered read. The bill as amended shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking minority member of the Committee on Armed Services or their respective designees. The gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Rogers, and the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Smith, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Alabama. Before you begin. House will be in order. Gentleman from Alabama.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material on S1071.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to present the final National Defense Authorization Act of fiscal year 2026. This is a good product that was worked in a bipartisan, bicameral fashion. This year we focused a lot of our efforts on fixing the Pentagon's broken acquisition process, which is failing our warfighters. The fiscal year 26 NDAA includes a series of reforms to put commercial solutions first, eliminate regulatory burdens, and end bureaucratic inertia. It also puts in place a system that will deliver capability to the warfighter at the speed and scale that we need. Fixing acquisitions will go a long way toward ensuring our warfighters are the most capable fighting force on the planet. Properly equipping our warfighters is critical, but so is ensuring we recruit and retain the best and brightest. Toward that end, the FY26 NDA continues to make improvements in the quality of life of all of our service members. This bill supports the Trump administration's 3.8% pay raise for all service members. It authorizes nearly $3 billion for construction of barracks, family housing, dining facilities, medical facilities, child care centers, and schools. And it also improves the service member access to mental health services. Our committee will continue to make improving the quality of life of our service members a top priority every year. We need a ready, capable, and lethal fighting force because the threats to our nation, especially those from China, are more complex and challenging than at any point in the last 40 years. The FY26 NDA counters the threat from China and ensures mission success in the Indo-Pacific. The bill includes a number of provisions to rid adversaries from our defense supply chain. It extends the Pacific Defense Initiative, enhances the U.S. posture in the region, and improves our ability to conduct military operations in the Pacific. It also bolsters Taiwan's defenses and helps build the capacity of our allies in the region. Furthermore, this bill increases the lethality of our forces to prepare for and deter global threats. The bill authorizes over $26 billion in shipbuilding for additional submarines and surface vessels, $38 billion to ensure air dominance with new generation fighter jets, and $25 billion to restore America's arsenal of munitions, $145 billion to research and develop innovative new technologies our warfighters will need to win on future battlefields. This is a strong bipartisan bill that delivers for our warfighters and deters our adversaries. It will fundamentally reform the defense acquisition enterprise. It will continue historic improvements in the quality of life of our service members and their families, and it will build the ready, capable, lethal fighting force we need to deter China and our adversaries, and it will deliver on President Trump's peace through strength agenda. I urge all members to support it, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves the balance of his time. Gentleman from Washington.
I yield myself 4 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. I also support this bill, and I really want to thank Chairman Rogers, the committee, staff, House, Senate. This has truly been a bipartisan process. I'm not in love with everything in the bill. There's some other things I would have liked to have seen included, but I really compliment Chairman Rogers and the majority staff for having worked with us throughout that process and worked with the Senate. I thought we had a very good bicameral, bipartisan agreement this year. And the Chairman's right. The highlight of this bill is acquisition reform, something that our committee has worked on for quite some time. But the last 2 years in particular, we have been really focused on how to get this right. And this is the most ambitious swing at acquisition reform that we've taken. And I know that can sound sort of dry. Acquisition reform doesn't exactly excite people, but it's really important because what it's about is getting the Pentagon to be able to buy the equipment, the innovative equipment that it needs to adapt quickly so that our warfighters can have what they need to meet the challenges of the modern battlefield. Way too slow right now, too many programs way over budget, not delivering as advertised. Speeding up that process and delivering a better product is an enormous priority for this country to meet our national security needs, and this bill does that. And the House really led on that, and I think it's really important. There are other key aspects of this bill. We have others outside of the jurisdiction of the NDAA who are part of this, including Coast Guard reauthorization, Foreign Affairs reauthorization, and the Intel Committee's reauthorization. Those are important to meet our national security needs as well. There's also a very important component on countering UAS domestically, the threat that drones pose to many of our military installations and other sensitive areas in the country is a real problem. This bill takes a step towards trying to address that. I'm also very pleased that this bill does, I think, a meaningful job of trying to reassert some legislative authority, to truly be the co-equal branch of government that we say we are. We show strong support for Ukraine with $400 million in USAI. We block the president's misbegotten efforts to pull troops out of Eastern Europe in this moment and really reassert the ability of our committee to exercise oversight. We have a fence on the travel budget for Secretary Hegseth until he follows the law and releases the videos for all of the boat strikes strikes that are going on right now in Latin America, and also until he gets us the execute orders that by law he is supposed to get to us. We also have a requirement in here that if any senior level military officer is going to be fired, Congress has to be notified and a reason has to be given. So overall, I think this bill is a good balance of the interests of both sides, in the Senate and the House as well. It's a good product that we should be supportive of, and with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves the balance of his time. Gentleman from Alabama.
Mr. Speaker, this time I yield 3 minutes to Mr. Fallon of Texas.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'd like to thank your ranking member as well. They did a wonderful job on this, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. This NDAA contains substantial wins for service members and their families, and continues the committee's tradition of improving the quality of life of service members and their families by authorizing a 3.8% pay raise, expanding child care, increasing family separation allowances, expanding and reauthorizing special pays and bonuses, and expanding convalescent leave. This bill also bans cell phones in DODEA schools, prevents the downsizing or closing of child care centers without congressional notification, expands access to health care, prevents the elimination of uniformed doctors, increases access to specialty care, and authorizes over $335 million to renovate and build new medical centers, hospitals, and clinics. And more importantly, this bill puts the final nail in the coffin of the Biden DOD's woke bureaucracy. The FY26 NDAA includes essential reforms that we all know are essential to refocus our military on warfighting and lethality by codifying the President's executive order, ending radical and wasteful government, diversity, equity, inclusion, better known as DEI, their programs and preferencing, eliminating statutory provisions relating to DEI in the Department of War, and requiring all command selections to be based, wait for it, on individual merit and demonstrative performance rather than race, ethnicity, or sex. Those categories would be immaterial. Mr. Chairman, I urge the passage of this bipartisan NDAA so we can deliver on our promises to service members and their families, making our warfighters lethal, better trained, and more prepared to the future fight, while ensuring their quality of life is the standard Americans expect us to provide their brave warriors. Mr. Chairman, thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman reserved. Gentleman from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Connecticut and the ranking member of the Sea Power and Projection Forces Subcommittee, Mr. Courtney.
Gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in 2025, with the growing global maritime threats, it's particularly important for Congress to exercise its constitutional mandate to, quote, provide and maintain a Navy. The Sea Power portion of this bill accomplished that goal. For example, the bill includes a plus-up of $5 billion to shipbuilding above the administration's request, including $1.9 billion to address glaring OMB budget request shortfalls in the Virginia submarine account. The Sea Power Subcommittee also strengthened the industrial base by replenishing last year's wage improvement authorities with $615 million new dollars to continue progress in hiring a new generation of shipyard workers in the metal trades. For the Columbia-class program, the Navy's #1 priority, the bill again fixes another glaring OMB blunder, which short-funded Columbia in both the reconciliation bill and last month's continuing resolution. The subcommittee provides Navy with contracting authority for 5 new Columbia subs with incremental funding authority, eliminating the risk of a stop work order, which came close to happening because of the Columbia omission in last month's CR. The bill also authorizes a boost to Sealift, the new Marine Corps landing ship program with a vessel construction manager model, and the 4th Ford class carrier, aircraft carrier. I'm proud of the strong bipartisan support for allies and partners in the bill, the $400 million refill of the Ukraine Security Initiative, and streamlining exports to our AUKUS partners. Last week, the Pentagon's AUKUS review endorsed that security agreement, and this bill's massive commitment to the submarine industrial base and export reforms will keep us on track to sell 3 Virginia-class submarines starting in 2032 to our great ally, Australia. I want to thank my Sea Power Subcommittee colleagues, particularly Chairman Trent Kelly, for their outstanding bipartisan work, as well as the subcommittee staff, Phil McNaughton, Kyle Noyes, Kelly Goggin, and Abby Snyder. With that, I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Washington reserves the balance of his time. Gentleman from Alabama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This time I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the chairman of the Sea Power Subcommittee, gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Kelly.
Gentleman from Mississippi is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to open by complimenting my friend, Majority Leader Steve Scalise, on the very dapper Ole Miss tie he's wearing that he lost in a bet when my Ole Miss Rebels beat his LSU Tigers earlier this year. I rise today in strong support of this year's NDAA. I want to thank Chairman Rogers and Ranking Member Smith for their leadership on the critical acquisition reforms in this bill. I also want to thank my good friend, Sea Power Ranking Member Joe Courtney, for his dedication in supporting our naval and projection forces. America's Navy and Air Force are incredible assets for our country, protecting critical interests and projecting our presence around the world. In the face of increasingly audacious threats to order from adversaries scattered across the globe, sending the message that America is committed to peace through strength is more important than ever. This year's bill supports and strengthens our ability to continue this noble and vital mission. This NDAA will add to our fleet of Virginia and Columbia-class submarines. We are also investing in future procurement of ships and submarines and granting authorities to support our industrial base and improve the acquisitions process for the future. This year's NDAA also shapes the investment in the transformative power of unmanned vehicles. These are just some of the critical provisions in the NDAA, not just for the Navy of today, but for the Navy of tomorrow. This bill also supports our airborne force projection, raising the minimum number of aerial refueling aircraft, maintaining a strong inventory of C-130 aircraft for intra-theater airlift, and supporting cutting-edge aerial drone programs. As with our ships and submarines, we are paving a smoother towards building a projection force of the future. I want to thank my staff and the staff of the committee. I thank the general for recognizing me, and I want to thank my fellow, Bobby Sue, Commander Bobby Sue, who did an outstanding job in working on this NDA. I ask support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
And I reserve.
Gentleman reserved. Gentleman from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm now pleased to yield 2 minutes to the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Readiness, Mr. Garamendi of California.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. I stand here a little bit confused. I want to support this bill, but at the same time, the work that we have put in on the Readiness Subcommittee dealing with the ability of the troops to have clean barracks and to be ready to deal with the issues that are out there, there are many things going on that are troublesome. And it may be time for all of us to just take a deep breath and go, wait a minute, what's happening here? There are extrajudicial killings going on in the middle of an ocean. Military aircraft is used for deportation. Secretary Hegseth and the President are eroding our military readiness while advancing their ambitions. At a moment when this administration is dangerously close to dragging us into a disastrous and unauthorized war in Venezuela, this bill does not, unfortunately, push forward the appropriate role of the Congress to carry out its funding as well as our oversight responsibility. Many provisions of this bill that we worked hard for on the Readiness Subcommittee, child development, infrastructure, barracks, and even in my own district. But it's not enough. The administration's threatened war with our NATO allies, purged senior officers, and career military lawyers without cause. They deployed the National Guard into U.S. cities over the objection of local city leaders, entered into a conflict with Iran without congressional authorization, diverted resources from critical military needs to fund immigration enforcement. All of this, and I haven't even begun to talk about my favorite subject of the nuclear arsenal. And we can spend a lot of time on that. I'd like to vote for this bill, but I can't. I just can't. It's time for all of us to take a moment and say, wait a minute, we're the Congress of the United States. This bill, while it does many things, does not assert congressional authority as it should be. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman from Alabama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This time I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Bacon.
Gentleman from Nebraska is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the chairman and the ranking member of this committee for their thoughtful leadership in navigating us towards passing this bill. I rise today in strong support of H.R. 3838, the Streamlining Procurement for Effective Execution, Delivery, and National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2026. This NDAA emphasizes ensuring the lethality of the U.S. Armed Services by reforming the acquisition process to deliver innovative equipment to the warfighter at speed and scale. It does so by accelerating the requirements process to reduce decision timelines from 3 years to 3 months, by making other transaction authorities more easily available for prototyping, and by cutting red tape through eliminating duplicative cost reporting requirements. As the chairman of the Subcommittee on Cyber, Info Technologies, and Innovation, we have worked tirelessly to deliver the best and most cutting-edge technology to our service members. To that end, this bill authorizes $142.6 billion for research, development, testing, and evaluation to field essential technologies like hypersonics, AI, and autonomous vehicles to win the wars of tomorrow. China has a cyber force that is 10 times that of the United States. China and Russia are attacking our networks every day. The threat in the cyberspace domain is real, and this legislation reflects that reality and takes essential steps to address it. I want to thank the outstanding subcommittee staff that made this possible: Sarah Moxley, Karen Curley, Andrew Smith, Brooke Allred, Maria Giredo, and Michael Herman and Wendell White. Specifically, this NDA helps small businesses by fast-tracking promising technologies, establishing a pilot program to test and procure technologies that bolster operational capabilities, incentivizing the consideration of commercial, off-the-shelf products prior to entering expensive contracts, and authorizing the Defense Innovation Unit to develop regional outreach centers. The FY26 NDA is a strong bill that prioritizes our national security through common sense, acquisition reform, and innovation at scale. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Now reserved.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm now pleased to yield 2 minutes to the ranking member of the House Subcommittee on Tactical Air and Land Forces, Mr. Norcross of New Jersey.
Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Ranking Member Smith, and to Chairman Rogers for 60-plus years working on this piece of legislation and those before us to make sure we get it done on behalf of America. So that long, proud tradition of bipartisan work by our subcommittee on Tactical Air and Land Forces, with special thanks to my chairman, Chairman Whitman, and his staff, that we all work together and have a commitment to make sure we get this done. Mr. Speaker, this bill addresses affordability and achievability of the current and future modernization requirements while continuing the oversight necessary to ensure reasonable execution of these programs that include all our tactical aircraft programs, the intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance aircraft, tactical munitions. This bill also includes a subcommittee multi-year effort to manage the largest acquisition program in the history of the Department of Defense. Yes, that's the F-35 Joint Strike Fighter program. This year, the bill extends by 5 years the annual Government Accountability Report on the F-35. We have done many things for the F-35 oversight in the past 2 years, and very proud of the way we're bringing it back to where it needs to be. As we continue to wage war against so many of those who will do our country harm, the one good thing we can say is we work together. And finally, we want to thank those subcommittee professional staff for their hard work, including Jay Valerio, Michael Curlin, Heath Boat, Caroline, Brooke, Andrew, and certainly to my own personal staff, Assistant Robin Dickey, Defense Fellow Brian Lee, and certain Sam. As we finish up this is going to be an incredibly important vote for the history of our country. And I want to thank all those involved. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Washington reserves the balance of his time. Gentleman from Alabama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This time I'd like to yield 2.5 minutes to the chairman of the Strategic Forces Subcommittee, Mr. Desjardins of Tennessee.
Thank you, Chairman Rogers.
2.5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Rogers, Ranking Member Smith, and Ranking Member Seth Moulton on Strat Forces. I rise today in support of the compromise bill for fiscal year 2026 National Defense Authorization Act. This bill continues the fundamental reforms to defense acquisition that started in our committee and supports a fighting force that will stand against those who threaten the United States of America. As the chair of the Subcommittee on Strategic Forces, I'm proud the compromise product builds on the subcommittee's work to enhance our national security space capabilities, strengthen our nuclear forces, and expand our missile defense, all critical elements of our national security. First and foremost, this bill supports the continued modernization of our nation's nuclear triad, our nuclear command and control systems, and the scientific capabilities that maintain our nuclear stockpile. We also establish a new rapid capabilities program within the National Nuclear Security Administration to enhance our ability to respond to growing nuclear threats from China and Russia. Our adversaries, China in particular, continue to rapidly develop and deploy new nuclear weapons, while U.S. nuclear capabilities can take over a decade to design, develop, and produce. This bill will apply innovative and rapid acquisition approaches to keep pace with the dynamic threat environment and ensure our nation continues to field a nuclear deterrent that is second to none. For the defense of this homeland, the bill supports development of the Golden Dome system to achieve President Trump's bold vision. It also includes multi-year procurement authority and additional resources to expand production of critical missile defense interceptors. In space, we push to sustain the growth and development of Space Force Guardians. We must ensure we have the highly skilled and technically proficient acquisition cadre capable of bringing online the next generation of systems necessary to fight and win in space. As we develop those space systems, we're going to need both better trained acquisition guardians and more of them. The Joint Force will be looking to these professionals to deliver significant portions of the Golden Dome architecture. This bill helps them do that. We also ensure that the national security launch enterprise is led by one individual that has the authority to make decisions and make trades to support the warfighter. This bill revitalizes the defense industrial base and American manufacturing, supports a well-deserved pay raise for our service members, creates more lethal and agile force to counter our adversaries, and secures our nation's borders, all while saving taxpayers over $20 billion through cutting inefficient programs and government bureaucracy. This is a compromise bill that meets the moment and the need to support our warfighters and protect our nation. I applaud the work for this committee and bring forth a strong bipartisan bill. I encourage all my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back the remainder of my time to the chairman.
And I reserve.
Gentleman reserved. Gentleman from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the ranking member of the House Subcommittee on Cyber Information Technologies and Innovation, Mr. Khanna of California.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Ranking Member Smith. Mr. Speaker, as our country wastes trillions of dollars in wars overseas, the American people are frustrated and saying, why is it that we're doing that while China, with its Silken Belt Initiative, is building its industrial base? They want us investing not in wars overseas, they want us investing in manufacturing here at home, in healthcare here at home, in childcare here at home. And as we debate this bill, President Trump is announcing that he has seized an oil tanker off the coast of Venezuela. People voted for President Trump because he was going to end the endless wars. This Congress must stand up against another war in Venezuela like we had in Iraq or Afghanistan or Libya. The American people do not want a regime change war in Venezuela. And Mr. Speaker, while I have such tremendous respect for the chairman of the committee and the ranking member, it's not enough for Pete Hegseth to come and just testify behind closed doors. I trust their judgment, but we need an accountability and a full hearing where Pete Hegseth answers to the American people for what happened off the coast of Venezuela. It's not the American way of doing business of killing people who are unarmed. That may be how Putin acts. That may be how Xi Jinping acts. That's not how America acts. And I know there are Republicans on this committee who are concerned about how Hegseth has acted. We need Hegseth before the Armed Services Committee answering to the American people, and shame on him for throwing under the bus an admiral. The admiral has far more honor than Pete Hegseth has. We need him to give answers to the American people. Mr. Speaker, I urge this committee and Congress to listen to the American people and stop getting us into endless wars.
Gentleman from Washington reserves. Gentleman from Alabama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This time I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the chairman of the Tactical Air Land Subcommittee, the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Whitman.
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 2 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of S1071, the National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2026. I'd like to thank my friend, colleague, and ranking member, Don Norcross, for all of his great work on this effort. You know, this year, the NDA placed an extraordinary emphasis on overhauling the acquisition process, shifting focus from compliance to quickly fielding new capabilities at speed and scale. It slashes red tape by creating new requirements processes to enable the Pentagon to actively seek existing technology solutions from industry rather than prescribing overly exquisite gold-plated systems with burdensome requirements. This year's bill also fully funds the President's request for counter-drone systems, improves force protection for drones at home and abroad, and codifies the Joint Interagency Task Force 401, responsible for coordinating all department efforts to counter drones now and in the future. Among the NDA's most important achievements this year is the authorization of $38 billion for development, procurement, and modification of aircraft. This includes full funding for the Air Force's F-47 and the Navy's F/A-XX sixth-generation aircraft programs, as well as 47 additional F-35 aircraft. These investments will guarantee America's air superiority around the globe. The legislation also supports shipbuilding, an additional Virginia-class submarine, and a third Columbia-class ballistic missile submarine. Additionally, the bill contains block buy authorization that allows the Navy to purchase 2 Ford-class aircraft carriers under the same contract. This bill is a product of a long and thoughtful deliberative process aimed at rapidly arming our American warfighters with the most innovative and productive technology available. It delivers on this in an astounding fashion. I'd like to thank Chairman Rogers and Ranking Member Smith for their thoughtful leadership on this essential piece of legislation. I'd also like to thank my subcommittee staff, Michael Curlin, Heath Pope, Caroline Curley, Brooke Allred, and Andrew Smith, and also in my office, my lead military legislative assistant, Andrew Maloney, and the Department of War, United States Marine Corps, Captain Alex Feldman. And I urge my colleagues to support this year's NDAA, and I yield back the balance of my time.
And I reserve.
Gentleman reserved. Gentleman from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the ranking member of the HASC Subcommittee on Military Personnel, Ms. Houlihan of Pennsylvania.
Gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The bill before us is a bipartisan compromise that continues our work to improve the quality of life of our service members and their families. And I want to thank the chair and ranking member for working so diligently to bring this forward. At the heart of our national security are the people whose courage, skill, and integrity make every mission possible, and this legislation recognizes their value. With a 3.8% pay raise, an increase in the family separation allowance, and other provisions that will help ease the financial pressures of military families. It also extends a child care in your home pilot through 2029 and requires annual reviews of child care fee assistance. We also included protections I championed for Department of Defense civilians workforce, barring arbitrary layoffs for DoDEA teachers and child care staff, and shielding public shipyard employees from reductions in force and hiring freezes. I'm very grateful that this bill moves forward a reform that I've worked on for years, authorizing automatic selective service registration for eligible men, making the system more fair and efficient. And I'm especially proud that this legislation codifies the women's initiatives teams across all services. Women serve and they lead in every domain of our military, and we cannot let Secretary Hegseth sideline them. Making WITS permanent ensures that each branch can continue to identify the barriers and remove those barriers to women's recruitment, retention, and health and safety. I do all this and support this bill despite my extreme lack of confidence in this Pentagon's leadership. But I always must support the men and women who wear this uniform. Our service members and their families make extraordinary sacrifices for our nation, and now, especially now, we must fulfill our commitments to them. With my remaining time, I would also like, with very much respect to the ranking member and chairman, to echo Mr. Khanna in imploring a full committee hearing for HASC with Secretary Hegseth and a full committee hearing for the Intel Committee with the DNI, Tulsi Gabbard, because we absolutely, collectively, all must have the oversight and the understanding of what's going on in Venezuela and the attacks in the open Caribbean. Thank you very much for the opportunity to serve, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Washington reserves. Gentleman from Alabama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the chairman of the Readiness Subcommittee, the gentleman from Michigan, General Bergman.
Gentleman from Michigan recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you. I want to thank the chairman for yielding. I am impressed with our nation's will to face down potential aggressors. From protecting the shipping lanes in the Red Sea to using sea power to protect our allies, to securing our nation's borders, and finally to projecting power to strike a nuclear-ready Iran, our military continues to be up to the task. Our service members should be commended on their professionalism and commitment, but we have much more to do to better prepare. The National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2026 continues to press needed reform to make our military more lethal and ready. Accelerating the acquisition cycle, slaying a bloated military construction process, delivering environmental stewardship to communities impacted by PFAS, and providing quality housing for our service members, this bill is essential to keeping trust with our service members and their families. And this bill is laser-focused on the future to ensure our forces have the training, maintenance, and equipment to deliver a credible future deterrent that prevents any would-be aggressors. Undoubtedly, this bill is worthy of your support. Before I conclude, I want to thank Chairman Rogers and Ranking Member Smith for their steadfast support and leadership in delivering this bill. Our national security is stronger when we work across the aisle and deliver common sense outcomes for our nation. I urge all members to vote yes. I yield back the balance of my time.
And I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am now pleased to yield 1 minute to the Vice Ranking Member of the Armed Services Committee, Mr. Davis of North Carolina.
Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, and to the Chair and the Ranking Member, thank you for your work, your leadership that's got us here today. To the Ranking Member, also thank you for yielding time. I stand in strong support of the 2026 NDAA. It's an essential piece of legislation that underscores our commitment to ensuring that we uphold safety and security of the American people. The 2026 NDAA is a reflection of many of our priorities. When we talk about priorities, especially in Eastern North Carolina, I visited our Child Development Center, and we see in here part of the funds that's going to help Seymour Johnson Air Force Base, as well as when I think about the work that's needed at Cherry Point, there's specific efforts that just helps this community through the Flight Line Utilities Modernization Project. But let me say, what really is important is when we talk about affordability, to see this pay raise for the men and women who are serving us well, 3.8%. This is going to help them at the checkout counter. So I stand in full support. I yield back.
Gentleman from Washington reserves. Gentleman from Alabama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the chairman of the Intelligence and Special Operations Subcommittee, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Jackson.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2026 today. I would like to thank Chairman Rogers for his leadership in bringing this critical piece of legislation, vital to the national security of our nation, to the floor for the 65th consecutive year. This year's NDAA puts our warfighters first by streamlining procurement and ensuring they receive the capabilities needed to counter the increasingly sophisticated actions of our adversaries, particularly the People's Republic of China. Through the Intelligence and Special Operations Subcommittee, we were able to ensure our Special Operations Forces, the Defense Intelligence Enterprise, and the Defense Security Cooperation Agency have the tools required to execute the Department's efforts in strategic competition and countering malign influence. Additionally, I'm extremely proud to have championed the SOCOM Urgent Technologies and Capabilities Pilot Program, which ensures our special operators receive the technology and equipment they need to meet and defeat emerging threats. This is an essential bill for America's national defense, and I urge my colleagues to support it. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the remainder of my time to Chairman Rogers.
And I reserve.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the Ranking Member of the Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, Mr. Himes of Connecticut.
Gentleman from Connecticut is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the hardworking Chairman and Ranking Member of the House Armed Services Committee. I rise in support of the FY26 National Defense Authorization Act. Importantly, the bill reforms the outdated acquisition process at the Department of Defense. It provides a pay raise for our service members, supports our allies in Europe, including Ukraine, and takes other steps to strengthen our security. I'm pleased that this bill includes the Intelligence Authorization Act, and I thank again the chairman and the ranking member. I want to thank Chairman Crawford and all members and staff of the House Intelligence Committee who contributed to this important legislation. In both the unclassified text and the classified annex, the bill enhances congressional oversight of the intelligence community to ensure they conduct their work effectively, efficiently, and within the bounds of law. Among other provisions, it increases oversight of the FBI terrorist watch listing process, requires the NSA to notify Congress of significant changes in its collection posture, and improves our visibility in counter-narcotics-related operations. It requires each IC element to designate a senior official to oversee work on biotechnology issues, an emerging priority. It also extends the requirement that there be an IC coordinator to ensure accountability for Russian atrocities and adds Russia's forcible transfer of Ukrainian children to the list of matters under the coordinator's purview. It requires each IC agency to develop metrics for the adoption of critical emerging technology. Finally, it provides a narrowly tailored authority to CIA to protect its domestic facilities from unmanned drones, a gap in the law that we have been seeking to close for more than 5 years. Once again, I appreciate the strong bipartisan efforts on the IAA as well as the NDAA, and I'm pleased to support the final product and yield back.
Gentleman from Washington reserves the balance of his time. Gentleman from Alabama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd like to yield 3 minutes to the chairman of the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Graves.
Gentleman from Missouri is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of S-1071, the National Defense Authorization Act of 2025, which includes the Coast Guard Authorization of 2025, which is bipartisan legislation to authorize appropriations for the Coast Guard for fiscal years 2026 and 2027. This bill will allow the Coast Guard to continue its vital mission of defending our maritime borders, saving lives at sea, and ensuring safe and reliable maritime commerce. The measure also builds upon the historic $25 billion investment the Coast Guard received in reconciliation, providing necessary oversight and much-needed support for the service's ongoing efforts to capitalize its cutter and air assets and shoreline facilities and its IT capabilities. As the Coast Guard faces increased demand for its services, the bill authorizes service to grow to 55,000 active duty members by 2027 and supports the training, assets, and programs necessary to attract, retain, and advance the personnel needed to carry out the Coast Guard's missions. To that end, the bill ensures the morale, well-being, and safety of our Coast Guard personnel, which are provided from the day that they enter boot camp to the day that they retire. In line with President Trump's efforts to rebuild America's maritime capability, this bill strengthens America's maritime base, including provisions that streamline the merchant mariner credentialing process and laying the groundwork for responsible deployment of new technologies at sea. Through this legislation, the United States Coast Guard will possess the assets and personnel it needs to execute its safety, enforcement, and national security missions. Finally, I want to thank the committee's ranking member, Rick Larson, Coast Guard and Maritime Transportation Committee Subcommittee Chairman Mike Ezell, and ranking member Salud Carbajal for their hard work on this legislation. Mr. Speaker, I'd urge my colleagues to support S-1071 with I yield back to Chairman Rogers the remaining amount of my time.
And I reserve.
Gentleman reserved. Gentleman from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm now pleased to yield 1 minute to a member of the House Armed Services Committee, Ms. Jacobs of California.
Gentlewoman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. I rise today to share a story from Lydia, an Army wife who desperately wants IVF coverage. Speaker Johnson, I hope you're listening because you just stole her dreams to build a family by removing my bipartisan and bicameral provision from this year's NDAA. Here's what Lydia said, and I'm quoting, "The very job that injured my husband and caused his infertility, his service to his country, also denies him the medical treatment he needs to become a parent. IVF isn't a luxury for us, it's the only medical path we have to conceive, and TRICARE completely ignores that reality. My husband served 11 deployments, survived a brain injury, and has continued to serve, but we're told the cost of growing our family is ours alone to carry." Lydia and her husband have tried everything to conceive. They've already done 9 rounds of IUI, and since they can't afford IVF out of pocket, they've considered leaving the military and even divorcing to get coverage in another state. Speaker Johnson is forcing this reality on Lydia and many more military families by refusing IVF coverage. And it's especially hypocritical when his own staff has access to this care. This is one of the reasons why I will vote no on the final NDAA, but this fight isn't over. I yield back.
Gentleman from Washington reserves. Gentleman from Alabama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd like to yield 1 minute to a great member of the Armed Services Committee, Mr. Moylan of Guam.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the FY 2026 National Defense Authorization Act, and to also thank the chairman and minority leader and my House Armed Services Committee colleagues for crafting a bill for the people of Guam in mind. The bill advances a package of legislation addressing the War Department's special relationship with Guam's economy, provisions allowing the department to more aggressively hire Guam locals and work more effectively with the island businesses included. Bill also generates over $1 billion of economic activity for Guam and makes good on the Pentagon's responsibility to invest in the island's infrastructure. In addition to the pro-affordability policies, the NDAA addresses my constituents' environmental concerns and keeps Guam in a position to lead the way for the nation as Golden Dome is built out. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to yield 1 minute to a member of the House Armed Services Committee, Ms. Elfrith of Maryland.
Gentleman from Maryland is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to first start by thanking Chairman Rogers and Ranking Member Smith for their leadership. I came to Congress wanting to join the Armed Services Committee in particular because it is one of the few committees that still works together to collaborate and legislate. We don't always agree on every position, as reflected in this year's bill and even in this floor debate, but the final product before us represents the bipartisan nature in which the committee is run. And the wins within the NDAA are proof. It represents the work that my friend on the other side of the aisle, Representative Schmidt, and I collaboratively put into improving availability and accessibility of health care for veterans at DoD facilities, including the world-renowned Walter Reed National Military Medical Center in my state of Maryland. The bill also means the United States Naval Academy and all military academies will be better equipped to brace for the impacts of extreme weather and sea level rise, and I worked on that with Mr. Whitman. The bill delivers a well-deserved pay increase for our service members and ensures DoD cannot arbitrarily RIF its employees. This bill includes crucial support for our allies like Ukraine and provides critical checks on this administration's power. I spent most of this year, including yesterday, visiting every military installation in Maryland, meeting with and listening to service members of all ranks. It helped inform my priorities, and today I'm proud to stand before this chamber requesting my colleagues support this bill. I yield back.
Gentleman from Washington reserves. Gentleman from Alabama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd like to yield 1 minute to an outstanding member of the Armed Services Committee, Ms. Kiggins of Virginia.
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Speaker, this NDA delivers the investments and reforms our service members deserve, improving readiness, modernizing our forces, and strengthening the foundation of America's national defense. The bill revitalizes our defense industrial base, strengthens American shipbuilding, and supports the workforce that keeps our Navy and Joint Force mission ready. These investments deliver for our nation, and they deliver for Hampton Roads, home to the sailors, shipbuilders, and military families who sustain our national security every single day. It invests directly in the men and women who wear the uniform by improving pay, strengthening housing, expanding child care, and ensuring access to timely, high-quality health care. It also makes targeted improvements to training, capabilities, and modernization so our force remains the world's premier fighting force. The fiscal year 26 NDAA builds a stronger military, a more resilient industrial base, a more secure nation. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. I yield back.
Now reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm now pleased to yield 2 minutes to the ranking member of the Committee on Foreign Affairs, Mr. Meeks of New York.
Gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to first thank Chairman Rogers and Ranking Member Smith in the manner of which they work together in a bipartisan way. It is an example of what has taken place here for almost 60 years, where we come together for this legislation. I will just throw it in, though. I would love the day when the state authorization bill stands on its own and we wouldn't have to put it. So I look for and long for that day. But let me just start with what I believe is good in the bill that was negotiated. The Iraq War ended more than a decade ago. Yet presidents from both parties have cited the 2002 authorization for use of military force, or the AUMF, to justify military actions completely unrelated to Iraq. Leaving it on the books invites future presidents to drag us into reckless foreign wars, and the American people do not want those wars. And Congress has not yet authorized those wars, or will not. They have to come to Congress to give us that power. So I'm honored to take the baton from former Congressmember Barbara Lee in carrying this legislation forward, and I want to thank the cross-lead across the aisle, Representative Roy, for getting this past the finish line. This bill also includes legislation like the Haiti Criminal Collusion Transparency Act, which would curb the flow of illegal arms and fueling Haiti's crises and hold accountable those that elites enabling it. They will be put into check. It restores the State Department's Office of Haitian Affairs, in a bipartisan way, and the NDAA preserves bipartisan initiatives like the Rangel, Payne, and Pickering and Veterans Innovation Fellowship at the State Department. There are, of course, some things in here that I don't agree with and I wish we could have gotten in. You know, I wanted a stronger DFC, which is dealing with its core development mission, and not give those things away. But all in all, I've decided to vote yes in that spirit. I know you don't get everything that you want, but as members of the Foreign Affairs Committee, where we try to do things also in a bipartisan way, I appreciate what the two gentlemen here are doing in a bipartisan way. I yield back.
Gentleman from Washington Reserve, gentleman from Alabama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd like to yield 3 minutes to the chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee, Mr. Mast of Florida.
Thank you, Chairman. Gentleman from Florida is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I rise also today in full support of the Defense Authorization Act. This bill delivers exactly what America has needed: bombs and bullets from America for America. But it also does something very important to me as chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee. It rebuilds American foreign policy. What does it do on that front? The NDAA, it reauthorizes 3 parts of the State Department's biggest branches: political affairs, management, and public affairs. Now, in the past, less than 15% of the State Department has been authorized. This takes that number to about 40%, and we're ready to do more work on that front as we move into the next year. This NDAA, it also modernizes the Development Finance Corporation so that America, not China, can set the pace for global investment. It expands our loan program from $60 billion to $205 billion. That is a really big deal to get America out there on the world stage. And also with this NDAA, as many know, we are repealing sanctions on Syria that were placed there because of Bashar al-Assad and his torture of his people. And we're giving Syria a chance to chart a post-Assad future. We do that while also holding the new government accountable for its actions and giving the White House the flexibility that the White House needs to reimpose sanctions if the president views it necessary to do so. Finally, as was mentioned already, and very importantly, we are scrapping the old 1991 and 2002 Iraq War authorizations. We are taking the State Department from a place that was an unaccountable liberal slush fund in many cases to a place that has true accountability, where the dollars that go through that place will not simply be burned, which is what was happening in the past. And in that, I thank everybody for their work to create a better State Department. And Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, and I reserve.
Gentleman reserves, gentleman from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm now pleased to yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Stansbury.
Gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today as we debate the NDAA to highlight the important wins for New Mexico, even as we are investigating reports of unlawful strikes in the Caribbean. But I do want to applaud the bipartisan work that produced some major wins for my district and for New Mexico, including a long overdue 3.8 pay raise for all military personnel, authorization of funding for Kirtland Air Force Base, and language, which I am most grateful for, to hold the Department of Defense accountable for cleaning up munitions and unexploded ordnance on tribal lands, including in Isleta Pueblo. It also authorizes funding to stand with our allies in Europe against Russian aggression and strengthens our critical partnerships with allies in the Indo-Pacific. So while I thank my colleagues on both sides of the aisle for your great work in achieving these wins, we will continue to hold this administration accountable. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from Washington reserves. Gentleman from Alabama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd like to yield 1 minute to an outstanding and very passionate member of the Armed Services Committee, the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson.
Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
And thank you very much, Chairman Mike Rogers and Speaker Mike Simpson. I am grateful to support the National Defense Authorization Act. I appreciate House Armed Services Committee Chairman Mike Rogers for his success for Peace Through Strength, working together with the ranking member Adam Smith. I am grateful that language that I propose to support missions at the Savannah River site and nuclear modernization. The two-site solution shows American commitment for peace through strength. Support for defense programs at universities like the University of South Carolina have provided for promotion of academia and national security together. With President Trump's envoy, Tom Barrack, history is being made today for the repeal of the Caesar Act, giving Syrians a chance for, after 54 years of Ba'athist socialist dictatorship, a message to the dictators in Tehran. Finally, enhancing security ties with European allies to defeat war criminal Putin keeps American families safe at home. I encourage my colleagues to support the bill. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman reserved. Gentleman from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the ranking member of the House HASC Subcommittee on Tactical Air and Land Forces, Mr. Norcross of New Jersey.
Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, at the appropriate time, I will offer a motion to commit this bill back to committee. If the House rules permitted, I would offer this motion with an important amendment to this bill. The amendment would talk about the very issue that I spoke about earlier. President Trump earlier this year launched one of the largest attacks on labor in U.S. history by signing an executive order to strip federal workers of their collective bargaining rights. For more than 60 years, federal agencies under both Democrat and Republican administrations have recognized these rights, the rights that give workers a voice in the workplace. The one thing that Trump went and said is that we're trying to keep the Department of Defense from striking workers. This has always been illegal. There has never been a strike at the Department of Defense by the civilian employees. It is banned. It does not impact national security. It is clear that this union-busting tactics by the union buster in chief. I was a union electrician and I'm co-chair of the Labor Caucus. I know firsthand how important collective bargaining rights are. It gives a voice to those workers. In a time where we're trying to encourage people to go to work for the Department of Defense, this is a way to try to keep them away because they don't have a voice. It's key to securing fair wages, a safe workplace, and dignity on the job. That executive order, over 1 million federal employees were impacted by this, including the Department of Defense. Unions, the collective bargaining agreement, were created by a vote of the workers. By a vote. They voted overwhelmingly. President Trump's executive order seeks to silence those workers by overriding this sacred vote. It really brings a new meaning to when President Trump says, "Stop the steal." So, I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record the text of this amendment, and I ask my colleagues please join me in voting for this motion to commit.
Without objection.
I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Washington reserves. Gentleman from Alabama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd like to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Ezell.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of S. 1071, the National Defense Authorization Act of 2025. This bipartisan legislation includes the Coast Guard Authorization Act of 2025. This bill supports the efforts of the Coast Guard to protect American waters, interdict drugs, stop human trafficking, promote maritime safety, and save lives at sea. The Coast Guard Authorization Act of 2025 authorizes funding for the Coast Guard through fiscal year 2027 and makes critical investments to enable the service to meet its growing mission demands. I appreciate the work of Chairman Graves on this legislation, along with Ranking Member Larson and Subcommittee Chairman Carbajal. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
And I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from
May I
Washington.
inquire as to how much time each side has
Gentleman
left?
from Washington has 7.5 minutes remaining. The gentleman from Alabama has 5.5 minutes remaining.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Alabama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd like to yield 1 minute to an outstanding freshman member of the House Armed Services Committee, Mr. McGuire of Virginia.
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman Rogers and Ranking Member, for your leadership. And Mr. Speaker, as a Navy SEAL veteran, I'm incredibly proud to rise today in support of the fiscal year 2026 National Defense Authorization Act. This transformative piece of legislation delivers the peace through strength mandate for this administration. This bill we're voting on today stands as a once-in-a-generation reform on the Department of War's acquisition procedures to ensure that the warfighter and services that the right equipment in a timely and expeditious manner for the fight in this moment and the future. God forbid we have to go to war. We want our men and women to be able to win the fight and return home safely. I promised when I took office to deliver for the Virginia 5th District, and this bill does just that with more for the Commonwealth, supporting the growing nuclear industry, advancing manufacturing, and workforce development sectors. It also takes necessary steps to address the extraordinary threats in the cyber domain posed by AI and quantum computing. Thank you to the committee staff and my own for their hard work on this year's bill, and I encourage all of my colleagues to vote yes. And with that, I yield back.
Now reserved. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Washington.
I have no speakers. If you have one more, okay. I reserve. Thank you.
Gentleman from Alabama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd like to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Herodopoulos.
Gentleman from Florida is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of the NDA, which designated to strengthen federal authorities in detecting and mitigating dangerous drone activities. Unmanned aircraft systems, while offering significant potential and innovation, also present a clear and present risk to the public. This issue is especially urgent in Florida, which is the home to some of the busiest seaports in America. Drone attacks on a major seaport would pose serious threat to our national security, and I appreciate the good work done in the bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time.
And I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself the balance of our time. And the first thing I want to do, we have mentioned repeatedly acquisition reform, which is such a huge undertaking and took a long time. We did a lot of meetings with a lot of different defense contractors, think tanks, former people at the Pentagon to really get an understanding of exactly what's going on so that we could fix it. And fix it means moving faster, getting more innovative technologies more quickly. But there are two people. The staff on the House Armed Services Committee is outstanding. Collectively, I thank all of them. I cannot possibly name all of them, but I really do want to name Phil McNaughton and Lynn Williams, who are the two members of the staff who worked on acquisition reform, worked on all those nitty-gritty details that are very difficult to understand to help us produce such a great product. So I want to publicly thank both of them for their incredible work on this issue. I do support this bill. That does not mean that I don't have concerns. I do. The biggest concern I have is that the Pentagon being run by Secretary Hegseth and by President Trump has simply not been accountable to Congress or accountable to the law. I mean, I guess it started with Signalgate when Secretary Hegseth put on an unsecure channel sensitive classified information that could place our troops at risk. The Inspector General did a report on that. They concluded exactly that Secretary Hegseth had unnecessarily placed our troops at risk. His response to this was to say, I'm completely exonerated, no problem. Didn't even try to fix it. And also, this Pentagon, unlike any Secretary of Defense that I've dealt with, simply has not given Congress the information we are supposed to receive and given us the ability to do the level of oversight that we're supposed to do. Now, in this bill, I mentioned there are things that try to force that forward, and I think that's a positive step. It's not enough. To begin with, it is in the law that you are supposed to transmit execute orders when the White House tells the Pentagon what it wants to do to Congress. It's in the law. Within 30 days, you have to do that. It's not really complicated. It's not a big deal. They just don't do it. And we've been asking over and over again. The lack of respect for the law out of this Pentagon is a huge problem. And let's start with actually one other fact. It is the Department of Defense. It is not the Department of War. The law is very clear on that point. We passed a law that called it the Department of Defense. Now, if you want to call it the Department of War, I think that's a god-awful idea for a whole bunch of different reasons. But okay, come back to Congress, let's do it. They didn't do that. They just changed it because the law doesn't matter to them. And that has implications. It causes problems. We are supposed to do our oversight for a reason. And some of those problems are bore out in a variety of different ways. We have the National Guard engaged in domestic law enforcement all across this country. They're not trained for that. They're not supposed to be doing it. It's a violation of the Posse Comitatus law, and it's bad policy. But it also means that the National Guard can't do the job that we're actually paying them to do, which is to train service members to be ready for the fight. They don't have any training dollars. I met with the TAG, the Adjutant General for the state of Washington, but they told me they're not able to train because all that money is going to have our National Guards members stay in hotel rooms all around Washington, D.C., Memphis, Los Angeles, New Orleans. And that is something that shouldn't be happening, and we should have greater accountability. I'm also concerned about this whole issue of merit. You know, we've heard that we have to get rid of DEI because it undercuts merit. And yet we have generals, inspector generals, judge advocate generals being fired all over the Pentagon without explanation. Many of them clearly highly qualified people. C.Q. Brown, who was the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Houck, who was the head of the Cyber Command and NSA Combined Command, very talented people. Was that based on merit? There's no merit involved in that. That's about loyalty to Donald Trump. Laura Loomer shows up in the White House and says, I don't like this guy, and he's out. So if we're going to have merit, merit can't mean we're going to make sure that nobody who isn't a straight white man ever gets any possible advantage. That's not merit. All right? That's a built-in bias that focuses on loyalty, not on ability. And I also want to say I don't love DEI programs. You can read anything I've had to say about this. I am concerned about the way it has been implemented. But the idea that we ought to work to make sure that every corner of our country is represented in our military, I support. And there has been bigotry and bias and racism and sexism that has made that difficult. And we ought to try to undo that so that we can access all of the talent in this country. And saying that we're going to get rid of all of that in favor of merit that just happens to focus on people who are blindly loyal to Pete Hegseth and President Trump, that's not merit. I should clarify, I'm not opposed to DEI programs. I'm opposed to bad DEI programs, and we ought to excise those. But we don't do enough here, I think, to correct those problems as we move forward, and I'm saving the worst for last, stumbling into wars. Why does all that stuff matter? Accountability, oversight, the people's house having a say in all this? Because that way we don't stumble into bad decisions, and we're about to do that. We've already done that in Latin America right now. We have launched a war against narco-terrorists. President Trump ran on wanting to stop endless wars. You talk about an endless war, treating every single person who is a drug trafficker as a legitimate target for killing, is an endless war, and a war without authorization or proper legal authority. That lack of accountability and that lawlessness has consequences. And now, as someone mentioned, we are hearing that we have seized a Venezuelan oil tanker off the coast of Venezuela, and the president has spoken frequently about his desire for a regime change in Venezuela. That should not be happening. That's not the policy that we should be headed towards. We shouldn't be wanting to go back to the 19th century where powerful countries simply took what they could and there was no international law. So I have a lot of things that I'm concerned about. This bill, even if we did it perfectly, could not fix all of that. And the reason I want people to vote for this bill is because we need to reassert the authority of Congress. That whole string side of things that I just listed that we're concerned about, one of the biggest things about that is Congress needs to exist. We need to be a co-equal branch. We need to do our job. In which place President Trump puts us in a fiendishly difficult position. He disregards us, abuses us, does all this other stuff. And then if we pass a bill, well, eventually he has to sign it. So it's like, well, should we do that? But if we don't, then we're completely out of the picture. And this bill, and this I will give a sincere, compliment and thank you to Chairman Rogers. He worked with us in a legitimate bipartisan way. There are things that are not in this bill that Republicans wanted in the bill. We got those out because we wanted a bipartisan product. This is a bipartisan project that starts moving us in the right direction. Does it stop all those bad things that President Trump and Pete Hegseth are doing right now? No, but it really couldn't. It's a step in the right direction towards reasserting the authority of Congress, which is but one step along a very long road, I will grant you, to try to get some restraint on the lack of transparency, the unaccountability, and the problems that are coming out of this White House and this Department of Defense that is creating all of these problems. So I hope we'll vote for this bill, and I hope we will continue working to do more oversight of the Pentagon going forward. And with that, I yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I want to take a minute to thank the ranking member. As anybody who's listened to this debate can just tell, he is a very bright, very thoughtful, articulate fella. And I'm very fortunate that he's my partner in running the Armed Services Committee. I also want to thank Chairman Roger Wicker, the Senate Armed Services Committee, and Ranking Member Jack Reed. They also are very passionate, thoughtful, bipartisan members of Congress. And this product that we bring before the House today is a result of this bipartisan, bicameral effort. And for those of us who have been around here a long time, we used to see more of this. We don't now. And so it's refreshing to see this kind of effort, this kind of product come to the floor in these more recent years of toxicity in this town and in this chamber. But that toxicity is not reflected in this product. I also want to thank our staff for their outstanding work. This is literally a cumulative product of 11 months of a lot of hard staff work. The House Legislative Council, the CBO, and the parliamentarians staff here. Leadership staff, as we saw just before this came to the floor. There's been a lot of people pulling hard to get this done, but it's resulted in this product. And a lot of folks don't think about this, but this authorization bill is a massive piece of legislation, not just including what's riding along with it today from other committees, but in and of itself, it authorizes over half of all discretionary spending. This is a big deal. But it also has been done for 64 consecutive years. No matter which party has control of the White House, and no matter which party has control of this chamber, we find a way to make sure our service members have what they need to be successful and safe. So I'm very proud of this committee. I'm very proud of this product. I'm proud of the partnership that we have had with the other party. And it is an important bill. I urge our members to be supportive of it and to vote yes. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back, or Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 936, previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on the third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
An act to require the Secretary of Veterans Affairs to disinter the remains of Ferdinand V. Cota from Fort Sam Houston National Cemetery, Texas, and for other purposes.
For what purposes, gentlemen from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to commit at the desk.
Clerk will report the motion.
Mr. Norcross of New Jersey moves to commit the bill Senate 1071 to the Committee on Armed Services.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to commit. The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. The motion is not agreed to.
I ask for the nays.
For what purposes, gentlemen from New Jersey seek recognition?
I ask for nays and yeas.
Yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. Sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess for a period of less than 15 minutes. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order: the motion to commit S-1071 and passage of S-1071 if ordered. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20. Remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is a question on agreeing to the motion to commit on S-1071 offered by the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Norcross, on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the motion.
Motion to commit offered by Mr. Norcross of New Jersey.
The question is on agreeing to the motion to commit. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 209, the nays are 216. The motion is not adopted. Question is on, passes the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The bill is passed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. Sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 312, the nays are 112. The bill is passed without objection. A motion to reconsider is laid on the table. This will be in order. The House will be in order. Shh. Please clear the well. For what purpose does the gentleman from Maine seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Clause 2 of Rule 15, I call up the motion to discharge previously noticed.
The gentleman from Maine calls up a motion to discharge the Committee on Rules from further consideration on House Resolution 432, which the clerk will report by title.
Discharge calendar number 3, House Resolution 432, resolution providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 2550, to nullify the executive order relating to exclusions from federal labor management relations programs and for the purposes.
Under the rule, the gentleman from Maine, Mr. Goldwyn, will be recognized for 10 minutes, and the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, will be recognized for 10 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Maine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to make a motion.
The gentleman will suspend. The House will be in order. Thank you. Gentleman from Maine is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to make a motion to discharge H.R. 2550, the Protect America's Workforce Act. I urge my colleagues to vote yes, and I reserve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I oppose this motion, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Maine.
Mr. Speaker, I support this motion, and I encourage my colleagues, including the 226 members of this chamber who co-sponsored the bill and the 218 of them that signed the discharge petition, to support the motion, and with that, I will yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman yields. All time for debate has expired. The question is on the motion offered by the gentleman from Maine to discharge the Committee on Rules from the further consideration of House Resolution 432. The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The noes have it. The motion is not adopted.
For what for the yeas and nays. Thank you.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen. The yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 5-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 222 and the nays are 200. The motion is adopted. The clerk will report the resolution.
Discharge calendar number 3, House Resolution 432. Resolved that immediately upon adoption of this resolution, the House shall proceed to the consideration in the House of the bill, H.R. 2550, to nullify the executive order relating to exclusions from federal labor management relations programs and for the purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The bill shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill and on any amendment thereto to final passage without any intervening motion except 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform or their respective designees, and 2, 1 motion to recommit. Section 2, Clause 1C of Rule 19 and Clause 8 of Rule 20 shall not apply to the consideration of H.R. 2550. Section 3, the clerk shall transmit to the Senate a message that the House has passed H.R. 2550 no later than 1 week after passage.
The gentleman from Maine is recognized for 1 hour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purposes of debate only. I ask unanimous consent that all members be given 5
The gentleman will
days.
suspend. The gentleman will suspend. Members, take your conversations off the floor. Members, take your conversation off the floor. The gentleman may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purposes of debate only. I ask unanimous consent that all members be given 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Protect America's Workforce Act would overturn President Trump's executive order from March that ended collective bargaining rights for roughly 1 million Americans who work for the federal government. Since the order was made, the administration has ripped up more than 700,000 union contracts. The order was the largest act of union busting in American history, and it left our federal workforce more vulnerable to unfair treatment and political interference. I'm proud that since introducing this bill, it's won the support of 226 of my colleagues in this chamber. This majority includes Democrats and Republicans who recognize that collective bargaining is not a partisan issue. It's about fairness, dignity on the job, and a voice in the workplace. In his order, President Trump said ending collective bargaining was about protecting our national defense. But in my district and many others, affected workers build our warships and care for our veterans. These workers make our country safer and stronger every single day. America didn't vote to silence these workers, but this bill gives all of us a chance to restore their voices. Every one of us in this body was sent here by our constituents to represent their voice in Congress. While the majority leadership has broad prerogative to set the calendar and control the flow of legislation, no one here believes they should have absolute power to determine which bills see the light of day and which don't. The discharge petition process exists to give members of Congress some agency. It's a release valve to ensure that good bills with broad support cannot be held up forever by a leadership team. It gives us a fair shot at building a coalition to do the people's work and get an up or down vote on the floor. That's exactly how my colleagues and I have spent the past several months. We've built a bipartisan coalition representing a majority of the House in support of this bill and done the work to bring it to the floor. I know that none of us ran for office with a vision of governing by discharge petition. Most of us long for the return of regular order, where bills are assessed in committee, seriously debated, and given a vote. But here we are. As it stands, we must use every tool available to do the people's work. I'm grateful to my 8 Republican colleagues who co-sponsored the bill, led by my friend Congressman Brian Fitzpatrick of Pennsylvania, and to the 5 Republicans who signed the discharge petition to ensure that this chamber would hold this vote. If the majority we built over the past few months sticks together, we can overturn this union-busting executive order, and we can show America that this body will protect workers' rights. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the rule. Let these workers have their day on the House floor. Give them an up or down vote. They deserve that much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And with that, I will reserve. Thank you.
The gentleman has the only time. Does the gentleman?
I'll yield 3 minutes to Ms. Dexter. Thank you.
The gentlelady is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for yielding and for the leadership of our carrier. I rise today in defense of the people who make our government work, our federal workers. They are scientists, nurses, engineers, caseworkers, people who have dedicated their lives to public service. Unfortunately, these workers have found themselves under attack once again, as efforts to strip them of their collective bargaining rights continue. This is not just about national security. It's about ensuring these workers have a voice in their workplaces and the ability to negotiate for fair wages, decent working conditions, and dignity. As a former union member, I understand the critical importance of standing together for workers' rights. I know how unions can be a powerful force for change, ensuring working families have a fair shot at the American dream. That's why the Protect America's Workforce Act is so vital. It is time for Congress to come together in a bipartisan way to pass this legislation that will protect federal workers from attacks that threaten their livelihoods and their families. Federal workers are the backbone of our nation, from FEMA teams helping wildfire survivors to VA staff caring for our veterans to Social Security workers making sure our seniors can live with dignity. These are the people who serve us every day. They are not faceless government employees. They are our neighbors, our friends, our families. These attacks on their rights are not abstract. They are real, and they are personal. Over the past few months, I've heard from many federal workers in Oregon who have faced illegal firings, threats, and mistreatment. They have shared how these actions are creating fear and instability in their lives and communities. One federal worker, a disabled combat veteran who served in Iraq and Afghanistan, was recently fired from his job at the USDA. He summed it up perfectly when he said, quote, "This is not the America I swore an oath to protect." That is the sentiment I know many of us in this chamber share. Federal workers like that veteran swore an oath to protect this country. Their dedication and service have been unwavering. We owe them the same commitment in return. I am grateful for the way we've come together across party lines to ensure the rights of working people and protect those who serve our nation. I stand strong with our federal workers and with all working families across Oregon. I commend my colleagues for coming together to fight for what's right, and I'm eager to continue this work alongside all of you to prioritize the needs of working families. It's time we act. It's time we pass the Protect America's Workforce Act because our workers cannot wait. Congress must honor their service and ensure their rights are enshrined today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Hoyle.
The gentlelady is recognized for a few minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On March 27th, President Trump issued an executive order that took away the collective bargaining rights of more than 1 million federal workers, over 30 agencies, under the guise of protecting our national security. This includes VA employees, Food and Safety Inspection Service workers, Health and Human Service employees, including those at the CDC and the FDA. These workers now have had their voices silenced and have no whistleblower protection if they report about working conditions or safety or even illegal actions taken by their agency. If they've lost their voice to demand fair treatment or due process, and they've lost the protection for their job. This is coming from an administration who have been clear that they have no respect for the federal workforce, or even in some cases for the rule of law, who have said that they want to put the federal workforce in trauma so that to force them to leave. The Protect America's Workforce Act nullifies this order and restores all collective bargaining agreements that were in effect before March 26, 2025. These collective bargaining agreements were bargained in good faith and are a contract between the federal government and the people that work for us. Anyone who says that they're looking out for American workers should support restoring and protecting the collective bargaining rights to allow everyday people, our federal workforce, to achieve economic security and dignity by speaking with one powerful, unified voice. A union helps workers use their power by standing together to level the playing field. It's disappointing that this bill couldn't come to the floor through the regular process, as there's enough bipartisan support to pass this good and critical legislation. But that didn't happen, so I'm grateful to my colleague Jerry Golden for filing this discharge petition. I'm proud to speak in favor of it. This is a good bill. I encourage my colleagues to vote aye. Thank you, Mr.
Gentlelady's
Speaker.
time has expired. The gentleman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back the balance of my time and move the previous question on the resolution.
That objection, the previous question is ordered. The question is on adoption of the resolution. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Well, the ayes have it. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized. The gentleman requests the yeas and nays. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Thank you.
Purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 936, I call up H.R. 3628, the State Planning for Reliability and Affordability Act, and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 260, H.R. 3628, a bill to amend the Public Utility Regulatory Policies Act of 1978 to add a standard related to state consideration of reliable generation and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 936, the bill is considered read. The bill shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or their respective designees. After 1 hour debate, it shall be in order to consider the amendment printed in Part D of House Report 119-399, if offered by the member designated in the report, which shall be in order without intervention of any point of order, shall be considered read, shall be separately debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. The gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks on the legislation and to insert extraneous material in the record on H.R. 3628.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 3628, the State Planning for Reliability and Affordability Act, sponsored by my colleague, Congressman Evans from Colorado. H.R. 3628 directs state public utility commissions to consider implementing measures that would ensure utilities retain sufficient reliable generation through their integrated resource plans and maintain the stability and affordability of their electric grids. Over 35 states utilize resource plans to ensure the utilities are appropriately planning their investments in the electric grid. The U.S. grid, commonly referred to as the greatest machine on earth, is a complex system comprised of myriad of components and infrastructure to deliver electricity that powers our economy and enables modern life for households. To ensure the timely delivery of electricity at all times of the day, utilities have historically undergone extensive planning processes to methodically deploy ratepayer dollars to build requisite infrastructure. Unfortunately, in recent years, we've seen states move away from an integrated resource planning process centered on reliability and affordability towards one intended to achieve climate and environmental justice goals. The central focus of utility planning must be focused on the end-use ratepayers, keeping the lights on for households at an affordable price. Unfortunately, the states have taken the most aggressive stance on climate goals are the same states with the highest electricity rates in the country. H.R. 3628 is a fuel neutral and focused on attributes that are essential to reliability and affordability, such as frequency and voltage support. The legislation ensures that baseload and dispatchable resources such as natural gas, hydropower, coal, and nuclear are sufficiently considered as part of any 10-year plan. There is a role for a diverse energy mix that includes renewables and storage, but we know that not all electrons are the same. This is the exact message the Energy and Commerce Committee has heard in hearings with grid operators, utilities, engineers, and those charged with protecting the reliability of our grid. In fact, last month, the head of the NERC called the current reliability crisis a 5-alarm fire. The State Planning for Reliability and Affordability Act prioritizes the resources we need most and will encourage states to take more responsibility over their systems. I urge my colleagues to support the legislation and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield myself such time as I may consume. Madam Speaker, I rise in strong opposition to this bill. It's a wholesale attack on clean energy under the guise of reliability. But Americans can see through the nonsense here to the truth, and that is Republicans are waging a culture war against wind and solar, and American families are footing the bill with higher monthly utility bills. For a moment, I want to try and take Republicans at their word that this bill is all about electric reliability, ensuring that the lights won't go out. In that case, I have excellent news from my Republican colleagues. The law this bill amends, the Public Utility Regulatory Policies Act, or PURPA, already does that. The law requires states to have an integrated resource plan that considers reliability. And that's all we need to do, and Congress already did it 33 years ago. Of course, the only difference between that law and the language in this bill is the bogus definition about what counts as, and I quote, reliable generation facility, unquote. And it should come as no surprise that the only things that count are coal, natural gas, and nuclear. That's it. Not wind, not solar, not either of those, even when paired with battery storage. And it's completely ridiculous and the latest example of Republicans' relentless attack on cheaper and cleaner energy sources. Ever since President Trump took office earlier this year, Republicans have been obsessed with crusading against wind and solar whenever they can. They passed the big ugly bill, which slashed tax incentives for clean energy and made electricity more expensive for everyone. They have tried to kill every wind or solar project on federal lands and in federal waters, driving up people's energy bills even further. And now they're trying to put another thumb on the scale in favor of dirty fossil energy by pushing a bill with a fake definition of reliable generation. And unfortunately, the American people are paying the price. This past summer, when much of the United States was in a so-called heat dome fueled by climate change, the grid's electricity regulator said that solar helped save the day, preventing dangerous outages and that record heat. The reality is that no single source of electricity is perfect, but that's why storage and a diversity of generation resources is so important. But Republicans don't care about how we can actually help the grid. Instead, they only care about extending fossil fuels at the expense of clean, cheap energy. It's just another instance when Republicans are doing the bidding of their corporate polluter friends over the needs of the American people. If they cared about the American people, they would be bringing bills to the floor that would actually address the affordability crisis. But instead, Republicans are debating this bill that they know will increase prices on Americans, and by forcing states to consider preferencing dirty and expensive fossil energy, Republicans are increasing everyone's utility bills even more than they already have. It's just the same, more the same from a Republican Congress that's dead set on increasing costs for American families. I don't understand it, Madam Speaker. President Trump promised to cut Americans' power bills in half, but instead he and Republicans are causing them to soar with their backward policies and their war on cheaper, cleaner energy. Since Trump took office, electricity prices are up 13%, and natural gas prices are up 8%, and they simply don't care. They would rather continue to push bills like this that will make the affordability crisis even worse. So I urge my colleagues to vote no on this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time, Madam Speaker.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserved. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will yield 3 minutes to my good friend and colleague on the Energy and Commerce Committee, the chairman of the Energy Subcommittee, Mr. Latta from Ohio. I yield 3 minutes.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 3 minutes.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair and Madam Speaker, and I thank my friend, the chairman of the Energy and Commerce Committee, for getting this bill here to the floor. I rise in support of H.R. 3628, the State Planning for Reliability and Affordability Act, sponsored by my colleague from Colorado's 8th District. This legislation ensures that states take responsibility for their policy decisions that impact households' access to affordable and reliable supplies of electricity. It is clear that we're in the midst of a reliability and affordability crisis caused by the Biden administration and decisions by states to attack base load power supplies. Let me be clear, there is nothing more expensive than a blackout, and that was the path created by the Biden administration. In 2008, House Republicans developed an all-of-the-above energy strategy. This meant that the federal government didn't pick the winners and losers. The data is clear. States with the most aggressive forms of clean energy standards are the same states with the higher electricity bills. Across the country, rate case filings by utilities detail the reasons for rising costs. New infrastructure to meet state climate goals, stranded assets of prematurely retired power plants, and the need for additional backup generation to keep the lights on when the weather doesn't cooperate. Just look at states like New York, whose own grid operators begun sounding the alarm over how their state laws are driving out baseload generation resources that could threaten the integrity of their system. Comparatively, states that have responsibly maintained reliability of their system have enjoyed affordable electricity rates and an influx of investment into energy-intensive industries such as domestic manufacturing that drive economic growth. The central focus on resource planning must be affordability and reliability. While climate and environmental justice goals of states seem laudable, the greatest harm that could come to our communities is a grid without enough electricity. In every facet, our modern life is uniquely dependent on reliable and affordable electric grid. H.R. 3628 brings common sense back to the integrated resource planning, and I urge my colleagues to support the legislation, and I yield back. Thank you.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserved. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 5 minutes now to the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Castor, who is the ranking member of the Energy and Commerce Energy Subcommittee.
The gentlewoman from Florida is recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank Ranking Member Pallone for yielding the time. I rise in opposition to H.R. 3628. Madam Speaker, I think we all know that our neighbors are really struggling with the higher electric bills. They're really grappling with how to pay these higher costs. Household electricity prices across America are up by 13% this year, 17% in North Carolina, 15% in the state of Georgia. And folks really are at their wits' end because it's all coming down at once. You know, in Florida, the 3 largest investor-owned utilities have requested $34 billion in price hikes this year. And last month, the DeSantis-appointed Utility Commission approved a $7 billion rate hike for Florida Power and Light customers. FP&L customers will be paying much more over the next few years. And in Tampa, I was with some neighbors who were burning their electric bills, throwing them into a garbage can, lighting them on fire because they are struggling to keep the lights on. If you're a TECO customer, you're going to be paying about $939 more annually than you were 5 years ago. So folks back home are really wondering, can Congress get its act together to help lower the cost of living, work on solutions? But I hate to report that no, Republicans in Congress and the Trump administration have shown no interest in doing that, in tackling lower electric bills. In fact, they're making it worse. I mean, electric bills are going up for a number of reasons. Let's talk about it. There's the big ugly bill that Republicans passed in July. That is projected to raise electricity rates by 61%. Why? Because they took away a lot of the tax credits for cheaper energy, cleaner, cheaper energy to speed that onto the grid. They ripped away rebates to help consumers save money on their electric bills, really canceling a lot of jobs that were helping people pay the bills. Then, when you add on the arbitrary tariffs of the Trump administration, that has a significant cost. Projections are that the average household is going to pay about $1,600 more per year. Some estimates are up to about $2,000 per year. And that's, yes, on your coffee and your groceries and consumer goods, but it's also impacting electric bills because how do you think we do import poles and wires and energy, and that is raising your electric bill too. The Trump administration has also canceled billions of dollars of worth of cleaner, cheaper energy projects, solar projects in every state. No one has been immune to this. That has also fed into skyrocketing electric bills. So all of this adds up. And when we're looking at a health care cliff in just another couple weeks, you know, the Congress only has 1 more week to act to reinstitute the ACA tax credits. That's 4.5 million Floridians that are facing higher health care bills, in addition to what they're doing to higher electric bills, your groceries. And I say to American families, you deserve so much better than you're getting here. Now, on this bill, 3628, it amends the Public Utility Regulatory Policies Act to 4 states to favor more expensive, dirty energy over cleaner, cheaper energy. It's a ridiculous requirement that they want to add, and it directly conflicts with the provisions in the law right now that require states to maintain a diverse portfolio of electricity and engage in prudent resource planning. Who loves this? Oil and gas companies love it. Investor-owned utilities love it. They are going to profit at the expense of hardworking Americans. Energy generated by wind, solar, and stored in batteries is often cheaper, and it should make up a substantial portion of our electricity portfolio. Madam Speaker, we need to lower electric bills by speeding cleaner, cheaper energy to the grid, especially to meet rising demand, and to do it while we protect clean air and clean water. America cannot afford to turn its back on all of the new electricity that's poised to come onto the grid over the next 5 years. We need a modern transmission system, a modern electric grid. We need to speed up clean energy, not throw a wrench in it and make people pay more back home. They're already paying too much. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will now yield 4 minutes to a member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, a very important member of our committee, Mr. Evans from Colorado.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I am proud to stand here today in strong support of my bill to help drive down the cost of energy for Coloradans and Americans, the State Planning for Reliability and Affordability Act. This is a straightforward piece of legislation that will help counteract short-sighted energy policies that states like Colorado have implemented for far too long to the detriment of my constituents and their wallets. This common sense bill would require state public utilities commissions, like the Colorado PUC, to consider implementing policy that focuses on long-term energy reliability, which of course helps affordability. My constituents are facing an energy crisis in no small part due to the skyrocketing costs of utilities in Colorado. And that has happened during the last 4 years under Democrat control, both at the federal and the state level. Coloradans are paying 24% more in electricity now than they were just 4 years ago, and it's easy to see why. The Colorado Public Utilities Commission and statewide Democrats have been enacting one bad policy after another, from shutting down power plants that provide reliable baseload power to mandating so-called beneficial electrification, which seeks to ban natural gas for residential heating by 2050. And the results have been catastrophic. A nonpartisan report from earlier this year found the following, quote, "Driven by state policy mandates to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, electricity prices are projected to grow at more than 3 times the rate of inflation and nearly 13 times the growth rate from 2010 to 2020. That report goes on to project that by 2030, the average Colorado household will be spending $390 to $504 more annually due to rates outpacing inflation and historic trends. All Colorado households combined will spend between $970 million and $1.25 billion more in electricity costs, and the average electric rate will grow by 56%, from 12 cents a kilowatt hour to 18.4 cents a kilowatt hour. That's not partisan conjecture. Those are the cold, hard facts that my constituents have to face. Americans are tired of partisan energy policies like the ones we saw in the previous administration, which is why my legislation takes a fair and balanced approach that supports a wide range of reliable energy generation, from more traditional sources like natural gas to sources like nuclear and hydropower. It shouldn't be a left versus right issue. If an energy source is reliable and drives down costs, it should be on the table. And I would remind my colleagues on the other side of the aisle that financial stress induced by higher utility costs also increases negative health outcomes. We need balance, not heavy-handed leftist mandates that harm the economy, increase costs, and increase poverty, which again increases negative health outcomes. Madam Speaker, we know that energy demand is going up, not down. Nationally, demand is expected to surge by over 50% in the next 15 years. And in states like Colorado, where we're leading in the AI race and the resurgence of manufacturing, it's even higher. My local utility has projected energy demand will triple in the next 10 years. The 3 biggest cities in my district have cited power shortages as the biggest inhibitors to growth. While my bill focuses on affordability, it's also about national security. If America is to onshore manufacturing capabilities and compete with China militarily and otherwise, we need reliable energy. As a former National Guardsman who's been deployed to a combat zone, that's of critical importance to me as well. In closing, this common sense bill is simple. It helps bolster American innovation, keep the lights on, rain or shine, and helps reduce utility bills for the middle class. As a representative of a district that's at the forefront of American energy dominance, I'm proud to stand on the floor today and urge my colleagues to join me in voting for reliable energy, lower bills for all Americans. Thank you, and yield back.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Okay, Madam Speaker, I yield now 3 minutes to our Assistant Democratic Leader, the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Neguse.
The gentleman from Colorado is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Ranking Member, for yielding me the time. Only in Washington, D.C., can politicians who vote to give tax breaks to the biggest oil companies and fossil fuel companies on planet Earth come down to the floor of the House and argue that their legislative efforts are going to lower electricity prices. Only in Washington, D.C., can politicians who stand by as energy projects in their own districts are decimated by their inaction and then claim that they're championing efforts to improve reliability of the grid. My colleague from Colorado made a lot of references to local utility efforts in our home state. What he failed to mention in his quest to improve reliability of the grid is that several projects in his own district were eliminated by the Trump administration just 5 weeks ago. And my colleague from Colorado, like virtually every single member of the Republican caucus, did nothing to stop it. Nothing. And by the way, we're not talking about small projects. This is the headline. Colorado company may close after Trump administration cuts funding for nearly 36 energy projects in the state. I'll quote this article, Madam Speaker. In all, DOE eliminated $7.6 billion in projects in 16 states, all of which are led by Democrats. But, here's the kicker, but some of the projects are in Republican congressional districts, including a $27 million grant in Colorado's 8th congressional district, which Representative Gabe Evans, the author of this legislation we're debating today, a Republican, represents. I'll quote another article. This is the local utility, Madam Speaker, in Fort Lupton, which I believe is the sponsor of this legislation's hometown. I'll just quote, the Fort Lupton microgrid project was submitted with the goal of increasing the reliability of the city's municipal water treatment plant. Another project, $6.1 million, Madam Speaker, that was unceremoniously cut a month ago by President Trump. If we want to get serious about the reliability of the grid, if we want to address the ballooning electricity costs that are a direct byproduct of the bill that Republicans passed earlier this summer, a good way to start would be to tell the Department of Energy to stop eliminating energy projects in Brighton and in Fort Lupton and in Fort Collins, in Longmont, the communities that I represent, the communities that my colleague from Colorado represents. And by the way, Madam Speaker, just so that we're clear, this bill does absolutely nothing to impose. I'd ask Mr. Chairman if I might add another 60 seconds to my time.
I yield the gentleman another minute, Madam Speaker.
The gentleman's recognized for one more minute.
I thank the Madam Speaker, and I thank the chairman, or the ranking member, I should say, future chairman, for his indulgence. This bill does absolutely nothing as a practical matter. It does not impose, and I welcome the Chairman Guthrie's response on this front. It does nothing to impose new standards. It does nothing to compel state public utility commissions to adopt new standards. It does nothing to require these commissions to implement new standards. It simply says that commissions must consider them. This is basically a press release. That's what this bill is. We could have spared everyone the time and just get on with it so that we can actually get to the substance of addressing the inflation cost crisis that Republicans have unleashed on Coloradans and on Americans writ large. But no, we're here to debate this very carefully constructed press release that ultimately will accomplish nothing if it's ever signed into law. I'm voting no. I urge my colleagues to do the same. I I thank the chairman for the time.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is
Reserve.
recognized.
Let's do reserve.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves.
I'm prepared to close. I have no other speakers.
The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield now to a member of our committee, Dr. Schreier, the gentlewoman from Washington State, 3 minutes.
The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today as families across the entire country are struggling with rising costs at the grocery store, on their health care, their health insurance, and this year especially on their utility bills. In fact, in Washington State, average electricity rates are up nearly 17% since President Trump took office less than a year ago. And with energy demand skyrocketing in the region, prices have continued to climb. Let me be clear. This is a direct result of the harmful and reckless policies of this president and Republicans in Congress. They have canceled billions of dollars in investments for our state, including the hydrogen hub that would expand research and the development of hydrogen fuel and bolster American energy dominance and bring nearly 10,000 jobs to the region. They've created chaos at critical agencies that keep the lights on, like Bonneville Power Administration. And with their big, ugly bill, they have gutted clean energy investments meant to lower utility bills and strengthen our energy infrastructure in the Pacific Northwest and keep the lights on. With Republicans in charge here in Washington, D.C., jobs and innovation are down, clean energy projects are canceled, and energy prices are up. My constituents deserve better. They want real solutions that will lower costs and better their lives. And at a time when families are struggling to pay for the essentials, the single most valuable thing we can do in the energy sector is roll out more low-cost, clean energy, not hinder it. We have a real shot at meaningful reforms that will cut red tape and accelerate the build-out of abundant, affordable energy. We can build more power lines for a more connected and nimble grid, and we can secure our supply chain of critical grid infrastructure as well. This bill that we're voting on today does none of that, and that is why I am asking my colleagues to oppose this bill and start a good faith bipartisan discussion to bring real solutions to the American people, not just empty promises. I yield back.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 2 minutes now to the gentleman from California, also a member of our committee, Mr. Mullen.
The gentleman recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in opposition to the so-called State Planning for Reliability and Affordability Act. This measure will encourage state regulators to push our grid toward more expensive and polluting sources of energy. At the very moment, families are struggling with rising energy bills. Across this country, households and small businesses are seeing electricity costs rise by hundreds of dollars. Demand for power is rising quickly, and this year, utilities have already proposed major rate hikes to the tune of $34 billion. But instead of helping lower bills with forward-looking technology, this legislation takes us backwards, effectively promoting energy sources that take longer to build and deploy and cost more to operate. These are costs that will be passed on directly to everyday Americans. This comes a year after President Trump promised to cut energy prices in half. Instead, on his watch, prices are rising. And according to multiple press reports, he privately urged oil executives to spend $1 billion in support of his campaign last year in exchange for promoting their interests as president. So perhaps it's no surprise we are seeing policies that benefit the most expensive energy sources instead of the cheapest options available to consumers. Utility-scale solar and wind are the lowest-cost sources of new power today. Together with battery storage, they can be built quickly, strengthen reliability, and keep bills down. This bill undermines state planning processes that would promote these reliable and cheap sources of energy, which also happen to be the cleanest. It limits choice and will slow energy innovation, keeping prices higher than they need to be. I urge my colleagues to reject this bill and work together on real solutions that lower energy bills for the American people. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Speaker, can I ask the chairman if he's prepared to close?
I have no further speakers on the bill.
All right.
The gentleman from New Jersey has, the gentleman from Kentucky has the right to close. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I rise to object to the Trump administration and congressional Republicans' disastrous energy policies and their impacts on everyday Americans. We have a duty to ensure that our power grid can keep the lights on. That demands an all-of-the-above approach to energy. And given the unprecedented demand to add capacity to our grid as AI data centers continue to expand, we need to use every tool that we can to keep energy prices down. And that means adding clean energy to the grid. It's the quickest source of energy to add to the grid given the current multi-year gas turbine shortage. And grid reliability regulators have been basically clear. Renewable energy and batteries were critical in allowing the grid to endure multiple heat waves this summer. That's why Texas has added more solar and wind energy to their power grid more than any other state in the country. In the wake of their horrific blackouts during Winter Storm Uri 4 years ago, because solar and energy help keep the lights on. Unfortunately, Republicans seem uninterested in acknowledging that basic reality, that solar and wind, partnered with batteries, can be an essential part of a reliable power grid. So instead, they've done everything they can to increase the cost of these technologies and make it harder to add clean energy to the grid. And they're using their power to subsidize dirty, expensive fossil fuel, all at the cost of American families who are struggling to afford their electricity bills. Now, if you don't believe me, just ask Secretary Chris Wright. At an Energy and Commerce hearing in June, he was blunt. And this is a quote from the Secretary. "I have never been for all of the above. And if I said it at one point in time, I misspoke," unquote. And there you have it, Madam, to the Speaker. The Trump administration is staunchly against all of the above. The Secretary is saying it. And that makes sense. Their actions at least match their rhetoric. They're doing everything they can to put their thumb on the scale for dirty energy, including through this bill, H.R. 3628. They're canceling every single clean energy project they possibly can, no matter how helpful it might be to keeping electricity bills down or keeping the lights on. So, Madam Speaker, the bills on the floor today will only worsen the Republican affordability crisis. Every time Americans open their power bill or see their lights flicker, Republicans are responsible. And I think the American people will hold them accountable. So I urge my colleagues to vote no on this bill. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New Jersey yields back. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First, I'd like to thank Congressman Evans for sponsoring the State Planning for Reliability and Affordability Act. And let's go back to what this bill does. H.R. 3628 directs state public utility commissions to consider implementing measures that would ensure utilities retain sufficient, reliable generation through their integrated resource plans and maintain the stability and affordability of their electric grids. Now, we've had a lot of discussions. We've been debating for the last few months. You know, the Affordable Care Act passed 15 years ago. Insurance rates have doubled since that passed. And now we're debating, do we deal with the rising cost of health insurance or we just continue just to subsidize the rising costs? And we want to deal with the underlying cost of health insurance. Talking about the affordability of green energy or clean energy, which I am for all the above, but if you remember what the Secretary said, he said he's for the best of the above. There are areas where the sun shines and the sun shines bright. And the sun's bright on my old Kentucky home. There's areas for that. There are that solar makes sense, that wind makes sense, that fossil fuels make sense. And so when he says best of the above, he doesn't mean we don't do all of it. We do what fits in the right place at the cheapest price for our citizens. And when you talk about investor-owned utilities, if clean energy, they keep saying they're going to go for more expensive energy as opposed to the cleaner energy is what they say. Well, I will tell you, I think our energy companies want to go to the most affordable energy is what they want to produce. And so what this does, if you look at the map, a lot of people have looked at maps of energy prices. What are the highest cost electric prices in the country? And I know my friend from Colorado pointed out the other friend from Colorado. Colorado's up in that grid. They're up in the grid with California, New Jersey, New York. They have higher energy prices, and it's where their general assemblies and their state governments have put additional climate issues in place, not to make energy more affordable, but it makes it more expensive. And what we're saying here is that state planning commissions have to ensure in their plans they look at affordability and reliability and sustainability within their grids. And so that's what this piece of legislation does. I encourage my colleagues to vote for it, and I will yield back my time.
The gentleman from Kentucky yields back. All time for debate on the bill has expired. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 1, printed in Part D of House Report 119-399. For what purpose does the gentleman from West Virginia seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment Number 1, printed in Part D of House Report Number 119-399, offered by Mr. Moore of West Virginia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 936, the gentleman from West Virginia, Mr. Moore, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from West Virginia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. Under President Joe Biden, energy prices skyrocketed. The Trump administration is working around the clock to unleash American energy and drive down prices. Americans are starting to see the results at the pump and in their energy bills, but this only underscores the need for more cheap, abundant, and reliable baseload energy to power America's new golden age. Currently, states require utilities to develop integrated resource plans to assist and to assess reliable electrical generation and provide affordable electricity to consumers. These integrated resource plans provide a framework for producing reliable electricity for American businesses, hardworking Americans, and families. Unfortunately, Democrat-led states have used these integrated resource plans to push woke climate and environmental justice goals, prioritizing left-wing ideology over making life affordable for American families. Worst of all, these blue states have required utilities to shutter baseload power plants while promoting wind and solar. These reckless policies place our grid at risk and send energy prices skyrocketing. Demand for energy will increase by nearly 151 gigawatts over the next decade. However, another 115 gigawatts of reliable generation have announced anticipated retirements over that same period. The Department of Energy projected that on the planned 209 gigawatts of the new generation by 2030, only 22 gigawatts comes from reliable baseload generation. The North American Electric Reliability Corporation called the electrical reliability crisis a 5-alarm fire. It's clear that blue states' destructive policies prioritize the Green New Scam over reliable power, making our grid more unreliable and life unaffordable for Americans. We must act now to ensure baseload power reaches Americans, consumers, and staves off this looming crisis. My amendment to the State Planning for Reliability and Affordability Act requires the Comptroller General of the General Accountability Office to review existing integrated resource plan processes to assess whether they sufficiently consider reliable generation in their portfolios. My amendment requires transparency and ensures reliable baseload power remains the backbone of our grid. I urge my colleagues to support this common sense amendment to deliver reliability, affordable energy to American households, and unleash America's golden age by ensuring coal, oil, and natural gas remain an integral piece of our energy mix. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from West Virginia reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition to the amendment.
Recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I urge opposition to the amendment because it doubles down on a bogus and misleading definition of reliable generation, a definition that would only include coal, natural gas, and nuclear power plants. While I would typically have no problem with a GAO report, I do have a problem with Republicans pretending that fossil fuel generation is perfect and that there is no room for clean, cheap energy in a diversified grid. In the last few years, Republicans have moved away from saying that clean energy is too expensive and are now claiming it's unreliable. So, Madam Speaker, the only reason they've done that is because they have firmly and permanently lost the argument. Clean energy is cheap energy. Everyone knows it, even Republicans now. So in the desperation to keep Americans' energy bills high, to keep the profits flowing for oil and gas, Republicans have started peddling the falsehood that clean energy isn't reliable. And I want to be clear, there's no such thing as a perfectly reliable power plant. They all can run into problems. Renewables depend on wind and sun. Coal and gas often have issues in extreme heat or cold. That's why it's important that we pursue an all-of-the-above approach. Unfortunately, President Trump and the Secretary of Energy don't believe in all of the above, so instead, Republicans are out here working overtime to shill for coal and gas, and it's just very sad. So, Madam Speaker, I urge opposition to the amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from West Virginia is recognized. The gentleman from West Virginia reserves. The gentleman from West Virginia is allowed to close. The gentleman from New Jersey.
I yield back, Madam Speaker.
The right to close. So, gentleman from New Jersey yields back. Gentleman from West Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Baseload energy in this country is absolutely quantifiable and defined by natural gas, nuclear, and coal. That is baseload energy in this country. The reason green energy was ever affordable or cheaper is because everybody in America is subsidizing it right now with their tax dollars. That's the only reason that it ever became competitive, because we are subsidizing a broken system. Green energy is consistent in its inability to produce baseload energy, reliability, or consistency. It is not consistent in its ability to transmit even down the power lines that are currently in place, which is why many times they have to construct new ones. So this report, by the way, and it's just a report, which I think is so critical to assessing our plans here to have cheap, abundant, reliable energy for the United States and the American people. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from West Virginia yields back. Pursuant to the rule, the previous question is ordered on the bill and on the amendment offered by the gentleman from West Virginia, Mr. Moore. The question is on the amendment by the gentleman from West Virginia, Mr. Moore. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
To amend the Public Utility Regulatory Policies Act of 1978 to add a standard related to state consideration of reliable generation and for other purposes.
The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
The ayes have it. The bill is passed.
Speaker, I would ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 936, I call up H.R.
Gentleman will suspend.
Madam Speaker, I use unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks on the legislation and insert extraneous material on the record on H.R. 3638.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself as much time as...
Pursuant to House Resolution 936 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of H.R. 3638. The Chair appoints a gentleman from Guam, Mr. Moylan, to preside over the Committee of the Whole.
The House is in Committee of the Whole on the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 3638, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill to direct the Secretary of Energy to prepare periodic assessments and submit reports on the supply chain for the generation and transmission of electricity and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the bill is considered read the first time. General debate shall be confirmed to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or their respective designees. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized, and the gentleman from New Jersey will control 30 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
So I yield Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 3638, the Electric Supply Chain Act, sponsored by my colleague, Congressman Latta from Ohio. This legislation directs the Department of Energy to conduct ongoing assessments and report to Congress on the components and infrastructure supply chain needed to secure the reliability and affordability of our bulk power system. It is no secret that we find ourselves in the middle of an electric reliability crisis that is threatening the integrity of our bulk power systems and affordability crisis that burdens households with higher energy bills. Unfortunately, 4 years of the Biden-Harris administration and excessive litigation, permitting delays, and far-left regulatory decisions to attack base load power sources in favor of expensive and unreliable wind and solar have handicapped the ability of our bulk power systems to respond to growing demands for energy. Historic objections of increasing electricity demands from historic projections of increasing electricity demands from domestic manufacturing, onshoring, and AI data centers have exposed systematic challenges facing our electric sector and the supply chain for components and infrastructure needed to power the system. Meanwhile, our over-reliance on China for manufacturing and critical minerals have created a reliance on our own strategic adversary for our supply chain needs. Our electric grid is an essential tool for national and economic security of our nation. Simply put, we need to work with the Trump administration to make it easier to build in our country so that free market investment for the electric supply chain flow into communities across the country, driving economic growth and creating good-paying jobs for households. That is why the Electric Supply Chain Act will ensure that our federal government remains in a proactive posture to assess, identify, and address any challenges to our supply chain grid for grid components. H.R. 3638 takes a comprehensive look at the supply chain for our electric grid and appropriately incorporates the advice and views of experts spanning the power sector. I urge my colleagues to support the legislation and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, H.R. 3638 requires the Department of Energy to conduct an assessment and draft periodic reports on the state of electricity supply chain. And I understand that our electric supply chain is important for national security and grid reliability, but I have to question the Republican seriousness in making this request and the ability of the Department of Energy to conduct these assessments and draft the periodic reports. President Trump has decimated and undermined our federal agencies and dedicated civil servants who fulfill their missions while also stealing federal funds promised to local communities all across the nation. And he's created constant uncertainty for businesses with the administration's ever-changing tariff regime. Now, as we consider this bill, it's important that we consider the context in which it will be implemented if enacted into law. This bill is asking the Department of Energy to do more with less. Elon Musk and the Doge minions decimated the Department of Energy, purging more than 3,500 dedicated and hardworking department staff. On top of that, just a few weeks ago, Secretary Wright unveiled a reorganization of the agency that eliminated key offices, including the Office of Manufacturing and Energy Supply Chains, which would have been tasked with carrying out the very report required by this bill. Back in October, DOE canceled over $7 billion in energy project awards throughout the nation, including nearly $1 billion from projects funded through the then Office of Manufacturing and Energy Supply Chains. Now, my office heard from numerous awardees who were left confused and frustrated by the complete lack of communication from DOE on this matter. Many of these grantees heard about their grant cancellation by reading stories in the media, and some still have not received any formal communication from the Department of Energy. So if the Department of Energy doesn't even have the capacity to communicate with grantees who were promised federal support that's now been stolen away, one really has to wonder if the Trump DOE would prioritize staff time for the development of this report. After all, the Trump Department of Energy does not respond to inquiries from Congress. We've reached out to Secretary Wright on several occasions, demanding answers about the staffing cuts and project cancellations, and to date, we've received zero response. Mr. Chairman, this is entirely unacceptable. We need straightforward answers from DOE on how these cuts have impacted the department's ability to do its job. So my opposition to this bill is common sense. We need to understand the Department of Energy's current capacity constraints before we assign the agency more work. Committee Democrats offered amendments during the subcommittee and full committee markups of this bill to that effect, which were voted down by committee Republicans. And so while I agree that it's important to understand the vulnerabilities in our electric supply chain, we must first understand the vulnerabilities and constraints of the agency that is tasked with completing the report. So, Mr. Chairman, I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is Mr. Guthrie is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It gives me a great honor to yield 4 minutes to the sponsor of this bill and the distinguished chairman of the Energy Subcommittee, Mr. Latta from Ohio.
Gentleman is recognized for 4 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the chairman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of my legislation, H.R. 3638, the Electric Supply Chain Act. My legislation would direct the Department of Energy to conduct ongoing assessments and report to Congress on all matters affecting the supply chain for the power sector. The Electric Supply Chain Act will seek to uncover risks, vulnerabilities, and security considerations in the availability of manufactured grid components that are necessary to maintain and expand our electric infrastructure. As part of the comprehensive evaluation of supply chains, the Secretary would maintain discretion over the appropriate office in DOE with the right expertise necessary to complete the assessment. In addition, the legislation will leverage power sector experts spanning the industry to improve DOE's understanding and strengthen supply chains that are essential to meet the growing needs of our bulk power system. During my tenure in Congress, I have remained focused on the security of the bulk power system and have championed efforts to enhance the resiliency of our systems, particularly for small and rural utilities. The Electric Supply Chain Act will boost these efforts by putting DOE in the driver's seat to attentively monitor emerging threats and allow the department to utilize their existing authorities to address vulnerabilities. In recent years, we've seen how supply chain constraints and bottlenecks for key grid components, such as distribution transformers and natural gas turbines, can stifle infrastructure development. By establishing periodic assessments under this legislation, the Department will remain in a proactive posture to identify and address matters affecting our power sector supply chain as they arise. In fact, in the last 2 months, DOE has taken 52 actions to secure our grid and lower energy prices. It is clear that our nation is on the precipice of great technological advancements that are straining our electricity supplies, primarily driven by energy-intensive users such as data centers and domestic manufacturing. The timing of projected demands is occurring as at historic levels of baseload power are leaving the system due to a confluence of state and federal actions that have attacked fossil fuels and subsidized preferred sources of intermittent generation. In fact, while 115 gigawatts of baseload power is expected to retire over the next few years, U.S. electricity demand is projected to increase by over 170 gigawatts. These job-creating industries remain vital to economic prosperity and our national security. We cannot sit idly by while our adversaries seek to gain competitive advantage to control the next generation economy. This legislation takes an important step to prepare our federal agencies against supply chain constraints that could occur as our nation seeks to address timely development of electric generation and transmission infrastructure. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 3638, and I yield back the balance of my time, and I thank the gentleman for yielding.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield such time as she may consume to a member of our committee, the gentlewoman from Virginia, Ms. McClellan.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to oppose H.R. 3638, which places an unnecessary burden on an already understaffed Department of Energy and does nothing of substance to support and secure America's electric supply chain. The Electric Supply Chain Act must be examined in the broader context of this administration's reckless workforce reductions and funding cuts at the Department of Energy and surging electric prices across the nation. Already as a result of DOGE buyouts or early retirements, the slashing of our workforce has forced over 3,500 Department of Energy staff out of office. And in fact, the key offices responsible for implementing this very bill have lost a significant portion of their staff. The Office of Manufacturing and Energy Supply Chains has lost about 2/3 of its staff and was eliminated from the Department of Energy's organization chart altogether. The Loan Programs Office has similarly lost a significant number of staff and was further gutted under the Republicans' big, ugly bill. The effects of these cuts have far-reaching implications on the Department of Energy's ability to perform and meet expectations. Across the country, businesses and community partners are waiting to hear from the Department of Energy about critical contracts and access to funding. Congressional offices inquiring on their behalf are still waiting for answers. My office has heard that in some cases, the Department of Energy can't even determine who is responsible for certain projects because too many experienced staff have been pushed out of office. With the Department of Energy already struggling to meet its current obligations, how can we pretend that it's business as usual and justify piling on additional duties that there's no one to perform? Unfortunately, this bill represents much of the same failed energy policy that we've seen this year from my Republican colleagues. It adds busy work to the Department of Energy's already overfilled plate in the name of shoring up America's electric supply chain while doing nothing to address the active harm done to that very same supply chain by Republicans' attacks on clean energy, the cancellation authorized by the big ugly law of grants and programs that invest in American energy, and tariff policies that make it difficult to complete some projects. If Republicans were serious about supporting and protecting our energy supply chain, they would not have canceled $8 billion worth of grants to over 300 energy projects across the country. They would not have decimated the 45X Advanced Manufacturing Production Credit, which sought to encourage more domestic manufacturing and production of clean energy components. Instead, my colleagues across the aisle should have invested more in developing domestic sources of clean energy, invested more in domestic manufacturing, invested more in producing and refining rare earth minerals, either domestically or with our close allies. What we have before us today is an empty messaging bill with unfunded mandates for busy work that will not provide clarity and direction that we need to support and protect America's clean energy supply chain. I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill and refocus efforts that will actually strengthen our energy supply chain and reduce energy costs for our families. And I implore the members of Congress to stand up for the federal workforce that has been traumatized and decimated this year while we continue to put bills forward that put more work on their backs of those that are left and ignore the fact that there's not a sufficient workforce to do any of the work that we have in these bills that keep coming before the floor. It's lunacy, and we need to get back to reality. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman from New Jersey reserves, and gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman, I yield 2 minutes to the Vice Chairman of the Energy Subcommittee for the Energy and Commerce Committee, my good friend from Texas, Mr. Weber.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentleman. Mr. Speaker, the things that make America great are the things that America makes. Well, how do we do that? We have an electric grid, and Mr. Speaker, that electric grid is under real pressure. Demand is climbing fast and driven by manufacturing, by technology, and the needs for a modern economy, while large amounts of dependable thermal generation are scheduled to retire. Mr. Speaker, when you put those two trends together, you get a grid that must work harder than ever and cannot afford any weak links. And that's exactly why the Electric Supply Chain Act is on this floor this day. The bill directs the Department of Energy to regularly assess the supply chains for the components that keep our bulk power system running, not after a crisis, not after a breakdown, but proactively. We know the risks are real, Mr. Speaker. Our nation's electric grid is the largest machine ever built, and it depends on thousands of specialized parts, transformers, inverters, control systems, many of which have long lead times or limited manufacturers. Any bottleneck, any shortage, any compromised component puts reliability at risk and drives costs higher for families and businesses. This legislation strengthens our posture. It gives us the visibility we need to stay ahead of threats, support domestic production, and ensure Americans have access to secure, dispatchable, and reliable power. The things that America makes are the things that make America great. We do this with dispatchable power. Mr. Speaker, this is exactly the kind of forward-looking policy Congress should be doing. I want to thank Chairman Latta for his leadership, and I want to thank the chairman here. I urge all of my colleagues to support the Electric Supply Chain Act now, and I yield back.
Our reserve.
Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Cologne, is recognized.
Chairman's prepared to close. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
I find it deeply ironic that congressional Republicans are supportive of a study to assess matters impacting the supply chain for the power sector, yet remain completely silent on the Trump administration policies that are currently negatively impacting the electric supply chain. Let's look at Trump's disastrous tariffs on steel and aluminum. These materials are essential components in our electric infrastructure, from power lines to transformers. Slapping a hefty tariff on steel and aluminum only exacerbates current supply chain issues and could cause grid infrastructure costs to skyrocket. For example, we know that there is already a shortage of transformers, which are crucial to our electric system as they transport energy to our homes and businesses. Yet President Trump's tariffs on steel are only serving to complicate an already fragile supply chain that is already complicated by long lead times. Now, these additional costs from tariffs could also be passed on to consumers, which is especially concerning at a time when electricity prices are up 13% across the country. So while I appreciate the intent of the bill to understand the current state of our electric supply chain, I just want to point out that Republicans are asking DOE to study these issues while also failing to call out the Trump administration for continuing to enact policies that only make the problem worse, and that includes the mass firings at the Department of Energy, the haphazard recent reorganization of DOE that seemingly eliminated the very offices that would carry out this study, and Secretary Wright's problematic project cancellations impacting dozens of grant recipients. So if my Republican colleagues are serious about assessing and addressing vulnerabilities in our electric supply chain, it's time they speak out against harmful Trump administration policies that threaten our electric supply chain. And Mr. Chairman, I also want to urge President Trump and my Republican colleagues to stop turning a blind eye to the affordability crisis. American families are struggling, and President Trump and congressional Republicans are to blame. And yet they continue to bring forth bills that will do nothing to meaningfully address the issue of affordability in this country. And don't be mistaken, they have no real plans to address it. Just last week, President Trump called the affordability crisis a con job crafted by the Democrats. Yet even Fox News reported that 76% of Americans view the economy negatively. That is how truly out of touch President Trump is with the alarming reality that millions of American families are facing. So let me help paint the picture for President Trump and his Republican colleagues. Utility bills are skyrocketing across the country. Grocery prices are up. The cost of buying a new home feels out of reach for far too many Americans. And this is all exacerbated by the fact that millions of Americans are facing the sobering reality that their health care premiums are surging because Trump and congressional Republicans refuse to extend the premium tax credits to help keep costs down for millions of families. Electricity costs are now up 13%, as I mentioned, and that figure is even higher in some parts of the country, and more than 80 million Americans are struggling to pay their utility bills. In fact, since 2023, household utility debt has risen over 30%. So this should be a red flag to President Trump and Republicans that this is, in fact, not a con job affordability devised by the Democrats, but frightening and a worsening reality. So these rising costs are debilitating to American families, and the Republican response is a slate of bills that assign busy work to an already thinly stretched agency and a bad faith attack on the deployment of clean energy and battery storage. I've said before, but it bears repeating, the Trump administration only cares about addressing affordability for their fossil fuel friends. It's time for Republicans to come to the table to work with Democrats on a solution to this affordability crisis for the sake of American families. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate my friend bringing up the enhanced or COVID-era premium tax credits that are expiring at the end of this month because they were set to expire. Since we're talking energy tonight, we need to understand they were set to expire without a single Republican vote to expire them in the Inflation Reduction Act, which was spent money on the Green New Deal. And so when you put in context what President Trump said, that you have people, so when the premium tax credits were set to expire, we had a hearing on that and we're talking about it. And so why in the world did the Democrats set them to expire And they said, well, we thought the price of insurance was going to go down. That's what somebody said in the committee at the end of 5 years, so we didn't think we'd have to have them. Well, the price of insurance has gone up because of the policies they put in place. The price of energy has gone up because of policies put in their place. And so what President Trump was talking about, I remember, I don't know if it's that exact speech that was just referred to, Mr. Chairman, but a speech where he had a chart up that showed where high energy prices are. And they're in states with general assemblies that have progressive ideas on energy, that have put restraints on energy, that has driven up the price. Unfortunately, we have friends across the Atlantic we can look at. They put in these kind of policies in place, and Europe has 3 times the energy prices that we have. And so what we're saying over here is that we need to have policies that lower the prices for everybody, not raise the cost and just subsidize it, but to lower the cost for everybody. That's what we're trying to do, and that's what we are working to do. And so what frustrates President Trump is when we're trying to fix the problems that were created by the policies of the previous administration, and they say we're not addressing affordability when they created the affordability crisis, when they made the premium tax credits expire, didn't deal with the fact that health insurance premiums are continuing to rise, and here we are dealing with it and trying to get it right for the American people. And when you say that wind and solar is cheaper, and then complain because you took away the tax, people aren't doing it because you take away the tax credits and subsidies, well, it's cheaper. If it is cheaper and more reliable, then the subsidies, you don't have to subsidize it. And so those are the kind of the frustrating things that in the context of what President Trump was trying to say. And so what we are doing here is make sure not only do we have in the first bill ensuring that states, because states have a lot of influence in this, focus on how do you make it a reliable and affordable, particularly in states like Colorado, where my friend was from. My colleague, Mr. Evans from Colorado, put the bill forward. It says that their insurance, their rates continue to go up because of policies of their General Assembly and their states. And he just wants to ensure that their states factor in affordability when they make those kind of decisions. That's what we're here to talk about. So then, in order to build again, after years of delaying building, we have a supply chain that has to get reinvigorated. And you can sit down and talk to AI companies and people that need data, need energy. And I'm one for every electron on the grid we can put on the grid, whether it comes from a solar panel or as long as it's not subsidized, or a wind or hydrocarbons, we need it all. And so what my friend from Ohio has a bill saying that we know that you can't it takes too long to get a generator, it takes too long to get a transformer, it takes too long to get turbine blades, is that we have to make sure our supply chain is in place, and wants to make sure the Department of Energy is focused on. I know they are. Secretary Wright is focused on it. Make sure in statute that we have Congress saying the supply chain is important. Delivering energy at an affordable price is a priority. That's what these 2 bills today do. That's what this bill does. And I recommend that my colleagues vote for this bill, and I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields. All time in general debate has expired. Pursuant to the rule, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. The bill is considered as read. No amendment to the bill shall be in order except those printed in Part C of House Report 119399. Each such amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report by the member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and the opponent, shall not be subject to the amendment, and shall not be subject to the demand of the division of the question. It is now in order to consider the Amendment 1, number 1, printed in Part C of House Report 119-399. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 1, printed in Part C of House Report number 119-399, offered by Mr. Gosar of Arizona.
Pursuant to the House Resolution 936, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Gosar, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Energy security is national security. As the 119th Congress works to protect and strengthen America's energy backbone, We have a responsibility to ensure our decisions are informed, transparent, and grounded in vigorous oversight. The American people expect us to safeguard the systems that power their homes, businesses, and daily lives. My amendment is straightforward and common sense. It directs the Secretary of Energy to identify any vulnerabilities to our domestic energy grid that may arise from non-citizens' access to U.S. facilities that generate or transmit electricity. That's it. It creates no new prohibitions, no hiring restrictions, no burdens on industry. It simply asks for information. Information. Congress needs to do its job. The numbers alone underscore the importance for this issue. Let's look, according to the report, the Department of Energy 2024 energy employment by the state report. My great state of Arizona employs more than 135,000 energy workers, including 25,000 in power generation and another 25,000 in transmission. Comparably, in Texas, 1 million Americans work in the energy sector. These are enormous workforces, operating critical infrastructure that keeps our country moving. Under Article 1, Section 8, Congress has clear constitutional authority under the Commerce Clause to regulate interstate and interregional commerce. And electricity, the last time I looked, doesn't stop at state lines. Earlier this year, the House passed H.R. 3062, the Promoting Cross-Border Energy Infrastructure Act, to streamline energy transmission across our international borders. As we take steps to expand and modernize our energy systems, we must ensure our oversight keeps pace. By requiring the Secretary of Energy to periodically review access to critical facilities and notify Congress if any of these vulnerabilities are found, my amendment enhances that oversight. If risks exist, we can address them. If they don't, the Department of Energy can focus its efforts on more pressing threats from our adversaries from China and Russia. Mr. Speaker, this is responsible governance. It strengthens transparency, fortifies national security, and ensures Congress remains fully informed about potential threats to the grid. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I rise in opposition to the amendment.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I urge opposition to the amendment because it peddles in a gross xenophobia and fear of immigrants that has become the calling card of Republicans during the Trump years. The amendment would require the Department of Energy to add to its study vulnerabilities from the employment of non-U.S. citizens at generation or transmission facilities. Now, I agree with the gentleman that our electric system needs to be secure, but I do not agree with him that every electrical engineer that comes to this country for a better life needs to live in fear of ICE and DOE showing up and harassing them at their place of work. There are enough real threats to our grid. Congress does not need to concern itself with imaginary threats as well. So I urge opposition to the amendment, and I would yield back at this time, Mr.
Gentleman
Speaker.
yields. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Yes, I think the gentleman is suffering from power phobia. But this is a report. That's all it is a report. I think the old wives' tale basically says it best. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. This is a report. It has nothing to do with an immigration-like actions. It's a simple report. And if you're doing your oversight right, you better be following these reports. You better be finding where those little glitches maybe be, and this is one of those aspects. I ask that everybody vote for this amendment, and with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. Is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it? The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 2, printed in Part C of the House Report 119-399. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I rise as a designee of Ms. Houlihan and have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 2, printed in Part C of House Report number 119-399, offered by Mr. Min of California.
Pursuant to House Resolution 936, the gentleman from California, Mr. Min, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise today in support of this straightforward amendment to the Electric Supply Chain Act, an amendment that strengthens our workforce, supports veterans, and helps ensure the reliability and security of our nation's energy supply. As a representative of California, I know how essential it is that we shore up the workforce powering our electric supply chain. Manufacturers in California and across the country consistently tell us the same thing. Workforce shortages are slowing down projects, driving up costs, and ultimately are a major contributor to higher prices for working families. The data is clear. Nearly 10,000 electricians retire each year, while only about 7,000 new entrants come in each year, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Goldman Sachs has estimated that the United States will need roughly 510,000 new workers just to meet rising power demand over the next decade. Annually, we have more than 200,000 service members who transition out of the military, many with exactly the same technical skills, discipline, and mission-focused mindset that our energy system needs and that employers are looking for. This amendment would simply direct the Department of Energy to regularly assess how to expand veteran service member and military spouse participation in this workforce, what barriers are preventing entry into these fields, and where improved federal coordination can better coordinate this talent to areas of real need. Strengthening supply chains means strengthening the people behind them. And few are better prepared for these careers than our veterans and military families, and this is an important transition for them as well. This is a practical improvement to the underlying bill, which promotes national security, energy resilience, and economic opportunity for those who have served. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this amendment. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves for gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to claim time in opposition to the amendment, though I am not opposed.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of the amendment from my colleague, Representative Houlihan from Pennsylvania. This amendment will require DOE to evaluate the potential role transitioning military service members could play in meeting the workforce needs for the electric supply chain. While our efforts to reshore domestic manufacturing facilities bolster our national security, it is also important to recognize the economic benefits of attracting new opportunities for creating job-creating industries. Growing investments in the manufacturing sector create stable and good-paying jobs for households and drive economic growth in communities across our country. Our men and women seeking new employment after transitioning back to civilian life bring incredible skill set and expertise to the table that could benefit companies of all kinds. And by incorporating new consideration for DOE to evaluate the potential for transitioning service members into the workforce as part of HR 3638, we can ensure our veterans can have access to good-paying jobs. And having served in the military, I know the military, you get specific skills, and you can be diesel mechanics, you do all these different things you learn in the military, and they sometimes don't directly that does actually, but some others don't directly translate. But you create the opportunity for let's reach out and find military members who are leaving the military who have specific skills and opportunities. I support this amendment, and I was meeting with some people the other day, and this kind of industry, they said if we advertise $120,000 a year for MBAs, we get a flood of applications. If we advertise $120,000 a year for truck drivers, if skilled truck drivers, we barely get enough. We don't get enough applications. There are opportunities for people to make good living, have a career, not just a wage, but a wage that produces for their families and lets them, he or she, be extremely successful. So I support this amendment. And since we're talking military, I must say, go Army, beat Navy Saturday, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from California, Mr. Menendez, is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, then I reserve the balance of my time. I apologize. I yield back. I apologize.
Gentleman yields back. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. It is the opinion of chairs that noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Is agreed to. Yes. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 3, printed in Part C of House Report 119-399. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 3, printed in Part C of House Report number 119-399, offered by Mr. McGuire of Virginia.
In support of my amendment, H.R. 3638, which adds essential language.
Suspend. Gentleman will suspend. Pursuant to the House Resolution 936, the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. McGuire, and a member opposed. Each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of my amendment, H.R. 3638, which adds essential language to address the threat posed by foreign entities of concern seeking to disrupt supply chains and undermine United States leadership in artificial intelligence development. The United States is in a race with the Chinese Communist Party to be the global leader in the development and deployment of artificial intelligence. Maintaining that leadership requires vigilance against supply chain vulnerabilities that foreign adversaries can exploit. Our nation has already faced significant challenges in scaling artificial intelligence infrastructure. We cannot allow foreign manipulation or interference to add to these challenges. Disruptions of the artificial intelligence supply chain will not just weaken our country in our race against China, but will have a significant negative impact on our economy, our ability to defend ourselves, and our capacity to innovate. This amendment recognizes that protecting the artificial intelligence supply chain is both a defensive measure and a strategic investment in our infrastructure. Establishing periodic assessments of vulnerabilities in the artificial intelligence supply chain that foreign entities of concern could exploit help ensure our country maintain stable access to necessary components, boosting domestic manufacturing and innovation. To remain at the forefront of the next generation technology, we must thoroughly assess and protect our supply chain. Any disruption threatens not only our progress, but also our national security, our economic strength, and our global position in the artificial intelligence race. This amendment strengthens our ability to safeguard America's advancement in artificial intelligence by ensuring we identify, monitor, and address vulnerabilities that foreign adversaries could exploit to the detriment of our national interest. It reinforces our commitment to securing the technologies that will define the next century and ensure the United States remains the world leader in artificial intelligence. This is a common sense idea, and I encourage my colleagues to support the amendment. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I rise to claim time in opposition to the amendment, although I do not oppose it.
Without objection, gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. While I have grave concerns about the Department of Energy's ability to carry out and execute on the studies and reports required by this bill, if we are going to ask them to do those studies, then I think this addition is harmless. I would point out that while the gentleman's amendment focuses explicitly on efforts by foreign entities of concern to exploit supply chain disruptions to undermine our leadership in the field of AI, I am concerned about any effort by foreign entities of concern to exploit energy supply chain disruptions. And that's why I have been dismayed at the fact that President Trump and the Republican Party have totally dismantled the infrastructure that we've built up to strengthen our energy supply chains. The reality is that there are more threats to our energy supply chains today than there were a year ago because of the big ugly bill and the sledgehammer that DOGE and Secretary Wright took to the Department of Energy. And that is a large reason why I oppose the overall bill. But this amendment isn't about that, and while I still oppose the underlying bill, I do not oppose the amendment, even though I think it's too narrow. So with that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman, the balance of my time.
Yields. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Sure. Mr. Chairman, talking about DOGE is thinly veiled attempt to score political points by changing the topic of the conversation from this amendment, which protects our national security from foreign entities of concern, and turning it into something political. The previous actions of DOGE do not bear any weight or relevance to this amendment. The Department of Energy is adequately staffed by very bright, talented individuals who have the capacity to monitor vulnerabilities in our supply chain that the Communist Party of China or other foreign adversaries could exploit to halt our progress in the artificial intelligence sphere. This amendment is not political, it's common sense. Disruptions by foreign entities of concern to our supply chain threaten our national security, which is a cause of concern for all Americans, regardless of their political affiliation. And I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman has no more time remaining. Has the only time remaining. Does the gentleman yield back?
Can I close?
You can close, yeah.
Okay.
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, how much time do I have left?
Gentleman has 2 minutes remaining.
Okay. In closing, Mr. Chairman, this is a common sense amendment. The United States is in a race with the Chinese Communist Party to be the global leader in the development and deployment of artificial intelligence and other capabilities such as quantum computing. Any vulnerabilities in our supply chain that our adversaries can exploit not only threatens our global standing in the artificial intelligence space, but it also threatens our national security. This amendment protects all Americans from a significant and growing threat. And I again encourage adoption of this amendment. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. McGuire. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. It is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 4, printed in Part C of the House Report 119-399. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 4, printed in Part C of House Report number 119-399, offered by Mr. Min of California.
Pursuant to House Resolution 936, the gentleman from California, Mr. Min, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My amendment to the Electric Supply Chain Act would expand the periodic reports required under this bill to include a critical assessment of advanced transmission technologies. In my district and across the country, families are seeing soaring energy costs brought on by load growth and extreme weather, including wildfires. An aging and inefficient grid is bottlenecking the growing demand for new and reliable power, causing prices to go up and limiting the electrons that can reach areas that need this electricity. We must meet this challenge, grow our economy, and bring down the energy bills that are rising so quickly and crushing so many of our constituents today. And to do that, we need to build more transmission infrastructure. But we also need to leverage the innovation that we have to maximize our current electric transmission rights of way. Advanced transmission technologies, like high-performance conductors, present a unique opportunity to upgrade the electric grid we already have and ensure that new infrastructure is more efficient and affordable. According to the Department of Energy, using advanced conductors can double the capacity of existing transmission lines, and over 100,000 miles of lines can currently benefit from these technologies. Importantly, these technologies have minimal land use impacts, can be installed without the decades-long permitting timelines required for new lines, and increase the resiliency of the grid against wildfires, helping keep districts like mine safe from the growing threats of these natural disasters that are often under severe fire risk. It's why major utilities in California are building their lines with advanced conductors and why states across the country are passing new laws to promote their adoption. I'm proud to actually represent 2 of the largest manufacturers of advanced transmission conductors in my district, CTC Global and TS Conductor. These companies are extraordinary examples of American innovation and manufacturing, which is helping pioneer the grid of the future and create high-skilled domestic jobs in the process. I urge the members to support my amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Reserves for purpose. Does the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie, seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I claim time in opposition to the amendment, though I am not opposed to it.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, and I thank my friend from California, who we just chatted earlier today, for offering this amendment. This amendment would incorporate advanced transmission technologies into the supply chain considerations the Department of Energy would also need to assess as part of their responsibilities in this bill. In certain circumstances, advanced transmission technologies could help get more resources out of our current system by expanding the grid's electric load carrying capacity. However, these are not one-size-fits-all technology, and there are important engineering complexities to consider to ensure the system operates efficiently. We must ensure they are implemented when it is appropriate and cost-effective so we can secure the grid without burdening ratepayers with unnecessary investments. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I will yield back the time I claimed.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California is recognized.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 5, printed in Part C of House Report 119-399. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 5, printed in Part C of House Report number 119-399, offered by Mr. Self of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 936, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Self, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in support of my amendment to H.R. 3638. The bill requires DOE to assess supply chain vulnerabilities for the generation and transmission of electricity, including barriers to expanding capacity here in the United States. My amendment makes a simple clarification. It ensures that DOE evaluates barriers not only in manufacturing components, but also to their delivery and installation. In the real world, grid reliability depends on whether critical equipment can actually reach the job site and be installed on time. If we want a serious assessment and serious recommendations, we cannot stop at the factory gate. I urge adoption of the amendment. I reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I rise to claim time in opposition to the amendment, although I do not oppose it.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, this amendment recognizes that it's not enough for us to manufacture critical grid and supply chain components. They must be able to be actually delivered and installed on the grid. And this is a worthwhile addition to the bill. However, I lament that while my colleagues on the other side of the aisle can recognize the equal importance of manufacturing supply chain components and transporting and delivering them, they're unable to recognize the same when it comes to electricity. To do anyone any good, electricity must not only be generated, it must be carried to its destination on the grid. However, House Republicans, especially those on the Energy and Commerce Committee, have been unwilling to acknowledge the role that expanding the grid must play in any serious bipartisan conversation on permitting. The bills this week and next week aren't a serious attempt at permitting reform. Far from it. And one of them tells us that despite Democrats talking for the last 3 years about the need to strengthen the grid in the face of rising demand, Republicans have still failed to acknowledge that need or that reality for that matter. So again, I think this is a bad bill. I think the Department of Energy has not made clear to us that it has the resources or ability to carry out this bill. And I think that instead of trying to get the DOE to maybe write us a report telling us what we already know, we should focus on concrete actions that could shore up our supply chain and restoring the Office of Manufacturing and Energy Supply and restoring the incentives to build in America that were killed by the big ugly bill. I mean, all these things is really what we need to do. But Republicans are not willing to do that, so I don't know what else to say. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Self, is recognized.
I yield.
Gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. There be no further amendments under the rule. The committee rises.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole on the State of the Union has had under consideration H.R. 3638, and pursuant to the House Resolution 936, I report the bill back to the House with sundry amendments adopted in the Committee of the Whole.
we break.
Under the previous rule, the previous question is. Keep going. Chair of the Committee on the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has had under consideration the bill H.R. 3638 and pursuant to House Resolution 936, reports the bill back to the House with the sundry amendments adopted in the Committee of the Whole. Under the rule, the previous question is ordered. Is a separate vote demanded on any amendment reported from the Committee of the Whole? If not, the chair will put them in gross. The question is on the adoption of the amendments. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. The amendments are agreed to. The question is on the engrossment of the third reading of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to direct the Secretary of Energy to prepare periodic assessments and submit reports on the supply chain for the generation and transmission of electricity and for other purposes.
The question is on the passage of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. The bill is
Mr.
passed.
Chairman, I'd ask for the yeas and nays.
For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I would ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. What purpose does the gentlewoman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the bill under consideration.
Objection. Pursuant to House Resolution 936 and Rule 818, the chair declares the House in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of H.R. 3383. The chair appoints a gentleman from Guam, Mr. Moylan, to preside over the Committee of the Whole.
House is in the Committee of the Whole on the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 3383, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill to amend the Investment Company Act of 1940 with respect to the authority of closed-end companies to invest in private funds.
Pursuant to the rule, the bill is considered read the first time. General debate shall be confirmed to the bill and amendments specified in Section 2 of House Rules 936 and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Finance Services or their representative designee. The gentlewoman from Missouri, Ms. Wagner, and the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Walters, each have control of 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Missouri, Ms. Wagner.
I thank you. I thank you, Mr. Chair, and I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I rise in support of H.R. 3383, the Incentivizing New Ventures and Economic Strength Through Capital Formation, the INVEST Act. America's economic strength has always come from our builders, inventors, and risk takers. We are a nation of startups, born in garages and family businesses, turned thriving enterprises, and dreamers who take an idea and make it real. But today, too many of those dreams face serious obstacles. Right now, 3 areas, Silicon Valley, Boston, and New York, account for nearly 3/4 of all venture capital funding. Entrepreneurs across the country are told, move to a coast or move on. Meanwhile, mountains of red tape are stifling growth. When a founder spends more time navigating Washington rules than creating jobs, something is broken. We cannot win the next century with a playbook written in the last one. The INVEST Act is our course correction, and it builds on proven success. More than a decade ago, the divided Congress came together to pass the Jobs Act. It worked. Companies that went public using Jobs Act provisions expanded their workforce by an average of 150% in just 3 years. This legislation that we're talking about right now, the INVEST Act, takes the next step. Our Capital Markets Subcommittee heard from entrepreneurs and small businesses who can't access capital in their own communities. Main Street investors with deep expertise who are locked out of opportunities just because they aren't wealthy enough, and emerging fund managers who confirmed outdated rules are holding America back. These aren't abstract problems. They're costing us jobs, innovation, and economic growth in every district that we represent. The INVEST Act delivers targeted solutions. It revises the accredited investor definition to recognize that financial sophistication comes from what you know, not just from how much you earn. It also reduces the regulatory burden that discourages companies from going public. Small businesses will find it easier to raise capital locally so that economic success can be shared within communities, not just concentrated on the coasts. This is bipartisan, pragmatic policy. I'm proud to lead this effort along with our esteemed Chairman Hill, my colleagues across the aisle, Representatives Meeks and Representative Gottheimer. I'd like to note that the ranking member voted for 19 19 of the 22 bills included in this package. There is a reason this bill has won the resounding support of, I think we're at 81 total organizations from every corner of the country. When we expand access to capital and opportunity, everyone wins. More companies will choose to grow here, go public here, and create jobs here instead of overseas. More Americans and everyday retail investors investing in innovation, and more communities across the country will participate in the prosperity that entrepreneurship creates. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, H.R. 3383, the INVEST Act, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
I rise today in strong opposition to H.R. 3383, the INVEST Act, which is an end-of-year holiday gift to Wall Street paid for by the hard-earned savings of teachers, nurses, seniors, and other hardworking Americans. While several of the provisions in the INVEST Act could support capital formation, the bill contains 3 poison pill provisions that make voting for the overall bill untenable. These provisions will raise costs and increase fees for people all across America. At a time when the president's disastrous tariff policies are causing many Americans to struggle just to pay the bills, the INVEST Act would reduce federal investor protections, jeopardizing the retirement savings of millions of regular hardworking Americans. But it didn't have to be this way. I worked closely with Capital Markets Subcommittee Chairwoman Ms. Wagner and full committee chairman Mr. Hill just to get to yes on this bill. And 19 of the provisions in this bill would pass overwhelmingly through this House. Unfortunately, Republicans could not resist the demands of their Wall Street, and they threw in 3 poison pills at the last minute that would make Wall Street richer and retirement more unaffordable. Let me tell you about these poison pill provisions and what they will do. The first section, 202, would remove the 403B retirement plans relied on by millions of teachers, nurses, and nonprofit workers from the protections and oversight of the federal securities laws. This massive $1 trillion deregulation of 403B plans would allow Wall Street middlemen and unlicensed so-called retirement consultants to free themselves of SEC's rules to always keep the plan holders' best interest in mind. It is not surprising that while those Wall Street middlemen are heavily lobbying this bill, the groups and unions representing the teachers, nurses, and other workers who would be affected strongly oppose. The National Education Association, representing over 3 million educators all across the country. The American Federation of Teachers, representing over 1.5 million teachers and healthcare professionals. National Nurses United, representing over 200,000 registered nurses, and the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, representing 1.3 million public service workers, all oppose this bill. And so, that's not all. Let's look at the second poison pill, Section 205, This provision would make electronic delivery of financial documents the default for all investors, including seniors, even though the majority of seniors prefer and rely on paper delivery. The bill would automatically switch investors from the preferred paper delivery to electronic delivery, even if the investor has recently declined to receive statements. Millions of seniors still don't have access to reliable internet or an email account. And as a result of this provision, they would now be in the dark about their finances and investments. This means they would be much more likely to notice junk fees and unnecessary trades executed by their financial professional. Not surprisingly, the AARP, representing 110 million Americans, strongly opposed this provision when it was considered in the committee this Congress. Finally, the third partisan pill. Section 206 allows Wall Street to vastly increase the amount of risky, opaque private assets they sell to Main Street investors. It does so by allowing what is known as closed-end funds, which are similar to mutual funds and used by many everyday investors to invest up to 100% of their assets in shares of private equity and venture capital funds and directly into the unregistered shares of private companies. Current law limits this kind of private assets to only 15% of a fund's total assets. This is because private assets are very different from the publicly traded stocks and bonds that most folks are used to investing in. Unlike publicly traded stocks, private assets are not registered with the SEC, meaning Wall Street's cop on the block and all the ensuing protections that come from its oversight are not in place. They're also harder to value, contain far fewer disclosures around risk, and are very hard for investors to get their money back due to withdrawal limits and long lockup periods. For these reasons, our securities laws have guardrails on Wall Street so that they don't peddle junky assets to investors who can't understand the financial risk. These various provisions and the bill as a whole are opposed by the groups who are fighting on behalf of everyday Americans, including, again, the AFL-CIO, American Federation of Teachers, Americans for Financial Reform, Public Citizen, the Service Employees International Union, Communication Workers of America, American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, National Education Association, National Nurses United, and the United Auto Workers. The state securities regulators also came out against the bill just this morning. No one cares more about capital formation than our state governments, but they also care that deregulation does not lead to investors and small business harm. Let me just say, Mr. Speaker and members, we support capital formation. We tried so hard to get an agreement, and we thought we had one because of the provisions that we could be bipartisan on, because we too support capital formation. What we don't support is these partisan pills who just do the kind of deregulation that would put so many hardworking people at risk. As I mentioned, the teachers and the nurses and all of the other labor unions, etc., are really, really worried that these partisan pills will do so much harm that we had to plead but walk away from what we thought we could get as a bipartisan operation because of the partisan pills at the last minute. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentlewoman from Missouri, Ms. Wagner is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to just mention to the chair that those three so-called poison pills that the ranking member keeps mentioning, these bills passed overwhelmingly in the Financial Services Committee with strong bipartisan support. I also, Mr. Chairman, would like to enter into the record the 81, let me underscore, 81 organizations that are supporting this piece of legislation. Everything from the American Retirement Association to the Small Business and Entrepreneurship Council, the United Way, the U.S. Black Chambers, the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, even the YMCA. So I'd like to submit these all for the record, Mr. Chair.
Woman's request.
Next, it is my great pleasure to introduce the chair.
Gentlewoman will suspend. The gentlewoman's request is covered by general leave. Gentlewoman from Missouri is recognized.
Great, wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I now would like to yield 3.5 minutes to the gentleman from Arkansas, the esteemed chairman of the Financial Services Committee, my wonderful partner in this capital markets endeavor, Mr. Hill from Arkansas.
Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized for 3 minutes.
I thank the chairman. I want to thank Mrs. Wagner for her work as our subcommittee chair of capital markets in this Congress. I want to thank our vice chairman of the full committee that you'll hear from tonight, Bill Heisinger of Michigan, who for 3 Congresses served as chair of capital markets or ranking member on this subcommittee, because this work tonight, Mr. Chairman, represents over a decade of effort on a bipartisan basis, both sides of the aisle, to advance economic growth for our citizens, for our businesses, by advancing their ability at a lower cost, in a more effective way of raising money from working out of your garage and crowdsourcing your idea to bring your idea to life through angel investing, all the way through to lowering the cost to be a public company. Mr. Chairman, when I, exactly 1 year ago this week, aspired to serve as chair of the House Financial Services Committee, I asked my colleagues, can you tell me how many companies are in the Wilshire 5000 index? There was silence in the room. And Mr. Chairman, there was silence in the room because it's not 5,000 companies, it was 3,700. Why? Because we don't have enough qualified public companies in this great nation, the largest economy in the world, to have 5,000 public companies in the Wilshire 5000. So tonight we do something about that. We make it easier to be a public company in America. We make it easier, if you have a great idea, to crowdsource that idea, raise money from friends and family. And we make it easier, if you're an individual investor, to have other opportunities in which to invest. Before I served in this House, I conducted many private placements to help people start their own business. And Reg D of the SEC is what you do that under. That's the rules of the SEC, to privately raise money to help somebody start a business. And in that effort, you have to be an accredited investor in order to invest. But what if you invented the technology that's doing the business, but you did not have $1 million net worth and a $250,000 income? Mr. Chairman, you can't be an investor. It's your technology, unless you're the CEO or a board member. This bill corrects that. It says if you have an expertise in a particular area, you can become an accredited investor. So tonight, Mr. Chair, we believe in Steve Case's admonition to the whole nation, the rise of the rest. We want America to thrive no matter what side of the tracks you grow up on, what your education level is. We want hard work, savings, and investment rewarded. Ms. Wagner, Mr. Gottheimer, Mr. Meeks have delivered that in the INVEST Act, and I urge a yes vote, and I yield back the balance of my time.
And I reserve.
The gentlewoman from Missouri reserves. Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you very much. I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close if the gentlewoman from Missouri has no further speakers.
Not even close.
The gentlewoman from California reserves. Gentlewoman from Missouri is recognized.
Not even close to closing, Mr. Chairman. It is now my great pleasure to recognize for 2 minutes the gentleman from Michigan, my good friend, the sponsor of the Improving Disclosures for Investors Act in this package, Mr. Huizenga.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Madam Chair Wagner. I rise today in strong support of the Incentivizing New Ventures and Economic Strength Through Capital Formation, the INVEST Act, and ask for its immediate passage. Mr. Chair, this package of bills before the House today is the culmination, as the Chair was saying, of literally a decade's worth of work, a bipartisan work, I might add. The time has ripened, and the time has come for us to pass all of these. H.R. 3383 expands access to capital for small businesses, increases investor opportunities for all, and strengthens our public markets. Last year, as part of the committee's capital formation agenda, we heard from everyday Americans who, despite the odds, succeeded in achieving their dreams. Today's bills reflects their priorities and the priorities of millions of Americans who are looking for financial security and a better future. And I want to take a minute to highlight my bill, which is included in this package. The Improving Disclosure for Investors Act directs the Securities and Exchange Commission to promulgate rules with respect to electronic delivery of certain required disclosures to investors. Here's what that means. If you have an email, you are able to receive these documents electronically. Not forced, but you're able to get it. If you don't have an email, by definition, you don't even qualify. You will not get these. And by the way, I will note, Mr. Chairman, that the standard for the Social Security Agency is through electronic communications. But this bipartisan bill is straightforward. It provides ample time for transition. It notices to customers. There's an ability for anyone to opt out for any reason if they choose to do so. And I was proud to work with the ranking member of the Capital Markets Subcommittee, Mr. Sherman from California, to make sure that consumer protection was the foundation, especially for seniors, Mr. Chairman, that consumer protection, especially for seniors, was the foundation of this bill. So there's no poison pills in here, Mr. Chairman. There's no surprises in this. We are champions for American competitiveness, and I urge my colleagues to vote yes. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
And I reserve.
Gentlewoman from Missouri reserves. Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume. Now, this so-called e-delivery provision makes electronic delivery the default communication method for all investors, whether they like it or not. AARP research indicates that a majority of American investors, 80% of which are 55 years of age or older, prefer to receive their documents in paper. But under this provision, investors who prefer to receive information about their investments by paper will need to opt in to paper delivery by computer, even if they previously opted for paper statements. This is why the e-delivery provision is opposed by the AARP and most major unions and investor protection organizations, including, again, Americans for Financial Reform, American Federation of Labor, and Congress of Industrial Organizations, AFL-CIO, Communications Workers of America, CWA, Consumer Federation of America, CFA, National Education Association, NEA, the American Federation of Teachers, AFT, National Nurses United, NNU, Public Citizen Service Employees International Union, SEIU, the Academy of Financial Education, AFE, the United Auto Workers, UAW, the North American Securities Administrations Association, NASAA, and the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, AFSCME, that is AFSCME. Now, I have two big problems with this provision. Number one, investors who previously told their advisor that they wanted, that they had to have paper statements should still be able to receive them because investors should be the ones in charge of how they monitor their own money. And number two, any savings advisors earn because they are not sending paper notices should be refunded to the investor as a credit on their statement. Financial advisors should not be able to make a profit by providing fewer services to their investors, especially a service that most investors want and demand. But Republicans flatly refuse to include either provision, demonstrating what this section really is: a holiday gift to Wall Street. Financial firms will save potentially billions of dollars by making it harder for American investors to access information about their own accounts. So, for these reasons, I strongly encourage you to vote against H.R. 3383. Let me just say to the members of this House of Representatives, if in fact we were working on a bipartisan agreement on this Investor Act, and we found that we could agree on maybe 19 out of 22, that they would literally walk away from the negotiations, walk away from our attempts to be bipartisan, rather than have a bill that would actually be, a bill that we all want, understanding what our businesses need for capital improvement, et cetera, because Wall Street wants these three poison pills. They would walk away from all the work that we have done. It does not make good sense. For that reason, we can't vote for it. We cannot vote for it with these poison pills. They're too harmful. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from California reserves, and the gentlewoman from Missouri is recognized.
I thank you, Mr. Chair. I would now like to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from New York, the co-lead of this bill, and my very, very good friend here in Congress, Mr. Meeks.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairwoman Wagner and Chairman French Hill, Mr. Gottheimer, and to my dear friend and person that I respect and admire, the ranking member, Maxine Waters. I'm here today to say why I support this bill and why it was important for me to be a co-sponsor. I support this bill because I believe it's a meaningful step for working families. At a time when families continue to feel the pressures of rising costs and financial uncertainty, the INVEST Act represents a meaningful, common-sense step to help Americans secure their financial futures. 62% of Americans are invested in the stock market, and the vast majority are not day traders or wealthy investors. There are millions of everyday workers who participate through mutual funds, pensions, and retirement plans like the 401ks and IRAs. I support this bill because it expands access to capital for underserved and under-networked entrepreneurs. This bill modernizes outdated rules that have made it especially hard for Black and brown founders and minority-owned businesses to meet investors, to participate in community investment events, and raise early capital. The INVEST Act broadens who can responsibly participate in private markets. It preserves investor protections and strengthens oversight while recognizing that these opportunities for wealth building shouldn't just be for the super rich. and it makes it easier for small businesses by reducing regulatory friction and compliance burdens that disproportionately impact them. This package of 22 bills is fundamentally really a pro-small business bill focused on addressing the affordability crisis and not Wall Street deregulatory bill. 16 of these bills have passed the House nearly unanimously in this Congress, and I supported every individual bill when it considered them before the Financial Services Committee, as did many of my committee colleagues. I sponsored 3 of the bills in this package that I've worked on for multiple Congresses. These bills increase transparency in multi-class stock structures, protect against activist investors in closed-end funds, and encourage startups to test the waters when considering an IPO. These issues aren't just a flash in the pan. These bills have come together after long thought and deliberation with partners like the United States Black Chambers of Commerce, like minority banks, institutional investor advocates, and nonprofits. They're about closing the wealth gap, of which I have been focused on my entire career. Ask for 30 more seconds.
30 seconds for the gentleman from New York.
Gentleman's recognized.
Closing the wealth gap. That's why I support this bill. That's one of the main reasons why I'm here in the United States Congress. Strengthening our capital markets is not about helping the big guys. It's about improving the financial security of working families, and supporting the INVEST Act will give Americans more opportunities to grow their retirement savings and build long-term economic stability. And as for that, I support this bill and urge my colleagues to do the same. And I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves and yields back. And the gentlewoman from Missouri is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves.
I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from California reserves. Gentlewoman from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I now would like to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Wisconsin, the sponsor of the Expanding WICSE Eligibility Act in this package, Mr. Brian Steil.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'd like to thank the chairman of the full committee, Mr. Hill, as well as the chair of the subcommittee, Ms. Wagner, not only for her hard work, but also for the flawless Luxembourg pronunciation of my last name as the former ambassador to Luxembourg. But I rise, Mr. Chairman, because we have an opportunity here to make the world's best capital markets even better. At a period of time when Americans are struggling with higher costs, we have an opportunity to lower costs. And the legislation before us tonight accomplishes both of those goals. Outdated capital market rules, they're holding back innovation, they're limiting investor access. By weighing down our economy, by weighing down the engine of our economy, they're raising costs and stifling growth. The INVEST Act will help to address these challenges. It expands access to capital for smaller companies by making targeted reforms to crowdfunding rules and venture investment restrictions. It opens up investment opportunities to more working Americans saving for their retirements. Opportunities are currently reserved for the rich. INVEST also streamlines disclosures for startups, and I like that it includes my WICSE bill that alters the status so more companies can sell securities to the public quicker and with less cost. This bill will help modernize our capital markets, Mr. Chairman, to lower costs, reduce complexity, and open opportunities for more Americans. I encourage my colleagues to support this legislation. I yield back.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves.
I reserve.
Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentlewoman from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Nebraska, the sponsor of the Equal Opportunity for All Investors Act in this package, Mr. Flood.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. I strongly support the INVEST Act, and I commend Congresswoman
Ann Wagner and Congressman Greg Meeks for their hard work on this bipartisan project. This is how Congress is supposed to work. The INVEST Act will expand access to capital for startups and small businesses, create new pathways for retail investors, and provide greater opportunity to more Americans. One bill in this package I'd like to highlight is the Equal Opportunity for All Investors Act, a bill I lead with Congressman Cleo Fields, Congresswoman Sarah McBride, and Congressman Mike Lawler. The Equal Opportunity for All Investors Act would expand the accredited investor definition to include individuals that are certified through an exam written by the SEC and administered by FINRA. An accredited investor is individuals that are allowed to participate in investment opportunities that are not generally available to the broader public, like private offerings. Most current pathways to become an accredited investor are based upon wealth and income. This bill opens up a new pathway, allowing for investors' knowledge to be the determining factor in whether they are able to become an accredited investor.
Another 30 seconds. The gentleman.
Gentleman
Thank
is
you, Madam Chair.
recognized.
The examination created by this bill is meant to strike a balance between rigorously testing for sophistication and not being set to such a difficult standard that even an intelligent investor could not pass it. I urge my colleagues to support the INVEST Act. I thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back.
And I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentlewoman from California.
I yield myself such time as I may consume. Republicans claim that Section 202 purports to modernize retirement options for nurses, teachers, and nonprofit workers. Let me be clear, it does not. In reality, this provision opens these workers' retirement accounts, called 403B plans, to complex, high-fee products like collective investment trusts and variable annuities. It also removes these plans from the protections and oversight of our federal securities laws. I cannot imagine why we would want to make it more difficult and more dangerous for some of the most valuable members of our community to save for retirement. But that is exactly what Section 202 does. We did not debate this section. We did not, let me say it again, we did not have a hearing on it. No one has asked questions about it. So I have to wonder, why is it here? Is it because those whose savings are in 403B plans, the teachers and nurses asked for it? No, they did not. They do not support this provision. In fact, this section is opposed by major unions and investor protection groups. Now, let me make sure that it is very well understand who is opposing, again, these poison pills. American Federation of Labor and Congress of Industrial Organizations, again, AFL-CIO, Communication Workers of America, CWA, Consumer Federation of America, CFA, National Education Association, NEA, the American Federation of Teachers, AFT, National Nurses United, NNU, Public Citizen Service Employees, International Union, SEIU, the Academy of Financial Education, AFE, the United Auto Workers, UAW, the North American Securities Administrators Association, NASAA, and the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, AFSCME, AFCME. To be clear, this provision is in this bill because Wall Street asked for it. They want to be able to spend the retirement savings of public employees on these most expensive, riskier assets so they can get richer. Voting for this bill means choosing Wall Street over the interests of the American people. And I cannot imagine doing that. That is why I urge you all to vote against this bill with these poison pins in it that I have described over and over again. I yield back the balance of my, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves.
The gentlewoman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I now yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Iowa, the sponsor of the Elevate Act in this package, my good friend, Mr. Nunn.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to our chairwoman. Ann Wagner has been just a great leader on both capital markets and driving real innovation, but also real investment across this country through our INVEST Act. That is why I rise in support today of both the INVEST Act, legislation that will transform the way we bring capital to the heart of the heartland in places like Missouri and Iowa. Consider, if you will, Mr. Chair, Precision Agriculture, and a company in Atlantic, Iowa that develops new soil monitoring technology. They want to raise capital to manufacture sensors and hire engineers. But under current rules, they face excessive auditing requirements that cost up to $200,000 just in compliance alone. And that's an amount that a coastal tech giant might spend in a day. But for a heartland company, that's a year's worth of an entire payroll for multiple employees. My Elevate Act, included in this package, fixes this challenge. It reduces auditing requirements for emerging growth companies from 3 to 2 years, cutting costs while protecting investors. Iowa innovators, America's innovators, are creators and solutions that help feed the world and drive America forward. We should remove barriers, not continue to create or make them harder. Because a startup in Perry, Iowa deserves the same shot at success as one in Palo Alto, California. The INVEST Act delivers fairness, and my work on the Elevate Act delivers it right to the heart of this country. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. I urge passage and yield my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentlewoman.
And I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves.
I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from Missouri.
I thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd also like to pull off a few more of the organizations supporting the INVEST Act of our 81 total that we've received to date. The American Council of Life Insurers, American Heart Association, the American Retirement Association, the Association of Women's Business Centers, Habitat for Humanity, the Lutheran Services in America, even Meals on Wheels in America. Now, Mr. Chairman, it is my pleasure to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Florida and the sponsor of the Green Lighting Growth Act in this package, Mr. Herodopoulos.
Thank you, Madam
The
Chair.
gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of H.R. 3383, the Increasing Investor Opportunities Act. Our country did not get to the top of the world by playing it safe. We got here by putting capital to work. The very engine that former Fed Chair Alan Greenspan wrote about in Capitalism in America. Our capital markets are the fuel and ultimately the rocket boosters for innovation. And this bill, the INVEST Act, launches economic growth. I'm also proud that my bill, the Green Lighting Growth Act, is a part of this package, ripping away the red tape that has strangled emerging companies in the Jobs Act. No more bureaucratic handcuffs. Instead, we're giving startups the engine they need to grow. We are fortunate to have Chair Hill and Chair Wagner's leadership on this laser-focused bill. They do not just talk about innovation, they have delivered it with this legislation. This bill will make sure that America's capital markets drive down costs, lift up families, and keep us the #1 place to do business in the world. This is not theory. This is the American blueprint for prosperity in action. Let's pass this good bill and greenlight the future. And with that, I yield back, Mr. Chair.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Reserves.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from California.
Reserve my time.
Reserves as well. The gentlewoman from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I now would like to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. McDowell. The floor is yours.
The gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Chairman, the INVEST Act calls us to renew a simple truth. A nation that unleashes the talent of its people will never be left behind. For too long, outdated regulations have stood in the way of our brightest entrepreneurs gaining the capital that they need to build, grow, and compete. The INVEST Act changes that and opens the door for new investment. It gives small businesses from rural America in districts like mine more opportunity at raising capital without drowning in red tape. It expands opportunities for the everyday investor, not just those that already have an accounting department that's big enough to actually navigate through the federal bureaucracy. The INVEST Act makes it easier for companies to tap into American capital markets so we can continue strengthening our financial system here at home rather than abroad. Mr. Speaker, small businesses and innovators are the backbone of our domestic economy, and access to capital is vital to their success. The INVEST Act clears a path for just that, and with that, I urge a yes vote and yield back.
Back, the gentlewoman from Missouri.
I reserve.
Reserves. Gentlewoman from California.
I continue to reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from Missouri.
Mr. Chairman, I'm prepared to close if the gentlewoman is.
The gentlewoman from Missouri reserves.
I reserve.
The gentlewoman from California.
I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close if the gentlewoman from Missouri has no further speakers.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I yield myself the balance of the time. We've heard a lot from Republicans about how the INVEST Act will expand access to capital and increase investor opportunity. But the inclusion of 3 poison pills in this bill shows they are not serious about protecting the investors and care more about funneling their money to Wall Street. If the Republicans are serious about increasing investment in small business and expanding opportunities for investors to participate in new markets, we could have passed a clean bill with near unanimous support. But instead, the Republicans, unable to say no to Wall Street, have jammed 3 bills that hurt workers and those savings for a dignified retirement. Don't just take my word for it. These provisions are opposed by the actual people who would be harmed, again, teachers, nurses, seniors, and others. The bill is opposed by the AFL-CIO, the American Federation of Teachers, the Americans for Financial Reform, Public Citizen, the Service Employees International Union, Communications Workers of America, American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, National Education Association, National Nurses United, and the United Auto Workers. These unions represent over 20 million Americans, and other organizations are fighting for the interests of everyday Americans, and so should everyone in this chamber. Let me just close by saying, oftentimes we hear from both sides of the aisle how much they care about our seniors, how they want to do so much for our seniors. And so here they have the opportunity to resist a poison pill that would absolutely be opposed to what seniors have said they want and they don't want. I want members of this chamber to ask your grandmothers and your great-grandmothers and others who are investors, who have spent their time working and earning and making sure that they have retirement, et cetera, well, do they want to receive their information on the internet, on the computer that they don't have, or they don't use, or they haven't learned how to use it? Or would the members on the opposite side of the aisle simply try and understand why getting paper information about their investments is what the seniors want? So if you want to help seniors so much, why would you allow Wall Street to stop sending the paper information and making billions of dollars and not even talking about making them spend the billions of dollars on seniors in some way? I don't get it. Well, I'm raising the question. You should raise the question. If you want to help seniors, this poison pill does not help them in any way. It denies them the opportunity to understand what is happening to their investments on paper that they can read because they don't have access to, don't engage in, and with the digital that is offered to all of us, but they cannot engage because they're not ready to. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back. The gentlewoman from Missouri is recognized.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman. I now yield myself the remainder of my time in closing here. And then I would ask every American, Mr. Chairman, to talk to their parents, to talk to their grandparents, to talk to one of the 81 groups supporting this piece of incredible legislation, the INVEST Act, most especially the American Retirement Association, Lutheran Services in America, Meals on Wheels, Mission Square, the Small Business and Entrepreneurship Council, the United Way, the U.S. Black Chamber, the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, even the YMCA, why they are signing on to and supporting this tremendous piece of legislation. Mr. Chair, I want to address the statements of the ranking member, a few of them mentioned about the INVEST Act, that are simply incorrect, and I want to set the record straight. The ranking member claims that this bill creates a loophole for bad actors to sell, as we just spoke about, the retirees' products outside of the government oversight and regulation. The collective investment trusts are overseen and regulated by the OCC and other federal or state banking regulators, the IRS, and the Department of Labor. In addition, investors have additional protections under the bill by requiring either the plan to be subject to ERISA protections, the employer sponsor to serve as a plan fiduciary, or a plan to be a government plan subject to additional state protections. The ranking member claims that this bill would make it harder for investors to receive disclosures. That is just simply categorically untrue. The INVEST Act requires an initial paper communication, a transition period, annual paper reminders of the right to opt out, mechanisms to detect failed deliveries, and readability retention standards, plus a standing anytime opt-out back to paper. It modernizes disclosures in line with recent actions by the Thrift Savings Plan, TSP, while preserving protections for low-tech, low-income, and older investors. The ranking member claims that this bill will turn closed-end funds into a vehicle for private funds to add unlimited amounts of risky private assets to everyday investors, and that is categorically false. This provision does not change the strong regulatory obligations for both closed-end funds and their advisors under the securities law. These protections include robust requirements with respect to fiduciary obligations, liquidity, transparency, valuation, and disclosure on fees, risks, strategies, and costs. Mr. Chairman, this bill is simply a bipartisan, targeted approach to modernizing outdated rules and expanding access to capital while preserving strong investor protections. We have an opportunity today to unleash innovation and opportunity in every community we represent, putting more money in your pocket and making life more affordable. That means more opportunities for workers, for savers, and for entrepreneurs. Invest opens the door for everyone to share in the wealth of America, not just Wall Street. I urge a yes vote so Congress can invest in our community, invest in our jobs, and invest for our future. I thank my colleagues on both sides of the aisle again for their very hard work and support, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. All time for general debate has expired. Pursuant to the rule, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. In lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee of Financial Services, printed in the bill, and an amendment in the nature of the substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 119-15 shall be considered as adopted. The bill, as amended, shall be considered as an original bill for the purpose of further amendment under the 5-minute rule and shall be considered as read. No further amendment to the bill, as amended, shall be in order except those printed in Part B of House Report 119-399. Each such further amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report by a member designated in the report, shall be considered read, shall be debated for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. It is now in order to consider amendment number 1, printed in Part B of House Report 119-399. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 1, printed in Part B of House Report number 119-399, offered by Mr. Self of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 936, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Self, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in support of my amendment to H.R. 3383 to strike Section 307. Section 307 directs the SEC to issue new rules forcing issuers of multi-class share structures to include prescribed ownership and voting power disclosures in annual meeting proxy or consent materials and potentially other filings. That is statutory micromanagement and another compliance mandate. More fundamentally, Washington should not be holding investors' hands. The key facts about control and voting rights are already available to the market through public filings and governing documents. And investors can decide for themselves whether they want to buy into a multi-class structure. My amendment keeps this package focused on capital formation and avoids turning it into another paperwork mill. I urge adoption. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. Purpose does the gentlewoman from California rise?
I rise to claim time in opposition.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
I yield myself such time as I may consume. I oppose Mr. Self's amendment to strike Section 307 of the INVEST Act. Section 307 is identical to H.R. 3357, sponsored by, guess who? Mr. Meeks, and closes gaps in the disclosures made to investors where there are multi-class governance structures. Companies that use these structures often different share classes, such class having different rights like voting rights. These structures can allow corporate insiders to retain an outsized amount of voting power relative to their shares. For instance, Mark Zuckerberg has been able to consolidate control over Facebook and now Meta, primarily due to the dual-class share structure that he established. This structure allows him and a small group of insiders to hold Class B shares, which have 10 times the voting power of the Class A shares sold on the open market. So, as a result, Zuckerberg has maintained nearly 60% of the voting power in Facebook, even though his shares account for only about 18% of shares. Mr. Meeks' provision was recommended by the SEC's Investor Advisory Committee and passed out of committee with unanimous support, and it has also passed both this Congress and the prior two nearly unanimously. Investors should have the clearest information available to make the best decision for themselves, but Mr. Self's amendment would deny them that. I therefore encourage all members to vote against this amendment. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Texas.
I say again, Mr. Chairman, the information that she is referencing is already readily discoverable by investors, and they have the choice whether or not they want to invest in a multi-class structure. I will tell you this Section 307 specifically targets directors, director nominees, named executive officers, and any holder with 5% or more of total combined voting power. It requires their share ownership and voter power to be expressed as percentages. Look, investors are not children. The federal government should not be in the business of holding investors' hands over congressionally mandated proxy script disclosures. This section turns a capital formation package into another compliance mandate by hardwiring a one-size-fits-all disclosure regime into statute instead of letting the markets and existing disclosures do their job. Striking Section 307 keeps the INVEST Act focused on expanding opportunity and liquidity rather than adding a new paperwork burden for public companies. If the goal of this bill is to increase investor opportunities and expand public markets, Congress should be cutting friction, not adding a new compliance hook that falls on public companies and ultimately on shareholders. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California
I rise to yield the gentlewoman from Missouri 2 minutes to speak in opposition of Mr. Self's amendment. I yield to the gentlelady 2 minutes.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in respectful opposition to this amendment, which would remove an important provision from the INVEST Act. Section 307 is not new or untested policy. This exact language passed the House floor earlier this Congress as H.R. 3357, the Enhancing Multi-Class Share Disclosures Act, with overwhelming bipartisan support. Multi-class share structures date back to the late 1800s and were first conceived to allow companies, particularly family enterprises, to maintain control over voting decisions even without holding a majority of shares. These structures have become increasingly common, particularly among newer public companies. Currently, the SEC does not require that companies disclose the disparity between an individual's equity ownership and their controlled voting shares, though many companies already voluntarily provide this information. Section 307 simply standardizes the information shareholders receive in proxy materials by requiring this information be provided in a consistent manner when it comes to voting power, particularly from the officers, directors, and those with more than a 5% stake. This is a thoughtful, balanced approach. It enhances transparency for retail investors while preserving multi-class structures as a mechanism to encourage founders to go public. We're not banning these structures. We're simply ensuring investors understand that we're buying what they're buying before they invest. Enhanced disclosures protect retail investors who may not have the resources or expertise to navigate complex corporate structures. It levels the playing field by providing the same information to all market participants. Given the strong bipartisan support, Mr. Chair, this provision has already received. I respectfully urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment and retain Section 307. And I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. Gentlewoman from California reserves. Gentleman from Texas.
I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from California.
Thank you very much. I have the greatest respect for the gentlewoman from Missouri and enjoyed working with her, but she tends not only to agree with me on this amendment, but she feels very strongly about it. And I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment so that investors have the basic information they need about a company's governance structure to make the best investment decision for themselves. I'll yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Texas.
As the chairlady referenced, organizations that want to do this are already doing it voluntarily. We should not add micromanagement to it. I yield adoption of this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. Yields back. Questions on the amendment? The question is offered on the amendment by the gentleman from Texas. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it.
Just a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 2, printed in Part B of House Report 119399. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 2, printed in Part B of House Report number 119-399, offered by Mr. Self of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 936, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Self, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in support of my amendment of H.R. 3383, the INVEST Act. Section 105 creates offices of small business within key SEC divisions to coordinate on capital formation priorities. My amendment makes one common sense clarification. It says this subsection may not be construed to authorize expenditures for additional full-time equivalent employees. In other words, if SEC wants a better coordination for small businesses, it should do so with existing resources, not by creating this bill as a blank check for new hires. This keeps the policy goal intact while protecting taxpayers. I urge adoption. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California rise?
I rise to claim time in opposition.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
I yield myself such time as I may consume. I oppose Mr. Self's amendment to limit the ability of the SEC to carry out its mandate in Section 105. Section 105, which is identical to H.R. 4449, sponsored by Mr. Gonzalez and Mr. Garbarino, directs the SEC to promote and protect small businesses by creating a small business office within each rulemaking division of the SEC by ensuring that the SEC has small business experts across the agency. Mr. Gonzalez's provision will ensure that the SEC rules are tailored to the needs of small businesses. Mr. Self's amendment make this provision impossible to implement by blocking the SEC from hiring any new employees to carry out the work. At a time when small businesses are struggling to stay afloat due to the impact of Trump's harmful tariffs and disastrous economic policies, it is crucial that small businesses are represented through every step of the regulatory process. If we're serious about helping small businesses, we must make sure our regulators have the expertise needed to support them. I therefore encourage all members to vote no on this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I am pleased to offer 1 minute to Chair Lady Wagner.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank the gentleman for yielding. I rise in support of the gentleman from Texas's amendment. This is a common sense clarification that ensures Section 105 cannot be misinterpreted as a blank check for expanding the federal bureaucracy. The INVEST Act is about modernizing our capital markets and expanding opportunities for investors and entrepreneurs, not about growing government. This amendment provides helpful statutory clarity that protects taxpayers while preserving the important work this legislation accomplishes. I thank the gentleman from Texas for his amendment, and I urge my colleagues to support it.
I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
With costs soaring and small businesses struggling to weather the impacts of the Trump tariffs and his administration's war on small businesses, it is crucial that we do what we can to make sure government is working for them, not against them. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment. I'll yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Chairman, I will point out that those words are dangerous words, do what we can, because normally that means we're going to spend a lot more money. But Congress, in this case, should not accidentally write an open-ended staffing authorization into statute just because we want better cooperation. This is a narrow, practical guardrail that keeps the INVEST Act focused on capital formation instead of quietly growing bureaucracy. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 3, printed in Part B of House Report 119-399. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise as a designee of Ms. Garcia of Texas and have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 3, printed in Part B of House Report number 119-399, offered by Ms. Waters of California.
Pursuant to House Resolution 936, the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Waters, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California.
I rise in support of this amendment originally offered by my colleague, Representative Garcia. Ms. Garcia's amendment would make law an important requirement that was already carefully considered and made final by FinCEN, but which has been delayed potentially indefinitely under this administration. Her amendment requires foreign hedge funds to put in place anti-money laundering policies that will ensure the safety of our markets and prevent bad actors from using these funds to launder criminal profits. During a time when our markets are seeing unprecedented fraud and abuse, we should not wait to increase AML protections. We should not wait for FinCEN. We should do what we can to strengthen our markets now. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Missouri rise?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to claim the time in opposition.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in opposition to this amendment, which would impose sweeping new regulatory requirements on investment advisors and hedge funds serving foreign clients. While combating illicit finance and addressing national security threats are critical objectives we all share, this amendment takes the wrong approach, one that FinCEN itself recognized as flawed. Let's be clear about what happened. The Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, FinCEN, proposed a substantially similar rule and then postponed it before implementation. That postponement wasn't arbitrary. It came after careful consideration of the rule's operational challenges, its compliance burdens, and questions about its effectiveness. This amendment would impose requirements that even the agency charged with combating financial crimes determined needed further review. Investment advisors are already subject to robust oversight under the Investment Advisors Act of 1940. They owe fiduciary duties to their clients and must comply with comprehensive federal securities laws and regulations. The SEC has extensive authority to examine advisors and enforce compliance. Moreover, imposing duplicative know your customer and anti-money laundering requirements specifically on foreign clients creates a two-tiered system that could harm U.S. competitiveness in global capital markets. International investors would face additional barriers when working with American advisors, potentially driving capital and business relationships to foreign jurisdictions with less stringent oversight. If we believe gaps exist in our anti-money laundering framework, the solution is thoughtful, coordinated rulemaking by the appropriate agencies, not legislating requirements that are still under active consideration by FinCEN. I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment and allow our Financial Crimes Enforcement Agency to develop effective, practical solutions rather than imposing requirements they themselves abandoned. I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve the right to close.
Prepared to close.
From Missouri has the right to close. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I reserve the right to close. So he's saying no?
Gentlewoman from Missouri has the right to close.
Has a gentlelady.
Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, I believe I have the right to close. Are you indicating that I do not have the right to close?
From Missouri has the right to close. And the manager in opposition to the amendment. Because she is a manager. In opposition to the amendment.
Is he saying she has the right to close?
I'd ask the chair who's closing first, the gentlelady from California, Ms. Ranking Member Waters, or myself?
What is she saying?
The gentlewoman from Missouri has the right to close
Who has
last.
the right to close, me or her?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California.
I have the right to close.
You do not.
So what? So what? Then, if I don't have the right to close, I'm prepared to close, and I yield myself the balance of the time.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I encourage all members to vote yes on Ms. Garcia's amendment to strengthen Bank Secrecy Act and anti-money laundering requirements for foreign investment advisors. This reasonable and well-considered provision will ensure increased safety for our markets from abuse by terrorists, prohibited entities, and other bad actors abroad. And I yield back the remainder of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentlewoman from Missouri is recognized.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I rise one more time in closing to oppose this amendment by Mr. Garcia that requires investment advisors and hedge funds to perform know your customer verifications and implement money laundering procedures for foreign clients. It's a sweeping new regulatory requirement on investment advisors and hedge funds that serve foreign clients. I want to be clear here that if we believe that any kind of gaps exist in our anti-money laundering frame, the solution is that we have is thoughtful, coordinated rulemaking by the appropriate agencies, and obviously FinCEN is still actively considering how to move forward. So, again, I would urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from California. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no.
Request a
In the
recorded
opinion of the
vote.
chair, the noes have it.
Request a recorded
Me
vote.
too. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from California will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 4, printed in Part B of the House Report 119-399. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk made in order by the rule.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 4, printed in Part B of House Report number 119-399, offered by Ms. Waters of California.
Pursuant to House Resolution 936, the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Waters, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California.
I yield myself as such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
H.R. 3383 seeks to provide small businesses with more opportunities to access capital, a key avenue for most small companies to raise money is by seeking investments from a small number of accredited investors. These offerings made under SEC Regulation D are exempt from registration with the SEC. However, these companies are required to file basic disclosures with the SEC on Form D, which is available to the public. The information provided on Form D is often bare bones, incomplete, or false. This makes it difficult for investors to understand the parameters of an exempt offering. What's worse, many bad actors located in the United States and all around the world are using Reg D to misrepresent that they are SEC compliant, using false information on Form D and post it to the SEC's public database, EDGAR. These fraudsters tell unsuspecting U.S. investors that they are registered with the FEC. We must stop these bad actors from using Form D to take hard-earned money out of American savings and putting it in the hands of criminals. My amendment aims to fix this problem by requiring additional information about the identity of the company and the scope of its offering prior to making any sales. My amendment also requires a company to update Form D when there is a mistake or material change in the information and when the offering is complete. Furthermore, to prevent fraud, the amendment requires Form D filer to provide additional verification of their identity. Who are they? Such as registration with the State Secretary of State, and to certify that the information in the Form D is accurate. Now, providing false information on Form D would expose the filer to criminal penalties. Form D reforms are a key priority for our state securities regulators. They argue that many bad actors are harming legitimate businesses needing to raise capital under SEC's Regulation D, and that Form D reforms would lead to more capital formation. This is simple. It's very clear. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from California reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I rise to claim the time in opposition.
The gentleman from Missouri is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong opposition to this amendment, which would pose a significant obstacle for the same small businesses and startups that we aim to support. These proposed new requirements would act as a speed bump for smaller issuers. These are not massive Wall Street institutions. These are often first-time founders, small businesses, and innovative startups relying on 50cc to raise essential seed and growth capital. Adding complex or ambiguous new filing requirements diverts their precious time and scarce resources away from the innovation and job creation and towards burdensome compliance. These additional disclosure burdens will actively discourage the startups and small businesses that desperately need access to this private market capital. They will choose to forego fundraising altogether rather than navigate this complex, costly, and legally risky environment. In fact, the Securities and Exchange Commission has examined similar ideas twice in the last decade, and in both instances, the market's response was a resounding chorus of concern. In both cases, the message was clear. New filing or disclosure obligations would significantly raise costs and ultimately chill early-stage capital formation. We should be focused on expanding opportunities for American entrepreneurs, not erecting new bureaucratic barriers. We must prioritize a system that makes it easier, not harder, for startups and small businesses to secure the capital they need to grow, hire, and innovate. I urge my colleagues to reject these unnecessary and harmful reporting burdens. I reserve the balance of my time, and I request a no vote on this amendment.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I now yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Pennsylvania and sponsor of the access capital in this package, Mr. Muser.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I thank our Chairwoman Wagner for your leadership, and in all due respect to our minority leader, I oppose this amendment. I do support the INVEST Act, led by Chairman Hill and Subcommittee Chairwoman Wagner strongly. The INVEST Act broadens opportunities for everyday Americans to invest in public and private markets, expands access to capital, facilitates capital formation, promotes transparency, and helps charitable organizations build retirement security for their employees. For example, it allows people to invest in private markets based on their knowledge and experience, whereas previously they could only qualify based upon their income. It encourages new public companies to issue more shares without burdensome regulations, Mr. Speaker, so they can focus on hiring and expanding instead of diverting limited resources to filing paperwork with the SEC. And thanks to Representative Heisinger's leadership, investors can now access important disclosure forms electronically for the first time instead of only on paper through the mail. The INVEST Act also includes my bill, H.R. 3645, the Access Act, which passed the Financial Service Committee earlier this year, 51-0. Right now, if a small business uses crowdfunding, which is raising money online for everyday people who want to invest, the moment the business raises more than $100,000, they have to pay for financial statements that can cost up to $10,000. This makes this an improved situation. For many startups, that's a huge chunk of their money that they're trying to raise. So the Access Act simply lifts the limit to $250,000 so small business can raise the early capital they need. Its inclusion in the INVEST Act is a significant bipartisan step towards making capital formation more practical and affordable. This legislation puts everyday Americans first and uses the strength of our capital markets to fuel growth on Main Street, not Wall Street. The INVEST Act is a major win for workers, entrepreneurs, small businesses, and I support its passing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And I yield myself the balance of the time.
The gentleman is recognized.
I encourage all members to vote yes on my amendment to strengthen information for people investing in private markets. As the opportunities to invest in private companies grow, in particular through measures promoted in this bill, we must take steps to ensure that investors are provided with accurate and complete information about what they're investing in. These are simple, common sense protections that will make a big difference in ensuring accountability for exempt offerings and preventing the proliferation of fraud around Form D filings. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentlewoman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I simply urge my colleagues to reject these unnecessary and harmful reporting burdens, and I would ask that they oppose this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from California. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 5, printed in Part B of House Report 119-399. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk made in order by the rule.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 5, printed in Part B of House Report number 119-399, offered by Ms. Waters of California.
Pursuant to House Resolution 936, the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Waters, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California.
I rise to offer an amendment that would make junk fees illegal and require investment firms to clearly disclose the other fees they charge. For far too long, Wall Street has been charging junk fees that sap the investment returns of hardworking Americans and make it harder to save for retirement. This amendment makes clear that an investment firm, be they an investment company, an investment advisor, or broker-dealer, cannot charge any fees that are either not clearly disclosed to investors in advance or exceed the value of the services provided. These could include dubious fees like account closure fees, excessive markups, and undisclosed compensation or sales arrangements, inactivity fees, and so-called regulatory compliance fees. In addition to outright banning junk fees, this amendment requires investment firms to clearly disclose to their customers in advance any fees that they charge that customer. Investors should not face any surprises when it comes to the cost of investing their savings, and making sure that investors clearly know the risk and cost of choosing an investment firm or product should receive unanimous support from all members of this body. Finally, this amendment would bring unprecedented transparency to how investment firms profit from the fees they charge investors. These firms would be required to annually report to the SEC the total profit earned from fees as a percentage of assets under management. The SEC would publish this information on a public database similar to broker check, along with a visual that shows whether these fees are high, low, or average when compared with their peer firms. By making this data public, American investors would be able to know how the fees charged by their investment firm compare to others, and would also create market pressure on firms to make savings for the future more affordable for Americans. Because this amendment is a common sense solution that protects investors and brings accountability to the industry, I strongly encourage all members to support this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I rise to claim the time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I rise with strong opposition to this amendment, which represents a fundamental departure from the careful, deliberative process that has guided the INVEST Act. Let me be clear about what we're being asked to consider. This is not a modest technical correction or a narrow clarification. These are sweeping, complex changes that redefine fee structures across the entire securities industry. They create new prohibitions, and they establish an unprecedented public ranking system for SEC registrants. It has never been vetted by participants, investor groups, legal experts, or Congress. It has not even been considered or marked up through the Financial Services Committee through regular order, the very process that every other provision in the INVEST Act has undergone. We are being asked to inject unexamined policy into a carefully crafted bill at the 11th hour. This is not how we should legislate, particularly on matters affecting trillions of dollars in American retirement savings and investment accounts. But beyond the procedural concerns, the policy itself is deeply flawed. SEC-registered advisors and broker-dealers are already subject to comprehensive fee disclosure requirements under existing law. They must provide clear, written disclosures about all fees and compensation. They are subject to fiduciary duties or regulation best interest standards that require fees to be reasonable and in clients' best interests. This amendment creates vague, undefined standards about what constitutes a fee that is, quote, not proportional to services provided. Who decides proportionality? By what standard? This invites endless litigation and regulatory uncertainty that will ultimately harm investors by increasing costs and limiting service offerings. I urge my colleagues to reject the substantively flawed amendment, and I yield back. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
I'm prepared to close, and I yield myself the balance of time.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
I urge all members to vote yes in support of my amendment to prohibit junk fees and make all other fees more transparent to investors. My amendment will make sure that hardworking Americans are safe from undisclosed or unreasonable fees, will require advance notice on fees before they are charged to an investor, and will make public the amount that financial firms earn from fees. I'm sure you can agree every American should have a right to know what they're paying for, and that is why I'm asking for a vote on this amendment. We have been indicated by the supporters that they're so pleased for this debate that we're having this evening. They have indicated it is long past due that consumers have this kind of advocacy and that consumers have this kind of support from the members of Congress who understand the ripoffs and the fraud and the disrespect that they have received for far too long. This amendment is supported by all of those organized unions and all by the advocacy groups that I have spoken about earlier this evening. They all support this amendment as they support the bill that we have been working so hard for. And so with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from Missouri is recognized.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman. And as we come to a close on what I believe is the final amendment of H.R. 3383, the INVEST Act, I want to thank my colleagues who have been so bipartisan in this package of 22 amazing capital formation bills that are going to lift up retail and mainstream investors, going to grow small business and entrepreneurs, and make more companies the possibility of having the capital for them to go public. I want to thank my wonderful co-lead, Mr. Gregory Meeks from New York and Josh Gottheimer. I want to thank Chairman Hill for his tremendous support in this effort, my entire capital markets subcommittee, the staff and the team that has brought what is years and years of hard work together that's going to grow this economy, grow jobs, and grow the future of the United States of America and our economy. I want to thank the ranking member for the good, healthy debate this evening and the collaboration that we have. But I must say, still, Mr. Chairman, I would urge my colleagues to reject this specific amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from California. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. All right, pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from California will be postponed. What purpose does the gentlewoman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I move that the committee now rise.
The question is on the motion that the committee rise. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the committee rises.
Mr. Chairman?
Oh, Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union, having had under consideration H.R. 3383, directs me to report that it has come to no resolution thereon.
The chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that that committee has had under consideration H.R. 3383 and has come to no resolution thereon. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by direction of the Republican Conference, I offer a privileged resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 940. Resolved that the following named member be and is hereby elected to the following standing committees of the House of Representatives. Committee on Homeland Security, Mr. Van Epps. Committee on Science, Space, and Technology, Mr. Van Epps.
Without objection, the resolution is agreed to, and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that when the House adjourns today, it adjourn to meet at 11 a.m. tomorrow.
Without objection. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Clause 2A1 of Rule 9, I rise to give notice of my intention to raise a question of the privileges of the House. The form of the resolution is as follows. 119th Congress, First Session, H-Res 939, impeaching Donald John Trump, President of the United States, for high crimes and misdemeanors. In the House of Representatives, December 10th, 2025, Mr. Al Green of Texas submitted the following resolution. Resolution impeaching Donald John Trump, President of the United States, for high crimes and misdemeanors. Resolved that Donald John Trump, President of the United States, is an abuser of presidential power who, if left in office, will continue to promote the incitement of violence, engender invidious hate, undermine our democracy, and dissolve our republic. That he is impeached for high crimes and misdemeanors, and that the following articles of impeachment be exhibited to the United States Senate. Articles of impeachment exhibited by the House of Representatives of the United States of America in the name of itself and of the people of the United States of America. Against Donald John Trump, President of the United States of America, in maintenance and support of his impeachment against him for high crimes and misdemeanors. Article 1, abuse of presidential power by calling for the execution of members of Congress. In his conduct of the office of President of the United States, Donald John Trump, in violation of his constitutional oath to faithfully execute the office of President of the United States and to do the best of his ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States, and in violation of his constitutional duty to take care that the laws be faithfully executed, has unfaithfully, dangerously, and unconstitutionally abused his official position by threatening Democratic lawmakers in Congress with execution. President Trump called for the execution of 6 Democratic lawmakers, all of whom are currently serving in the U.S. Senate or U.S. House of Representatives, and who previously served in the U.S. military or in U.S. intelligence communities. In response to a short video that they posted on November 18, 2025, in their video, the Democratic lawmakers appropriately urged current members of the military and intelligence communities to adhere to the Constitution and the laws of our country. They specifically said, quote, "Like us, you all swore an oath to protect and defend this Constitution. Right now, the threats to our Constitution aren't just coming from abroad, but from right here at home. Our laws are clear. You can refuse illegal orders. You can refuse illegal orders. You must refuse illegal orders. No one has to carry out orders that violate the law or the Constitution." End quote. On November 20th, 2025, in response, President Trump called for their execution. In one social media post, he wrote, quote, "It's called seditious behavior at the highest level. Each one of these traitors to our country should be arrested and put on trial. Their words cannot be allowed to stand. We won't have a country anymore. An example must be set. President DJT," end quote. In another, he wrote of lawmakers, "Seditious behavior, punishable by death. Dangerously and unconstitutionally." He reposted a third party's post, quote, "Hang them. George Washington would," end quote. President Trump's call for the execution of lawmakers is a reckless and flagrant abuse of presidential power. that promotes extrajudicial punishment and the assassination of members of Congress and warrants impeachment by the U.S. House of Representatives and trial by the Senate. Article 2, abuse of presidential power to intimidate federal judges in violation of the separation of powers and independence of the judiciary. In his conduct of the office of President of the United States, Donald John Trump, in violation of his constitutional oath to faithfully execute the office of President of the United States and to the best of his ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States, and in violation of his constitutional duty to take care that the laws be faithfully executed, has unfaithfully, dangerously, and unconstitutionally abused his official position by threatening federal judges. President Trump has fostered a political climate in which lawmakers and judges face threats of political violence and physical assault. And in this climate, he has made threats and vituperative comments against federal judges, putting at risk their safety and well-being and undermining the independence of our judiciary. Case in point, in response to a federal district court ruling which President Trump disagreed, he posted, quote, "This radical left lunatic of a judge, a troublemaker, an agitator who was sadly appointed by Barack Hussein Obama, was not elected president. This judge, like many of the crooked judges I am forced to appear before, should be impeached." That ends his quote. Another U.S. District Chief Judge has reported receiving increased numbers of violent threats, particularly after he began hearing arguments in a lawsuit against the Trump administration. In 2025, roughly a third of the federal judiciary has been flooded with threats, with data showing that these threats spike each time Trump uses abusive rhetoric against judges. On May 2nd, 2025, Reuters reported that U.S. Supreme Court Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson addressed President Donald Trump's attacks on the judiciary. The relevant part of this article stated as follows, quote, U.S. Supreme Court Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson said on Thursday, attacks by Republican President Donald Trump and his allies on judges were not random and seemed designed to intimidate the judiciary, end quote. Specifically, the U.S. Supreme Court Justice Jackson remarked that, quote, the attacks are not random. They seem designed to intimidate those of us who serve in this critical capacity, end quote. Justice Jackson added, the threats, quote, the threats and harassment are attacks on our democracy and on our system of government, and they ultimately risk the undermining of our Constitution and rule of law. The judiciary is afforded power over, quote, all cases in law and equity arriving under this Constitution, the laws of the United States, and treaties made, end quote, and, quote, to controversies to which the United States shall be a party, end quote. U.S. Constitution, Article 3, Section 2. Intimidating judges and recklessly calling for the impeachment and removal of judges who disagree with him demonstrate a willingness by Trump to usurp authority afforded by our Constitution to the judiciary and demonstrate a disregard for the Constitution and the careful balance of powers that protects our country from abuses by a single branch. President Trump's threats place the lives of federal judges, court officials, and innocent bystanders at risk, promote the incitement of violence, and undermine our democracy, which cannot survive where President Trump's incendiary comments engender invidious hate and where dissent is punishable by death. In all this, Donald John Trump has acted in a manner contrary to his trust as president and subversive of constitutional government, to the great prejudice of the cause of law and justice, and to the manifest injury of the people of the United States. Wherefore, Donald John Trump, by such conduct, warrants impeachment, trial, and removal from office. I yield back the balance of my time.
Under Rule 9, a resolution offered from the floor by a member other than the majority leader or the minority leader as a question of the privileges of the House has immediate precedence only at a time designated by the chair within 2 legislative days after the resolution is properly noticed. Pending that designation, the form of the resolution noticed by the gentleman from Texas will appear in the record at this point. The chair will not at this point determine whether the resolution constitutes a question of privilege. That determination will be made at the time designated for consideration of the resolution. Any requests for 1-minute speeches? What purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, and still I rise to note that tonight I have called for the impeachment of Donald John Trump, President of the United States of America. He is an abuser of presidential power. He has called for the execution of members of the House of Representatives, of this very House. He has demeaned members of the judiciary. He has conducted himself in office such that persons are now threatening members of the judiciary, threatening members of the House of Representatives, threatening members of the Senate. Donald John Trump, by his conduct, merits impeachment, trial, and conviction in the Senate of the United States of America, and should never hold any office of public trust ever again. I yield back.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the President. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, is recognized until 10 p.m. as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. So the good news is we have only till 10. The bad news is I'm going to use every second of it. All right, let's race through this because originally I think I was going to go almost an hour. So maybe this is mercy. I want to walk through just a couple concepts here. One, we're going to talk about one of my intense frustrations. And I've talked about this for a decade or more. Please, how do I get my brothers and sisters on the left, those of us on the right, to understand we've turned healthcare, the whole discussion of healthcare, we've turned into financial engineering. So work with me on this. ACA, many of you know it as Obamacare, is a financing bill that had community rating in it, so sort of the guaranteed access, but it's a financing bill. It's who gets subsidized and who has to pay. Our Republican alternative was a financing bill. It just had a little better actuarial modeling in it. Medicare for All is a financing bill. We don't have the discussion about what we pay. The waste, the fraud, the adoption of technology, the adoption of cures, the adoption of how we deliver, the adoption of making you autonomous because you can wear your medical lab on your body now. As I wear one of the data rings. I experimented with a Dexcom in the last couple of weeks. Those things. Instead, we're going to beat up each other around here. The Democrats are going to try to make a political issue out of it, and we're going to basically fumble because we have trouble explaining. You've turned healthcare into financing. They want to hand out billions and billions and billions and billions of dollars more to insurance companies to buy down rates. So let's actually walk through some points I want to make. First one, now I desperately hope this number evens out as we go through the rest of the year. But our model right now says in the first quarter of this fiscal year, remember October 1st, we begin the 2026 fiscal year, for every dollar we're taking in tax collections, Mr. Speaker, we're spending $1.62. Now, our original model was every dollar in, we'd be spending $1.43, $1.42. But our spending is up, and what's this driving that spending being up? It's the refinancing of our debt at higher interest rates, because we had all that debt we sold a few years ago at very low interest rates. And the fact of the matter is, healthcare costs keep going up. And the stupid discussion we're going to have here is a financing debate. How much more subsidies should we hand out? And not a discussion what we're going to do to change the price of healthcare. So let's actually take a quick run through this. I'm going to try to explain a couple basic things about the ACA. Most of you know it as Obamacare. Look, this chart's hard to read, from a distance, but ACA goes into effect. I want you to step all the way back out to where we are here. When the enhanced premiums, enhanced subsidies, these are subsidies on top of subsidies, is $40 billion. Over here, the basic subsidies, the growth of the subsidies since the pandemic, another $75 billion, on top of the base subsidies that are $80 billion. And this is only 7% of the healthcare market. So let's take a look at that. This is so hard for people to understand. And I was listening to one of my Democrat colleagues speak the other day, and it was a complete distortion field of the truth of what's going on out there. It's all the healthcare is going to go up this much. Are they willing to admit they screwed up, they created an absolutely distorted model, and they put up, by screwing up all the incentives, everyone's healthcare costs went up, even though the ACA, Obamacare, is only this little wedge here. It's 7% of the healthcare population. The vast majority of the other population gets it through their employer, veterans, Medicare, Medicaid. But then I need you to see this other little wedge there. That's the portion that's not getting subsidies from you as a taxpayer. The rest of this red here is getting subsidized. I'm going to show you a chart in a moment where 41% of this population that's being subsidized in the ACA had no premium at all. You as a taxpayer bought their health care. Is that really what the Democrats promised us? Does anyone remember President Obama? We're going to lower your health care premiums by $2,500. You're going to get to keep your doctor. Should we hold the left to their own standards? We as conservatives need to get off our hiney and start explaining that if we continue this model, we're all screwed. We need to step up and say, we can do this better. We have technology. I've been coming behind this microphone for a decade. I'm going to try to go fast enough to touch on it where we can lower premiums rather dramatically. So let's once again I did this board the other day. I just need to show you, this is what they call an economic scoring of the enhanced premium tax credits, which is basically the subsidies on top of the subsidies. Functionally, only 38% of that $40 billion is actually going to cover actual insurance where people are going to use it. The vast majority of it is just disappears. It either doesn't get used, it may have disappeared in the brokers or the insurance companies, but some